This is Audible.
Harper Perennial and Harper Audio present The Sleepwalkers, How Europe Went to War in 1914, by Christopher Clark, read by Derek Perkins. Introduction. The European continent was at peace on the morning of Sunday, 28th June 1914, when Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie Chotek arrived at Sarajevo railway station. 37 days later, it was at war. The conflict that began that summer mobilized 65 million troops, claimed 3 empires, 20 million military and civilian deaths, and 21 million wounded. The horrors of Europe's 20th century were born of this catastrophe. It was, as the American historian Fritz Stern put it, the first calamity of the 20th century, the calamity from which all other calamities sprang. The debate over why it happened began before the first shots were fired and has been running ever since. It has spawned an historical literature of unparalleled size, sophistication, and moral intensity. For international relations theorists, the events of 1914 remain the political crisis par excellence, intricate enough to accommodate any number of hypotheses. The historian who seeks to understand the genesis of the First World War confronts several problems. The first and most obvious is an oversupply of sources. Each of the belligerent states produced official multi-volume editions of diplomatic papers, vast works of collective archival labor. There are treacherous currents in this ocean of sources. Most of the official document editions produced in the interwar period have an apologetic spin. The 57-volume German publication, Die Große Politik, comprising 15,889 documents, organized in 300 subject areas, was not prepared with purely scholarly objectives in mind. It was hoped that the disclosure of the pre-war record would suffice to refute the war guilt thesis enshrined in the terms of the Versailles Treaty. For the French government, too, the post-war publication of documents was an enterprise of essentially political character, as Foreign Minister Jean-Louis Barthou put it in May 1934. Its purpose was to counterbalance the campaign launched by Germany following the Treaty of Versailles. In Vienna, as Ludwig Bittner, co-editor of the 8-volume collection Österreich-Ungarns Außenpolitik, pointed out in 1926, the aim was to produce an authoritative source edition before some international body, the League of Nations perhaps, forced the Austrian government into publication under less auspicious circumstances. The early Soviet documentary publications were motivated in part by the desire to prove that the war had been initiated by the autocratic Tsar and his alliance partner, the bourgeois Raymond Poincaré, in the hope of delegitimizing French demands for the repayment of pre-war loans. Even in Britain, where British documents on the origins of the war was launched amid high-minded appeals to disinterested scholarship, the resulting documentary record was not without tendentious omissions that produced a somewhat unbalanced picture of Britain's place in the events preceding the outbreak of war in 1914. In short, the great European documentary editions were, for all their undeniable value to scholars, munitions in a world war of documents, as the German military historian Bernhard Schwertfeger remarked in a critical study of 1929. The memoirs of statesmen, commanders, and other key decision-makers, though indispensable to anyone trying to understand what happened on the road to war, are no less problematic. Some are frustratingly reticent on questions of burning interest. To name just a few examples, the Reflections on the World War, published in 1919 by German Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, has virtually nothing to say on the subject of his actions or those of his colleagues during the July crisis of 1914. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Sazonov's political memoirs are breezy, pompous, intermittently mendacious, and totally uninformative about his own role in key events. French President Raymond Poincaré's 10-volume memoir of his years in power is propagandistic rather than revelatory. There are striking discrepancies between his recollections of events during the crisis and the contemporary jottings in his unpublished diary. The amiable memoirs of British Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey are sketchy on the delicate question of the commitments he had made to the Entente powers before August 1914, and the role these played in his handling of the crisis. When the American historian Bernadette Everly Schmidt of the University of Chicago traveled to Europe in the late 1920s with letters of introduction to interview former politicians who had played a role in events, he was struck by the apparently total immunity of his interlocutors to self-doubt. The one exception was Grey, who spontaneously remarked that he had made a tactical error in seeking to negotiate with Vienna through Berlin during the July crisis, but the misjudgment alluded to was of subordinate importance, and the comment reflected a specifically English style of Mandarin self-deprecation rather than a genuine concession of responsibility. There were problems with memory, too. Schmidt tracked down Peter Bach, the former Russian Minister of Finance, now a London banker. In 1914, Bach had participated in meetings at which decisions of momentous importance were made. Yet when Schmidt met him, Bach insisted that he had little recollection of events from that era. Fortunately, the former minister's own contemporary notes are more informative. When the researcher Luciano Magrini travelled to Belgrade in the autumn of 1937 to interview every surviving figure with a known link to the Sarajevo conspiracy, he found that there were some witnesses who attested to matters of which they could have no knowledge, others who remained dumb or gave a false account of what they know, and others again who added adornment to their statements or were mainly interested in self-justification. There are, moreover, still significant gaps in our knowledge. Many important exchanges between key actors were verbal and are not recorded. They can be reconstructed only from indirect evidence or later testimony. The Serbian organizations linked with the assassination at Sarajevo were extremely secretive and left virtually no paper trail. Dragutin Dimitrijević, head of Serbian military intelligence, a key figure in the plot to assassinate Archduke Franz Ferdinand at Sarajevo, regularly burned his papers. Much remains unknown about the precise content of the earliest discussions between Vienna and Berlin on what should be done in response to the assassinations at Sarajevo. The minutes of the summit meetings that took place between the French and Russian political leaderships in St. Petersburg on 20th to 23rd June, documents of potentially enormous importance to understanding the last phase of the crisis, have never been found. The Russian protocols were probably simply lost. The French team entrusted with editing the Document diplomatique français failed to find the French version. The Bolsheviks did publish many key diplomatic documents in an effort to discredit the imperialist machinations of the great powers, but these appeared at irregular intervals in no particular order and were generally focused on specific issues, such as Russian designs on the Bosphorus. Some documents, the exact number is still unknown, were lost in transit during the chaos of the Civil War, and the Soviet Union never produced a systematically compiled documentary record to rival the British, French, German, and Austrian source editions. The published record on the Russian side remains, to this day, far from complete. The exceptionally intricate structure of this crisis is another distinctive feature. The Cuban Missile Crisis was complex enough, yet it involved just two principal protagonists, the USA and the Soviet Union, plus a range of proxies and subordinate players. By contrast, the story of how this war came about must make sense of the multilateral interactions among 5 autonomous players of equal importance: Germany, Austria-Hungary, France, Russia, and Britain. 6, if we add Italy, plus various other strategically significant and equally autonomous sovereign actors, such as the Ottoman Empire and the states of the Balkan Peninsula, a region of high political tension and instability in the years before the outbreak of war. A further element of convolution arises from the fact that policy-making processes within the states caught up in the crisis were often far from transparent. One can think of July 1914 as an international crisis. a term that suggests an array of nation-states conceived as compact, autonomous, discrete entities, like billiard balls on a table. But the sovereign structures that generated policy during the crisis were profoundly disunified. There was uncertainty, and has been ever since among historians, about where exactly the power to shape policy was located within the various executives, and policies, or at least policy-driving initiatives of various kinds, did not necessarily come from the apex of the system. They could emanate from quite peripheral locations in the diplomatic apparatus, from military commanders, from ministerial officials, and even from ambassadors, who were often policymakers in their own right. The surviving sources thus offer up a chaos of promises, threats, plans, and prognostications, and this in turn helps to explain why the outbreak of this war has proved susceptible to such a bewildering variety of interpretations. There is virtually no viewpoint on its origins that cannot be supported from a selection of the available sources. And this helps in turn to explain why the WW1 origins literature has assumed such vast dimensions that no single historian, not even a fantasy figure with an easy command of all the necessary languages, could hope to read it in one lifetime. 20 years ago, an overview of the current literature counted 25,000 books and articles. Some accounts have focused on the culpability of one bad apple state. Germany has been most popular, but not one of the great powers has escaped the ascription of chief responsibility. Others have shared the blame around, or have looked for faults in the system. There was always enough complexity to keep the argument going. And beyond the debates of the historians, which have tended to turn on questions of culpability or the relationship between individual agency and structural constraint, there is a substantial international relations commentary in which categories such as deterrence, détente, and inadvertence, or universalizable mechanisms such as balancing, bargaining, and bandwagoning, occupy center stage. Though the debate on this subject is now nearly a century old, there is no reason to believe that it has run its course. But if the debate is old, the subject is still fresh. In fact, it is fresher and more relevant now than it was 20 or 30 years ago. The changes in our own world have altered our perspective on the events of 1914. In the 1960s to 80s, a kind of period charm accumulated in popular awareness around the events of 1914. It was easy to imagine the disaster of Europe's last summer as an Edwardian costume drama. The effete rituals and gaudy uniforms, the ornamentalism of a world still largely organized around hereditary monarchy, had a distancing effect on present-day recollection. They seemed to signal that the protagonists were people from another vanished world. The presumption stealthily asserted itself that if the actors' hats had gaudy green ostrich feathers on them, then their thoughts and motivations probably did too. And yet, what must strike any 21st century reader who follows the course of the summer crisis of 1914 is its raw modernity. It began with a squad of suicide bombers and a cavalcade of automobiles. Behind the outrage at Sarajevo was an avowedly terrorist organization with a cult of sacrifice, death, and revenge. But this organization was extraterritorial, without a clear geographical or political location. It was scattered in cells across political borders. It was unaccountable. Its links to any sovereign government were oblique, hidden, and certainly very difficult to discern from outside the organization. Indeed, one could even say that July 1914 is less remote from us, less illegible now, than it was in the 1980s. Since the end of the Cold War, a system of global bipolar stability has made way for a more complex and unpredictable array of forces, including declining empires and rising powers, a state of affairs that invites comparison with the Europe of 1914. These shifts in perspective prompt us to rethink the story of how war came to Europe. Accepting this challenge does not mean embracing a vulgar presentism that remakes the past to meet the needs of the present, but rather acknowledging those features of the past of which our changed vantage point can afford us a clearer view. Among these is the Balkan context of the war's inception. Serbia is one of the blind spots in the historiography of the July crisis. The assassination at Sarajevo is treated in many accounts as a mere pretext, an event with little bearing on the real forces whose interaction brought about the conflict. In an excellent recent account of the outbreak of war in 1914, the authors declare that the killings at Sarajevo by themselves caused nothing. It was the use made of this event that brought the nations to war. The marginalization of the Serbian, and thereby of the larger Balkan dimension of the story, began during the July crisis itself, which opened as a response to the murders at Sarajevo, but later changed gear, entering a geopolitical phase in which Serbia and its actions occupied a subordinate place. Our moral compass has shifted too. The fact that Serbian-dominated Yugoslavia emerged as one of the victor states of the war seemed implicitly to vindicate the act of the man who pulled the trigger on 28th June. Certainly that was the view of the Yugoslav authorities, who marked the spot where he did so with bronze footprints and a plaque celebrating the assassin's first steps into Yugoslav freedom. In an era when the national idea was still full of promise, there was an intuitive sympathy with South Slav nationalism and little affection for the ponderous multinational commonwealth of the Habsburg Empire. The Yugoslav wars of the 1990s have reminded us of the lethality of Balkan nationalism. Since Srebrenica and the siege of Sarajevo, it has become harder to think of Serbia as the mere object or victim of great power politics, and easier to conceive of Serbian nationalism as an historical force in its own right. From the perspective of today's European Union, we are inclined to look more sympathetically, or at least less contemptuously, than we used to on the vanished imperial patchwork of Habsburg Austria-Hungary. Lastly, it is perhaps less obvious now that we should dismiss the two killings at Sarajevo as a mere mishap, incapable of carrying real causal weight. The attack on the World Trade Center in September 2001 exemplified the way in which a single symbolic event, however deeply it may be enmeshed in larger historical processes, can change politics irrevocably, rendering old options obsolete and endowing new ones with an unforeseen urgency. Putting Sarajevo and the Balkans back at the center of the story does not mean demonizing the Serbs or their statesmen, nor does it dispense us from the obligation to understand the forces working on and in those Serbian politicians, officers, and activists whose behavior and decisions helped to determine what kind of consequences the shootings at Sarajevo would have. This book thus strives to understand the July crisis of 1914 as a modern event, the most complex of modern times, perhaps of any time so far. It is concerned less with why the war happened than with how it came about. Questions of why and how are logically inseparable, but they lead us in different directions. The question of how invites us to look closely at the sequences of interactions that produced certain outcomes. By contrast, the question of why invites us to go in search of remote and categorical causes: imperialism, nationalism, armaments, alliances, high finance, ideas of national honor, the mechanics of mobilization. The why approach brings a certain analytical clarity, but it also has a distorting effect because it creates the illusion of a steadily building causal pressure. The factors pile up on top of each other, pushing down on the event. Political actors become mere executors of forces long established and beyond their control. The story this book tells is, by contrast, saturated with agency. The key decision-makers, kings, emperors, foreign ministers, ambassadors, military commanders, and a host of lesser officials walked towards danger in watchful, calculated steps. The outbreak of war was the culmination of chains of decisions made by political actors with conscious objectives, who were capable of a degree of self-reflection, acknowledged a range of options, and formed the best judgments they could on the basis of the best information they had to hand. Nationalism, armaments, alliances, and finance were all part of the story, but they can be made to carry real explanatory weight only if they can be seen to have shaped the decisions that, in combination, made war break out. A Bulgarian historian of the Balkan Wars recently observed that once we pose the question why, guilt becomes the focal point, Questions of guilt and responsibility in the outbreak of war entered this story even before the war had begun. The entire source record is full of ascriptions of blame. This was a world in which aggressive intentions were always assigned to the opponent and defensive intentions to oneself. And the judgment delivered by Article 231 of the Treaty of Versailles has ensured the continuing prominence of the war guilt question. Here, too, the focus on how suggests an alternative approach, a journey through the events that is not driven by the need to draw up a charge sheet against this or that state or individual, but aims to identify the decisions that brought war about and to understand the reasoning or emotions behind them. This does not mean excluding questions of responsibility entirely from the discussion. The aim is rather to let the why answers grow, as it were, out of the how answers, rather than the other way around. This book tells the story of how war came to continental Europe. It traces the paths to war in a multi-layered narrative encompassing the key decision centres in Vienna, Berlin, St. Petersburg, Paris, London and Belgrade, with brief excursions to Rome, Constantinople and Sofia. It is divided into 3 parts. Part 1 focuses on the 2 antagonists, Serbia and Austria-Hungary, whose quarrel ignited the conflict, following their interaction down to the eve of the Sarajevo assassinations. Part 2 breaks with the narrative approach to ask 4 questions in 4 chapters. How did the polarization of Europe into opposed blocs come about? How did the governments of the European states generate foreign policy? How did the Balkans, a peripheral region far from Europe's centres of power and wealth, come to be the theatre of a crisis of such magnitude? How did an international system that seemed to be entering an era of détente produce a general war? Part 3 opens with the assassinations at Sarajevo and offers a narrative of the July crisis itself, examining the interactions between the key decision centres and bringing to light the calculations, misunderstandings and decisions that drove the crisis from one phase to the next. It is a central argument of this book that the events of July 1914 make sense only when we illuminate the journeys travelled by the key decision-makers. To do this, we need to do more than simply revisit the sequence of international crises that preceded the outbreak of war. We need to understand how those events were experienced and woven into narratives that structured perceptions and motivated behaviour. Why did the men whose decisions took Europe to war behave and see things as they did? How did the sense of fearfulness and foreboding that one finds in so many of the sources connect with the arrogance and swaggering we encounter, often in the very same individuals? Why did such exotic features of the pre-war scene as the Albanian question and the Bulgarian loan matter so much, and how were they joined up in the heads of those who had political power? When decision-makers discoursed on the international situation or on external threats, were they seeing something real, or projecting their own fears and desires onto their opponents, or both? The aim has been to reconstruct as vividly as possible the highly dynamic decision positions occupied by the key actors before and during the summer of 1914. Some of the most interesting recent writing on the subject has argued that, far from being inevitable, this war was in fact improbable, at least until it actually happened. From this, it would follow that the conflict was not the consequence of a long-run deterioration, but of short-term shocks to the international system. Whether one accepts this view or not, it has the merit of opening the story to an element of contingency. And it is certainly true that while some of the developments I examine in this book seem to point unequivocally in the direction of what actually transpired in 1914, there are other vectors of pre-war change that suggest different, unrealized outcomes. With this in mind, the book aims to show how the pieces of causality were assembled that, once in place, enabled the war to happen, but to do so without over-determining the outcome. I have tried to remain alert to the fact that the people, events, and forces described in this book carried in them the seeds of other, perhaps less terrible futures. Part 1. Roads to Sarajevo. 1. Serbian Ghosts. Murder in Belgrade. Shortly after 2 o'clock on the morning of 11th June 1903, 28 officers of the Serbian army approached the main entrance of the royal palace in Belgrade. After an exchange of fire, the sentries standing guard before the building were arrested and disarmed. With keys taken from the duty captain, the conspirators broke into the reception hall and made for the royal bedchamber, hurrying up stairways and along corridors. Finding the king's apartments barred by a pair of heavy oaken doors, the conspirators blew them open with a carton of dynamite. The charge was so strong that the doors were torn from their hinges and thrown across the antechamber inside, killing the royal adjutant behind them. The blast also fused the palace electrics, so that the building was plunged into darkness. Unperturbed, the intruders discovered some candles in a nearby room and entered the royal apartment. By the time they reached the bedroom, King Alexander and Queen Draga were no longer to be found. But the Queen's French novel was splayed face down on the bedside table. Someone touched the sheets and felt that the bed was still warm. It seemed they had only recently left. Having searched the bedchamber in vain, the intruders combed through the palace with candles and drawn revolvers. While the officers strode from room to room, firing at cabinets, tapestries, sofas, and other potential hiding places, King Alexander and Queen Draga huddled upstairs in a tiny annex adjoining the bedchamber where the Queen's maids usually ironed and darned her clothes. For nearly 2 hours the search continued. The king took advantage of this interlude to dress as quietly as he could in a pair of trousers and a red silk shirt. He had no wish to be found naked by his enemies. The Queen managed to cover herself in a petticoat, white silk stays, and a single yellow stocking. Across Belgrade, other victims were found and killed. The Queen's 2 brothers, widely suspected of harbouring designs on the Serbian throne, were induced to leave their sister's home in Belgrade and taken to a guardhouse close to the palace, where they were insulted and barbarously stabbed. Assassins also broke into the apartments of the Prime Minister, Dimitri Tsintsar Markovic, and the Minister of War, Milovan Pavlovic. Both were slain. 25 rounds were fired into Pavlovic, who had concealed himself in a wooden chest. Interior Minister Belimir Teodorovic was shot and mistakenly left for dead, but later recovered from his wounds. Other ministers were placed under arrest. Back at the palace, the king's loyal first adjutant, Lazar Petrovic, who had been disarmed and seized after an exchange of fire, was led through the darkened halls by the assassins and forced to call out to the king from every door. Returning to the royal chamber for a second search, the conspirators at last found a concealed entry behind the drapery. When one of the assailants proposed to cut the wall open with an axe, Petrovic saw that the game was up and agreed to ask the king to come out. From behind the panelling, the king inquired who was calling, to which his adjutant responded, "I am your Lazar. Open the door to your officers." The king replied, "Can I trust the oath of my officers?" The conspirators replied in the affirmative. According to one account, the king, flabby, bespectacled, and incongruously dressed in his red silk shirt, emerged with his arms around the Queen. The couple were cut down in a hail of shots at point-blank range. Petrovic, who drew a concealed revolver in a final hopeless bid to protect his master, or so it was later claimed, was also killed. An orgy of gratuitous violence followed. The corpses were stabbed with swords, torn with a bayonet, partially disemboweled, and hacked with an axe, until they were mutilated beyond recognition, according to the later testimony of the king's traumatized Italian barber, who was ordered to collect the bodies and dress them for burial. The body of the Queen was hoisted to the railing of the bedroom window and tossed, virtually naked and slimy with gore, into the gardens. It was reported that as the assassins attempted to do the same with Alexander, one of his hands closed momentarily around the railing. An officer hacked through the fist with a sabre, and the body fell, with a sprinkle of severed digits, to the earth. By the time the assassins had gathered in the gardens to have a smoke and inspect the results of their handiwork, it had begun to rain. The events of 11th June 1903 marked a new departure in Serbian political history. The Obrenović dynasty that had ruled Serbia throughout most of the country's brief life as a modern, independent state was no more. Within hours of the assassination, the conspirators announced the termination of the Obrenović line and the succession to the throne of Petar Karađorđević, currently living in Swiss exile. Why was there such a brutal reckoning with the Obrenović dynasty? Monarchy had never established a stable institutional existence in Serbia. The root of the problem lay partly in the coexistence of rival dynastic families. Two great clans, the Obrenović and the Karađorđević, had distinguished themselves in the struggle to liberate Serbia from Ottoman control. The swarthy former cattle herd, Black George, Serbian Karađorđe Petrović, founder of the Karađorđević line, led an uprising in 1804 that succeeded for some years in driving the Ottomans out of Serbia, but fled into Austrian exile in 1813 when the Ottomans mounted a counter-offensive. 2 years later, a second uprising unfolded under the leadership of Miloš Obrenović, a supple political operator who succeeded in negotiating the recognition of a Serbian principality with the Ottoman authorities. When Karađorđević returned to Serbia from exile, he was assassinated on the orders of Obrenović and with the connivance of the Ottomans. Having dispatched his main political rival, Obrenović was granted the title of Prince of Serbia. Members of the Obrenović clan ruled Serbia during most of its existence as a principality within the Ottoman Empire, 1817 to 78. The pairing of rival dynasties, an exposed location between the Ottoman and the Austrian empires, and a markedly undeferential political culture dominated by peasant smallholders, these factors in combination ensured that monarchy remained an embattled institution. It is striking how few of the 19th century Serbian regents died on the throne of natural causes. The principality's founder, Prince Miloš Obrenović, was a brutal autocrat whose reign was scarred by frequent rebellions. In the summer of 1839, Miloš abdicated in favour of his eldest son, Milan, who was so ill with the measles that he was still unaware of his elevation when he died 13 days later. The reign of the younger son, Mihailo, came to a premature halt when he was deposed by a rebellion in 1842, making way for the installation of a Karađorđević, none other than Alexander, the son of Black George. But in 1858, Alexander too was forced to abdicate, to be succeeded again by Mihailo, who returned to the throne in 1860. Mihailo was no more popular during his second reign than he had been during the first. 8 years later he was assassinated, together with a female cousin, in a plot that may have been supported by the Karađorđević clan. The long reign of Mihailo's successor, Prince Milan Obrenović, 1868 to 89, provided a degree of political continuity. In 1882, 4 years after the Congress of Berlin had accorded Serbia the status of an independent state, Milan proclaimed it a kingdom and himself king. But high levels of political turbulence remained a problem. In 1883, the government's efforts to decommission the firearms of peasant militias in northeastern Serbia triggered a major provincial uprising, the Timok Rebellion. Milan responded with brutal reprisals against the rebels and a witch hunt against senior political figures in Belgrade, suspected of having fomented the unrest. Serbian political culture was transformed in the early 1880s by the emergence of political parties of the modern type, with newspapers, caucuses, manifestos, campaign strategies, and local committees. To this formidable new force in public life, the king responded with autocratic measures. When elections in 1883 produced a hostile majority in the Serbian parliament, known as the Skupština, the king refused to appoint a government recruited from the dominant radical party, choosing instead to assemble a cabinet of bureaucrats. The Skupština was opened by decree and then closed again by decree 10 minutes later. A disastrous war against Bulgaria in 1885, the result of royal executive decisions made without any consultation either with ministers or with Parliament, and an acrimonious and scandalous divorce from his wife, Queen Natalie, further undermined the monarch's standing. When Milan abdicated in 1889, in the hope, among other things, of marrying the pretty young wife of his personal secretary, his departure seemed long overdue. The regency put in place to manage Serbian affairs during the minority of Milan's son, Crown Prince Alexander, lasted 4 years. In 1893, at the age of only 16, Alexander overthrew the regency in a bizarre coup d'etat. The cabinet ministers were invited to dinner and cordially informed in the course of a toast that they were all under arrest. The young king announced that he intended to arrogate to himself full royal power. Key ministerial buildings and the telegraph administration had already been occupied by the military. The citizens of Belgrade awoke on the following morning to find the city plastered with posters announcing that Alexander had seized power. In reality, ex-King Milan was still managing events from behind the scenes. It was Milan who had set up the regency, and it was Milan who engineered the coup on behalf of his son. In a grotesque family maneuver for which it is hard to find any contemporary European parallel, the abdicated father served as chief adviser to the royal son. During the years 1897 to 1900, this arrangement was formalized in the Milan-Alexander duarchy. King Father Milan was appointed Supreme Commander of the Serbian Army, the first civilian ever to hold this office. During Alexander's reign, the history of the Obrenović dynasty entered its terminal phase. Supported from the sidelines by his father, Alexander quickly squandered the hopeful goodwill that often attends the inauguration of a new regime. He ignored the relatively liberal provisions of the Serbian constitution, imposing instead a form of neo-absolutist rule. Secret ballots were eliminated, press freedoms were rescinded, newspapers were closed down. When the leadership of the Radical Party protested, they found themselves excluded from the exercise of power. Alexander abolished, imposed, and suspended constitutions in the manner of a tin-pot dictator. He showed no respect for the independence of the judiciary, and even plotted against the lives of senior politicians. The spectacle of the king and King Father Milan recklessly operating the levers of the state in tandem, not to mention Queen Mother Natalie, who remained an important figure behind the scenes, despite the breakdown of her marriage with Milan, had a devastating impact on the standing of the dynasty. Alexander's decision to marry the disreputable widow of an obscure engineer did nothing to improve the situation. He had met Draga Mašin in 1897, when she was serving as a maid of honor to his mother. Draga was 10 years older than the king, unpopular with Belgrade society, widely believed to be infertile and well known for her allegedly numerous sexual liaisons. During a heated meeting of the Crown Council, when ministers attempted in vain to dissuade the king from marrying Mašin, the Interior Minister, George Gencic, came up with a powerful argument. "Sire, you cannot marry her. She has been everybody's mistress, mine included." The minister's reward for his candour was a hard slap across the face. Gencic would later join the ranks of the regicide conspiracy. There were similar encounters with other senior officials. At one rather overwrought cabinet meeting, the acting prime minister even proposed placing the king under palace arrest, or having him bundled out of the country by force in order to prevent the union from being solemnized. So intense was the opposition to Mašin among the political classes that the king found it impossible for a time to recruit suitable candidates into senior posts. The news of Alexander and Draga's engagement alone was enough to trigger the resignation of the entire cabinet, and the king was obliged to make do with an eclectic wedding cabinet of little-known figures. The controversy over the marriage also strained the relationship between the king and his father. Milan was so outraged at the prospect of Draga's becoming his daughter-in-law that he resigned his post as commander-in-chief of the army. In a letter written to his son in June 1900, he declared that Alexander was pushing Serbia into an abyss, and closed with a forthright warning. "I shall be the first to cheer the government which shall drive you from the country after such a folly on your part." Alexander went ahead just the same with his plan. He and Draga were married on 23rd June 1900 in Belgrade, and exploited the opportunity created by his father's resignation to reinforce his own control over the officer corps. There was a purge of Milan's friends, and Draga's enemies, from senior military and civil service posts. The king-father was kept under constant surveillance, then encouraged to leave Serbia, and later prevented from returning. It was something of a relief to the royal couple when Milan, who had settled in Austria, died in January 1901. There was a brief revival in the monarch's popularity late in 1900, when an announcement by the palace that the Queen was expecting a child prompted a wave of public sympathy. But the outrage was correspondingly intense in April 1901, when it was revealed that Draga's pregnancy had been a ruse designed to placate public opinion. Rumours spread in the capital of a foiled plan to establish a supposititious infant as heir to the Serbian throne. Ignoring these ill omens, Alexander launched a propaganda cult around his queen, celebrating her birthday with lavish public events and naming regiments, schools, and even villages after her. At the same time, his constitutional manipulations became bolder. On one famous occasion in March 1903, the king suspended the Serbian constitution in the middle of the night, while repressive new press and association laws were hurried onto the statute books, and then reinstated it just 45 minutes later. By the spring of 1903, Alexander and Draga had united most of Serbian society against them. The Radical Party, which had won an absolute majority of Skupština seats in the elections of July 1901, resented the king's autocratic manipulations. Among the powerful mercantile and banking families, especially those involved in the export of livestock and foodstuffs, there were many who saw the pro-Vienna bias of Obrenović's foreign policy as locking the Serbian economy into an Austrian monopoly and depriving the country's capitalists of access to world markets. On 6 April 1903, a demonstration in Belgrade decrying the king's constitutional manipulations was brutally dispersed by police and gendarmes, who killed 18 and wounded about 50 others. Over 100 people, including a number of army officers, were arrested and imprisoned, though most were freed after a few days. At the epicenter of the deepening opposition to the crown was the Serbian army. By the turn of the 20th century, the army was one of the most dynamic institutions in Serbian society. In a still largely rural and underperforming economy, where careers offering upward mobility were hard to come by, an officer commission was a privileged route to status and influence. This preeminence had been reinforced by King Milan, who lavished funding on the military, expanding the officer corps while cutting back the state's already meagre expenditure on higher education. But the fat years came to an abrupt end after the King Father's departure in 1900. Alexander pruned back the military budget, officers' salaries were allowed to fall months into arrears, and a policy of court favoritism ensured that friends or relatives of the king and his wife were promoted to key posts over the heads of their colleagues. These resentments were sharpened by the widespread belief, despite official denials, that the king, having failed to generate a biological heir, was planning to designate Queen Draga's brother, Nikodija Lunjevica, as successor to the Serbian throne. During the summer of 1901, a military conspiracy crystallized around a gifted young lieutenant of the Serbian army who would play an important role in the events of July 1914. Later known as Apis because his heavy build reminded his admirers of the broad-shouldered bull god of ancient Egypt, Dragutin Dimitrijević had been appointed to a post on the general staff immediately after his graduation from the Serbian Military Academy, a sure sign of the great esteem in which he was held by his superiors. Dimitrijević was made for the world of political conspiracy. Obsessively secretive, utterly dedicated to his military and political work, ruthless in his methods, and icily composed in moments of crisis, Apis was not a man who could have held sway over a great popular movement. But he did possess in abundance the capacity, within small groups and private circles, to win and groom disciples, to confer a sense of importance upon his following, to silence doubts, and to motivate extreme action. One collaborator described him as a secret force at whose disposal I have to place myself, though my reason gives me no grounds for doing so. Another of the regicides puzzled over the reasons for Apis's influence. Neither his intelligence, nor his eloquence, nor the force of his ideas seemed sufficient to account for it. Yet he was the only one among us who, solely by his presence, was able to turn my thoughts into his stream, and with a few words spoken in the most ordinary manner, could make out of me an obedient executor of his will. The milieu in which Dimitrijević deployed these gifts was emphatically masculine. Women were a marginal presence in his adult life. He never showed any sexual interest in them. His natural habitat and the scene of all his intrigues was the smoke-filled, men-only world of the Belgrade coffee houses, a space at once private and public, where conversations could be seen without necessarily being heard. The best-known surviving photograph of him depicts the burly mustachioed intriguer with two associates in a characteristically conspiratorial pose. Dmitrievich originally planned to kill the royal couple at a ball in central Belgrade on 11th September, the Queen's birthday. In a plan that seems lifted from the pages of an Ian Fleming novel, two officers were assigned to mount an attack on the Danube power plant that supplied Belgrade with electricity, while another was to disable the smaller station serving the building where the ball was in progress. Once the lights were shut off, the four assassins in attendance at the ball planned to set fire to the curtains, sound the fire alarms, and liquidate the king and his wife by forcing them to ingest poison. This method was chosen in order to circumvent a possible search for firearms. The poison was successfully tested on a cat, but in every other respect the plan was a failure. The power plant turned out to be too heavily guarded, and the Queen decided, in any case, not to attend the ball. Undeterred by this and other failed attempts, the conspirators worked hard over the next 2 years at expanding the scope of the coup. Over 100 officers were recruited, including many younger military men. By the end of 1901, there were also contacts with civilian political leaders, among them the former Interior Minister George Gencic, who had been slapped for his candid objections to the king's marriage plans. In the autumn of 1902, the conspiracy was given formal expression in a secret oath. Drawn up by Dmitrievich Apis, it was refreshingly straightforward about the object of the enterprise. Anticipating certain collapse of the state, and blaming for this primarily the king and his paramour Draga Mashin, we swear that we shall murder them, and to that effect affix our signatures. By the spring of 1903, when the plot encompassed between 120 and 150 conspirators, the plan to kill the royal couple inside their own palace was mature. Carrying it out required extensive preparation, however, because the king and his wife, falling prey to an entirely justified paranoia, stepped up their security arrangements. The king never appeared in town except in the company of a crowd of attendants. Draga was so terrified of an attack that she had at one point confined herself to the palace for 6 weeks. Guard details in and around the building were doubled. The rumours of an impending coup were so widespread that the London Times of 27th April 1903 could cite a confidential Belgrade source to the effect that there exists a military conspiracy against the throne of such an extent that neither king nor government dare take steps to crush it. The recruitment of key insiders, including officers from the palace guard and the king's own aide-de-camp, provided the assassins with a means of picking their way past the successive lines of sentries and gaining access to the inner sanctum. The date of the attack was chosen just 3 days in advance, when it was known that all the key conspirators would be in place and on duty at their respective posts. It was agreed that the thing must be done in the greatest possible haste, and then be made known immediately, in order to forestall an intervention by the police, or by regiments remaining loyal to the king. The desire to advertise the success of the enterprise as soon as it was accomplished may help to explain the decision to toss the royal corpses from the bedroom balcony. Apis joined the killing squad that broke into the palace, but he missed the final act of the drama. He was shot and seriously wounded in an exchange of fire with guards inside the main entrance. He collapsed on the spot, lost consciousness, and only narrowly escaped bleeding to death. Irresponsible elements. Town quiet, people generally seem unmoved, noted Sir George Bonham, the British minister in Belgrade, in a lapidary dispatch to London on the evening of 11th June. The Serbian Revolution, Bonham reported, had been hailed with open satisfaction by the inhabitants of the capital. The day following the murders was kept as a holiday, and the streets decorated with flags. There was an entire absence of decent regret. The most striking feature of the Serbian tragedy, declared Sir Francis Plunkett, Bonham's colleague in Vienna, was the extraordinary calmness with which the execution of such an atrocious crime has been accepted. Hostile observers saw in this equanimity of mood evidence of the heartlessness of a nation by long tradition inured to violence and regicide. In reality, the citizens of Belgrade had good reason to welcome the assassinations. The conspirators immediately turned power over to an all-party provisional government. Parliament was swiftly reconvened. Petar Karađorđević was recalled from his Swiss exile and elected king by the parliament. The emphatically democratic Constitution of 1888, now renamed the Constitution of 1903, was reinstated with some minor modifications. The age-old problem of the rivalry between two Serbian dynasties was suddenly a thing of the past. The fact that Karađorđević, who had spent much of his life in France and Switzerland, was an aficionado of John Stuart Mill. In his younger years, he had even translated Mill's On Liberty into Serbian, was encouraging to those with liberal instincts. Even more reassuring was Petar's proclamation to the people, delivered shortly after his return from exile, that he intended to reign as the truly constitutional king of Serbia. The kingdom now became a genuinely parliamentary polity, in which the monarch reigned but did not govern. The murder during the coup of the repressive Prime Minister Zincar Marković, a favourite of Alexander, was a clear signal that political power would henceforth depend upon popular support and party networks, rather than on the goodwill of the crown. Political parties could go about their work without fear of reprisals. The press was at last free of the censorship that had been the norm under the Obrenović rulers. The prospect beckoned of a national political life more responsive to popular needs and more in tune with public opinion. Serbia stood on the threshold of a new epoch in its political existence. But if the coup of 1903 resolved some old issues, it also created new problems that would weigh heavily on the events of 1914. Above all, the conspiratorial network that had come together to murder the royal family did not simply melt away, but remained an important force in Serbian politics and public life. The Provisional Revolutionary Government, formed on the day after the assassinations, included 4 conspirators, among them the Ministers of War, Public Works and Economics, and 6 party politicians. Apis, still recovering from his wounds, was formally thanked for what he had done by the Skupština and became a national hero. The fact that the new regime depended for its existence on the bloody work of the conspirators, combined with fear of what the network might still be capable of, made open criticism difficult. One minister in the new government confided to a newspaper correspondent 10 days after the event that he found the actions of the assassins deplorable, but was unable to characterize them openly in such terms, owing to the feeling which it might create in the army, on the support of which both throne and government depend. The regicide network was especially influential at court. So far, the British envoy Wilfred Thesiger reported from Belgrade in November 1905, the conspirator officers have formed His Majesty's most important and even sole support. Their removal would leave the crown without any party whose devotion or even friendship could be relied on. It was thus hardly surprising that when King Petar looked in the winter of 1905 for a companion to accompany his son, Crown Prince George, on a journey across Europe, he should choose none other than Apis, fresh from a long convalescence and still carrying 3 of the bullets that had entered his body on the night of the assassinations. The chief architect of the regicide was thus charged with seeing the next Karađorđević king through to the end of his education as prince. In the event, George never became king. He disqualified himself from the Serbian succession in 1909 by kicking his valet to death. The Austrian minister in Belgrade could thus report, with only slight exaggeration, that the king remained, even after his election by the parliament, the prisoner of those who had brought him into power. The king is a nullity, one senior official at the Austrian Foreign Office concluded at the end of November. The whole show is run by the people of 11th June. The conspirators used this leverage to secure for themselves the most desirable military and government posts. The newly appointed royal adjutants were all conspirators, as were the ordnance officers and the chief of the postal department in the Ministry of War, and the conspirators were able to influence military appointments, including senior command positions. Using their privileged access to the monarch, they also exercised an influence over political questions of national importance. The machinations of the regicides did not go unchallenged. There was external pressure on the new government to detach itself from the network, especially from Britain, which withdrew its minister plenipotentiary and left the legation in the hands of the chargé d'affaires, Thesiger. As late as autumn 1905, many symbolically important Belgrade functions, especially events at court, were still being boycotted by representatives of the European great powers. Within the army itself, a military counter-conspiracy, concentrated in the fortress town of Niš, emerged under the leadership of Captain Milan Novaković, who produced a manifesto calling for the dismissal from the service of 68 named prominent regicides. Novaković was swiftly arrested, and after a spirited defense of his actions, he and his accomplices were tried, found guilty, and sentenced to varying periods of imprisonment by a military court. When he left prison 2 years later, Novaković resumed his public attacks on the regicides and was incarcerated again. In September 1907, he and a male relative perished in mysterious circumstances during an alleged escape attempt, a scandal that triggered outrage in Parliament and the liberal press. The question of the relationship between the army and the civilian authorities thus remained unresolved after the assassinations of 1903, a state of affairs that would shape Serbia's handling of events in 1914. The man who shouldered the lion's share of the responsibility for managing this challenging constellation was the radical leader Nikola Pašić. Pašić, a Zurich-trained engineering graduate, was the kingdom's dominant statesman after the regicide. During the years 1904 to 18, he headed 10 cabinets for a total of 9 years. As the man who stood at the apex of Serbian politics before, during and after the Sarajevo assassinations in 1914, Pašić would be one of the key players in the crisis that preceded the outbreak of the First World War. This was surely one of the most remarkable political careers in modern European history. Not just on account of its longevity, Pašić was active in Serbian politics for over 40 years, but also because of the alternation of moments of giddy triumph with situations of extreme peril. Though he was nominally an engineer, politics consumed his entire existence. This is one of the reasons why he remained unmarried until the age of 45. From the beginning, he was deeply committed to the struggle for Serbian independence from foreign sovereignty. In 1875, when there was a revolt against Turkish rule in Bosnia, the young Pašić travelled there as correspondent for the irredentist newspaper Narodno Oslobođenje, National Liberation, in order to send dispatches from the front line of the Serbian national struggle. In the early 1880s, he oversaw the modernization of the Radical Party, which would remain the single most powerful force in Serbian politics until the outbreak of the First World War. The Radicals embodied an eclectic politics that combined liberal constitutional ideas with calls for Serbian expansion and the territorial unification of all the Serbs of the Balkan Peninsula. The popular base of the party, and the key to its enduring electoral success, was the small-holding peasantry that made up the bulk of the country's population. As a party of peasants, the Radicals embraced a variety of populism that linked them to pan-Slavist groups in Russia. They were suspicious of the professional army, not only because they resented the fiscal burdens imposed to maintain it, but also because they remained wedded to the peasant militia as the best and most natural form of armed organization. During the Timok Rebellion of 1883, the Radicals sided with the arms-bearing peasants against the government, and the suppression of the uprising was followed by reprisals against radical leaders. Pašić was among those who came under suspicion. He fled into exile just in time to escape arrest and was sentenced to death in absentia. During his years in exile, he established enduring contacts in St. Petersburg and became the darling of pan-Slav circles. Thereafter, his policy was always closely linked with Russian policy. After Milan's abdication in 1889, Pašić, whose exile had established him as a hero of the radical movement, was pardoned. He returned to Belgrade amid popular adulation to be elected president of the Skupština and then mayor of the capital city. But his first tenure as prime minister, February 1891 to August 1892, ended with his resignation in protest at the continuing extra-constitutional manipulations of Milan and the regents. In 1893, following his coup against the regency, Alexander dispatched Pasich to St. Petersburg as Serbian envoy extraordinary. The aim was to placate Pasich's political ambition while at the same time removing him from Belgrade. Pasich worked hard to build a deeper Russian-Serbian relationship, making no secret of his belief that the future national emancipation of Serbia would ultimately depend on Russian assistance. But this work was disrupted by the re-entry into Belgrade politics of King Father Milan. Radicals were hounded and purged from the civil service, and Pasich was recalled. In the years of the Milan-Alexander reign, Pasich was closely watched and kept at arm's length from power. In 1898, he was sentenced to 9 months in prison on the pretext that he had insulted Milan in a party publication. Pasich was still in prison in 1899 when the country was shaken by a botched attempt on the King Father's life. Once again, the radicals were suspected of complicity in the plot, though their link with the young Bosnian who fired the shot was, and remains, unclear. King Alexander demanded that Pasich be executed on suspicion of complicity in the assassination attempt, but the radical leader's life was saved, ironically enough in view of later developments, by the urgent representations of the Austro-Hungarian government. In a ruse characteristic of Alexander's reign, Pasich was informed that he would be executed along with a dozen of his radical colleagues unless he signed an admission of moral co-responsibility for the assassination attempt. Unaware that his life had already been saved by Vienna's intervention, Pasich consented. The document was published, and he emerged from prison under popular suspicion that he had incriminated his party in order to save his own skin. He was biologically alive, but, for the moment at least, politically dead. During the troubled final years of Alexander's reign, he withdrew almost entirely from public life. The change of regime inaugurated a golden age in Pasich's political career. He and his party were now the dominant force in Serbian public life. Power suited this man, who struggled so long to obtain it, and he quickly grew into the role of a father of his nation. Pasich was disliked by the Belgrade intellectual elite, but he enjoyed an immense preeminence among the peasantry. He spoke with the heavy, rustic dialect of Zaječar, found funny by people in Belgrade. His diction was halting, full of asides and interjections that lent themselves to anecdote. On being told that the famous satirical writer, Branislav Nušić, had protested against the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1908 by leading a demonstration through town and then riding his horse into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Pasich is said to have responded, you see, I knew he was good at writing books, but that he could ride so well, that I did not know. Pasich was a poor speaker, but an excellent communicator, especially to the peasants who formed the overwhelming majority of the Serbian electorate. In their eyes, Pasich's unsophisticated speech and slow-burning wit, not to mention his luxuriant patriarchal beard, were marks of an almost supernatural prudence, foresight, and wisdom. Among his friends and supporters, he went by the appellation Baja, a word that denotes a man of stature who is not only respected, but also loved by his contemporaries. A death sentence, long years of exile, the paranoia of a life under constant surveillance, all this left a deep imprint upon Pasich's practice and outlook as a politician. He acquired habits of caution, secrecy, and obliqueness. Many years later, a former secretary would recall that he tended not to commit ideas and decisions to paper, or even, indeed, to the spoken word. He was in the habit of regularly burning his papers, both official and private. He developed a tendency to affect passivity in situations of potential conflict, a disinclination to show his hand until the last moment. He was pragmatic to the point where, in the eyes of his opponents, he seemed totally devoid of principle. All this was interwoven with an intense sensitivity to public opinion, a need to feel attuned to the Serb nation in whose cause he had suffered and worked. Pasich was informed of the regicide plot in advance and maintained its secrecy, but refused to be drawn into active involvement. When the details of the planned operation were passed to him on the day before the assault on the palace, his very characteristic reaction was to take his family by train to the Adriatic coast, then under Austrian rule, and wait out the consequences. Pašić understood that his success would depend upon securing his own and the government's independence, while at the same time establishing a stable and durable relationship with the army and the regicide network within it. It was not simply a question of the 100-odd men who had actually taken part in the plot, but of the many younger officers, their numbers were steadily growing, who saw in the conspirators the incarnation of a Serbian national will. The issue was complicated by the fact that Pašić's most formidable political opponents, the independent radicals, a breakaway faction that had split from his own party in 1901, were willing to collaborate with the regicides if it helped them to undermine the Pašić government. Pašić dealt intelligently with this delicate situation. He made personal overtures to individual conspirators with a view to disrupting the formation of an anti-government coalition. Despite protests from Radical Party colleagues, he backed a generous funding package for the army that made up some of the ground lost since the departure of King Father Milan. He publicly acknowledged the legitimacy of the coup of 1903, a matter of great symbolic importance to the conspirators, and opposed efforts to bring the regicides to trial. At the same time, however, he worked steadily towards curtailing their presence in public life. When it became known that the conspirators were planning to hold a celebratory dance on the first anniversary of the killings, Pašić, then foreign minister, intervened to have the festivity postponed to 15th June, the anniversary of the new king's election. During 1905, when the political influence of the regicides was a matter frequently raised in press and parliament, Pašić warned the Skupština of the threat posed to the democratic order by non-responsible actors operating outside the structures of constitutional authority, a line that played well with the radical rank and file, who detested what they saw as the Praetorian spirit of the officer corps. In 1906, he skillfully exploited the issue of the renewal of normal relations with Great Britain in order to secure the pensioning off of a number of senior regicide officers. These deft manoeuvres had an ambivalent effect. The most prominent regicides were removed from exposed positions, and the influence of their network on national politics was diminished in the short term. On the other hand, Pašić could do little to halt its growth within the army and among sympathetic civilians, the so-called zavěřitelé, converts after the act to the cause of the conspiracy, who were prone to even more extreme views than the original accomplices. Most importantly of all, the removal of the most senior regicides from public life left the indefatigable Apis in a position of uncontested dominance within the network. Apis was always a central figure at anniversary celebrations of the regicide, at which officer conspirators met to drink beer and make merry in the Kolorak restaurant in a small park next to the National Theatre in central Belgrade, and he did more than any other conspirator to recruit a corps of ultra-nationalist officers prepared to support the struggle for the union of all Serbs by any available means. Mental maps. Underpinning the idea of the unification of all Serbs was a mental image of Serbia that bore little relation to the political map of the Balkans at the turn of the 20th century. Its most influential political expression was a secret memorandum drawn up by the Serbian Interior Minister Ilija Garašanin for Prince Alexander Karađorđević in 1844. Known after its publication in 1906 as Načrtanje, from the Old Serbian Nacrt, draft, Garašanin's proposal sketched out a program for the national and foreign policy of Serbia. It would be difficult to overstate the influence of this document on generations of Serb politicians and patriots. In time it became the Magna Carta of Serb nationalism. Garašanin opened his memorandum with the observation that Serbia is small but must not remain in this condition. The first commandment of Serbian policy, he argued, must be the principle of national unity, by which he meant the unification of all Serbs within the boundaries of a Serbian state. Where a Serb dwells, that is Serbia. The historical template for this expansive vision of Serbian statehood was the medieval empire of Stepan Dušan, a vast swathe of territory encompassing most of the present-day Serbian Republic, along with the entirety of present-day Albania, most of Macedonia, and all of central and northern Greece, but not Bosnia, interestingly enough. Tsar Dushan's empire had supposedly collapsed after a defeat at the hands of the Turks on Kosovo Field on 28 June 1389. But this setback, Gerashinin argued, had not undermined the Serbian state's legitimacy. It had merely interrupted its historical existence. The restoration of a greater Serbia, unifying all Serbs, was thus no innovation, but the expression of an ancient historical right. They cannot accuse us of seeking something new, unfounded, of constituting a revolution or an upheaval, but rather everyone must acknowledge that it is politically necessary, that it was founded in very ancient times, and has its roots in the former political and national life of the Serbs. Gerashinin's argument thus exhibited that dramatic foreshortening of historical time that can sometimes be observed in the discourses of integral nationalism. It rested, moreover, upon the fiction that Tsar Dushan's sprawling, multi-ethnic, composite, medieval polity could be conflated with the modern idea of a culturally and linguistically homogeneous nation-state. Serb patriots saw no inconsistency here, since they argued that virtually all the inhabitants of these lands were essentially Serbs. Vuk Karadžić, the architect of the modern Serbo-Croat literary language and author of a famous nationalist tract, Srbi svi I svuda, Serbs all and everywhere, published in 1836, spoke of a nation of 5 million Serbs speaking the Serbian language and scattered from Bosnia and Herzegovina to the Banat of Temeshvar, eastern Hungary, now in western Romania, the Bachka, a region extending from northern Serbia into southern Hungary, Croatia, Dalmatia, and the Adriatic coast from Trieste to northern Albania. Of course, there were some in these lands, Karadžić conceded, he was referring in particular to the Croats, who still find it difficult to call themselves Serbs, but it seems likely that they will gradually become used to it. The unification program committed the Serbian polity, as Gerashinin knew, to a long struggle with the two great land empires, the Ottoman and the Austrian, whose dominions encroached on the greater Serbia of the nationalist imagination. In 1844, the Ottoman Empire still controlled most of the Balkan Peninsula. Serbia must constantly strive to break stone after stone out of the facade of the Turkish state and absorb them into itself, so that it can use this good material on the good old foundations of the Serbian Empire to build and establish a great new Serbian state. Austria, too, was destined to be a foe. In Hungary, Croatia, Slavonia, and Istria-Dalmatia there were Serbs, not to mention many Croats who had not yet embraced Serbdom, supposedly awaiting liberation from Habsburg rule and unification under the umbrella of the Belgrade state. Until 1918, when many of its objectives were met, Gerashinin's memorandum remained the key policy blueprint for Serbia's rulers, while its precepts were broadcast to the population at large through a drip-feed of nationalist propaganda, partly coordinated from Belgrade and partly driven by patriot networks within the press. The Greater Serbian vision was not just a question of government policy, however, or even of propaganda. It was woven deeply into the culture and identity of the Serbs. The memory of Dushan's empire resonated within the extraordinarily vivid tradition of Serbian popular epic songs. These were long ballads, often sung to the melancholy accompaniment of the one-stringed gusla, in which singers and listeners relived the great archetypal moments of Serbian history. In villages and markets across the Serbian lands, these songs established a remarkably intimate linkage between poetry, history, and identity. An early observer of this was the German historian Leopold von Ranke, who noted in his History of Serbia, published in 1829, that the history of the nation, developed by its poetry, has, through it, been converted into a national property, and is thus preserved in the memory of the people. What was preserved above all within this tradition was the memory of the Serbian struggle against alien rule. A recurring preoccupation was the defeat of the Serbs at the hands of the Turks at Kosovo Field on 28 June 1389. Embroidered over the centuries, this rather indecisive medieval battle burgeoned into a symbolic set-piece between Serbdom and its infidel foe. Around it twined a chronicle peopled not only by shining heroes who had united the Serbs in their time of trouble, but also by treacherous villains who had withheld their support from the common cause, or had betrayed the Serbs to their enemies. The mythical pantheon included the celebrated assassin, Miloš Obilić, of whom the songs tell that he infiltrated Turkish headquarters on the day of the battle and cut the Sultan's throat, before being captured and beheaded by Ottoman guards. Assassination, martyrdom, victimhood, and the thirst for revenge on behalf of the dead were central themes. An imagined Serbia, projected onto a mythical past, came to brilliant life within this song culture. Observing performances of epic songs among the Bosnian Serbs during the anti-Turkish uprising of 1875, the British archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans marvelled at their capacity to make the Bosnian Serb forget the narrower traditions of his kingdom in these more glorious legends, to merge his experience with that of his brothers in all Serbian lands, and thereby override the cant of geographers and diplomatists. It is true that this culture of oral epic entered an era of gradual decline in the 19th century, as it began to be displaced by popular print. But the British diplomat Sir Charles Eliot heard the epics performed by travelling players at markets in the valley of the river Drina when he made a journey through Serbia in 1897. These rhapsodies, he noted, are sung in a monotonous chant to the accompaniment of a single-stringed guitar, but with such genuine feeling and expression that the whole effect is not unpleasing. In any case, the immensely influential printed collections of Serbian epic poetry compiled and published by Vuk Karadžić ensured that they remained in circulation among the growing literary elite. Moreover, the epic corpus continued to grow. The Mountain Wreath, a classic of the genre, published in 1847 by the Prince Bishop of Montenegro, Petar II Petrović Njegoš, glorified the mythical tyrant-slayer and national martyr Miloš Obilić, and called for the renewal of the struggle against alien rule. The Mountain Wreath entered the Serb national canon and has stayed there ever since. The commitment to the redemption of lost Serbian lands, coupled with the predicament of an exposed location between two land empires, endowed the foreign policy of the Serbian state with a number of distinctive features. The first of these was an indeterminacy of geographical focus. The commitment in principle to a greater Serbia was one thing, but where exactly should the process of redemption begin? In the Vojvodina, within the Kingdom of Hungary? In Ottoman Kosovo, known as Old Serbia? In Bosnia, which had never been part of Dušan's empire but contained a substantial population of Serbs? Or in Macedonia to the south, still under Ottoman rule? The mismatch between the visionary objective of unification and the meagre financial and military resources available to the Serbian state meant that Belgrade policymakers had no choice but to respond opportunistically to rapidly changing conditions on the Balkan Peninsula. As a result, the orientation of Serbian foreign policy between 1844 and 1914 swung like a compass needle from one point on the state's periphery to another. The logic of these oscillations was as often as not reactive. In 1848, when Serbs in the Vojvodina rose up against the Magyarizing policies of the Hungarian revolutionary government, Gerashinin assisted them with supplies and volunteer forces from the Principality of Serbia. In 1875, all eyes were on Herzegovina, where the Serbs had risen in revolt against the Ottomans. Among those who rushed to the scene of that struggle were Pasić and the military commander and future king, Petar Karađorđević, who fought there under an alias. After 1903, following an abortive local uprising against the Turks, there was intensified interest in liberating the Serbs of Ottoman Macedonia. In 1908, when the Austrians formally annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina, having held them under military occupation since 1878, the annexed areas shot to the top of the agenda. In 1912 and 1913, however, Macedonia was once again the first priority. Serbian foreign policy had to struggle with the discrepancy between the visionary nationalism that suffused the country's political culture and the complex ethno-political realities of the Balkans. Kosovo was at the center of the Serbian mythscape, but it was not, in ethnic terms, an unequivocally Serbian territory. Muslim Albanian speakers had been in the majority there since at least the 18th century. Many of the Serbs Vuk Karadžić counted in Dalmatia and Istria were in fact Croats, who had no wish to join a greater Serbian state. Bosnia, which had historically never been part of Serbia, contained many Serbs. They constituted 43% of the population of Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1878, when the two provinces were occupied by Austria-Hungary, but it also contained Catholic Croats, about 20%, and Bosnian Muslims, about 33%. The survival of a substantial Muslim minority was one of the distinctive features of Bosnia. In Serbia itself, the Muslim communities had, for the most part, been harassed into emigration, deported, or killed during the long struggle for independence. Even more complicated was the case of Macedonia. Superimposed onto a present-day political map of the Balkans, the geographical region known as Macedonia encompasses, in addition to the former Yugoslav Republic of the same name, border areas along the southern Serbian and eastern Albanian periphery, a large chunk of southwestern Bulgaria, and a huge swathe of northern Greece. The precise historical boundaries of Macedonia remain controversial today. Witness the still smouldering conflict between Athens and Skopje over the use of the name Macedonia for the Skopje Republic, as does the question of whether and to what extent this region possessed a distinctive cultural, linguistic, or national identity. To this day, the existence of a Macedonian language is acknowledged by linguists everywhere in the world, except Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece. In 1897, when Sir Charles Eliot travelled through Serbia, he was surprised to find that his Serbian companions would not allow that there were any Bulgarians in Macedonia, but rather insisted that the Slavonic inhabitants of that country were all Serbs. 16 years later, when the Carnegie Foundation dispatched a commission to the area to investigate atrocities committed in the course of the Second Balkan War, they found it impossible to establish a local consensus on the ethnicity of the people living in Macedonia. So polarized was the atmosphere in which these issues were discussed, even at the universities. The report the Commission published in that year included not one, but two ethnic maps of the region, reflecting the view from Belgrade and the view from Sofia, respectively. In one, Western and Northern Macedonia pullulated with unliberated Serbs awaiting unification with their motherland. In the other, the region appeared as the heartland of the Bulgarian zone of settlement. During the last decades of the 19th century, the Serbs, the Greeks, and the Bulgarians all ran highly active propaganda agencies inside Macedonia, whose purpose was to proselytize the local Slavs to their respective national causes. The mismatch between national visions and ethnic realities made it highly likely that the realization of Serbian objectives would be a violent process, not only at the regional level, where the interests of greater and lesser powers were engaged, but also in the towns and villages of the contested areas. Some statesmen met this challenge by trying to package Serbian national objectives within a more generous Serbo-Croat political vision encompassing the idea of multi-ethnic collaboration. Among them was Nikola Pasic, who wrote at length in the 1890s about the need for Serbs and Croats to unite in a world where small nations were bound to go under. Underlying this rhetoric, however, were the assumptions, first, that Serbs and Croats were in essence the same people, and second, that the Serbs would have to lead this process because they were a more authentically Slavic people than the Catholic Croats, who had so long been exposed to the influence of foreign culture. Serbia could ill afford to pursue these objectives before the eyes of the world. A degree of clandestinity was thus pre-programmed into the pursuit of liberty for Serbs who were still the subjects of neighbouring states or empires. Garashinin articulated this imperative in 1848, during the uprising in the Vojvodina. The Vojvodina Serbs, he wrote, expect from all Serbdom a helping hand, so they can triumph over their traditional enemy. But, because of political factors, we cannot aid them publicly. It only remains for us to aid them in secret. This preference for covert operations can also be observed in Macedonia. Following an abortive Macedonian insurrection against the Turks in August 1903, the new Karađorđević regime began to operate an active policy in the region. Committees were established to promote Serb guerrilla activity in Macedonia, and there were meetings in Belgrade to recruit and supply bands of fighters. Confronted by the Ottoman minister in Belgrade, the Serbian foreign minister, Kraljević, denied any involvement by the government and protested that the meetings were in any case not illegal, since they had been convened not for the raising of bands, but merely for collecting funds and expressing sympathy for co-religionists beyond the border. The regicides were deeply involved in this cross-border activity. The conspirator officers and their fellow travellers within the army convened an informal national committee in Belgrade, coordinated the campaign, and commanded many of the volunteer units. These were not, strictly speaking, units of the Serbian army proper, but the fact that volunteer officers were immediately granted leave by the army suggested a generous measure of official backing. Militia activity steadily expanded in scope, and there were numerous violent skirmishes between Serb chetniks, guerrillas, and bands of Bulgarian volunteers. In February 1907, the British government requested that Belgrade put a stop to this activity, which appeared likely to trigger a war between Serbia and Bulgaria. Once again, Belgrade disclaimed responsibility, denying that it was funding Chetnik activity and declaring that it could not prevent its people from defending themselves against foreign bands. But the plausibility of this posture was undermined by the government's continuing support for the struggle. In November 1906, the Skupština had already voted 300,000 dinars for aid to Serbs suffering in Old Serbia and Macedonia, and this was followed by a secret credit for extraordinary expenses and the defence of national interests. Irredentism of this kind was fraught with risk. It was easy to send guerrilla chiefs into the field, but difficult to control them once they were there. By the winter of 1907, it was clear that a number of the Chetnik bands were operating in Macedonia independently of any supervision. Only with some difficulty did an emissary from Belgrade succeed in reimposing control. The Macedonian imbroglio thus delivered an equivocal lesson, with fateful implications for the events of 1914. On the one hand, the devolution of command functions to activist cells, dominated by members of the conspirator network, carried the danger that control over Serb national policy might pass from the political centre to irresponsible elements on the periphery. On the other hand, the diplomacy of 1906-7 demonstrated that the fuzzy, informal relationship between the Serbian government and the networks entrusted with delivering irredentist policy could be exploited to deflect political responsibility from Belgrade and maximize the government's room for maneuver. The Belgrade political elite became accustomed to a kind of doublethink founded on the intermittent pretense that the foreign policy of official Serbia and the work of national liberation beyond the frontiers of the state were separate phenomena. Separation. Agreement and harmony with Austria are a political impossibility for Serbia, wrote Garashin in 1844. Until 1903, the potential for open conflict between Belgrade and Vienna was limited. The two countries shared a long frontier that was, from Belgrade's perspective, more or less indefensible. The Serbian capital, handsomely situated on the confluence of the rivers Danube and Sava, was only a short drive from the border with Austria-Hungary. Serbian exports went mainly to the empire, and a large proportion of its imports were sourced there. The imperatives of geography were reinforced by Russia's policy in the region. At the Congress of Berlin in 1878, Russia had helped to carve a large Bulgarian entity out of Ottoman Europe, in the expectation that Bulgaria would remain a Russian client. Since it was foreseeable that Bulgaria and Serbia would one day be rivals for territory in Macedonia, Prince, later King, Milan sought to balance this threat by seeking a closer relationship with Vienna. Russia's support for Sofia thus pushed Serbia into the arms of Vienna. As long as Russia continued to play its Balkan policy with Bulgarian cards, relations between Vienna and Belgrade were likely to remain harmonious. In June 1881, Austria-Hungary and Serbia agreed a commercial treaty. 3 weeks later, it was supplemented by a secret convention, negotiated and signed by Prince Milan himself, which stipulated that Austria-Hungary would not only assist Serbia in its efforts to secure elevation to the status of a kingdom, but would also support Serbian claims to territorial annexations in Macedonia. Serbia, for its part, agreed not to undermine the monarchy's position in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Article 2 stated that Serbia would not permit any political, religious, or other intrigue to be directed from her territory against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, including Bosnia, Herzegovina, and the Sanjak of Novi Pazar. Milan reinforced these agreements with a personal engagement in writing not to enter into any kind of treaty with a third state without first consulting Vienna. These agreements were, to be sure, a fragile foundation for good Austro-Serbian relations. They had no anchorage in the sentimental life of the Serbian public, which was deeply anti-Austrian. They symbolized a relationship of economic dependency, which was increasingly unacceptable to Serbian nationalist opinion, and they depended on the cooperation of an erratic and increasingly unpopular Serbian monarch. But as long as Milan Obrenović remained on the throne, they at least ensured that Serbia would not side with Russia against Austria, and that the sharp end of Belgrade's foreign policy would stay pointed in the direction of Macedonia and the coming contest with Bulgaria, rather than at Bosnia and Herzegovina. A new trade treaty was signed in 1892, and the secret convention was renewed for 10 years in 1889. It was allowed to expire thereafter, though it continued to be the operative platform for Serbian policy vis-à-vis Vienna. The change of dynasty in 1903 signalled a major realignment. Austria was quick to recognize the Karađorđević coup, partly because Petar had assured the Austrians beforehand that it was his intention to keep Serbia on an Austrophile course. But it was soon evident that Serbia's new leaders planned to push towards greater economic and political independence. During 1905-06, a crisis unfolded in which trade policy, armaments orders, high finance, and geopolitics were closely intertwined. Vienna pursued a threefold objective: to secure a commercial treaty with Serbia, to ensure that Serbian armaments orders would continue to be placed with Austrian firms, and to contract a major loan to Belgrade. The failure to achieve agreement on any of these questions produced a drastic cooling of relations between the two neighbours, and the outcome was an unmitigated disaster for Vienna. The Serbian armaments orders went to the French firm Schneider Kreuzer, instead of to the Austrian rival Škoda of Bohemia. The Austrians reacted by closing the border to Serbian pork, triggering a customs conflict that came to be known as the Pig War, 1906-09. But this was a counterproductive measure, since Serbia quickly found other export markets, especially in Germany, France, and Belgium, and at last began to build slaughterhouses on a substantial scale, thus emancipating itself from its long-standing dependence on Austro-Hungarian processing facilities. Finally, Belgrade secured a major loan, again not from Vienna, but from Paris, offered in return for the placement of armaments orders with French firms. It is worth pausing for a moment to consider the larger significance of this French loan. Like all the emergent Balkan states, Serbia was an inveterate borrower, totally dependent on international credit, most of which was used to finance military expansion and infrastructural projects. Throughout the reign of King Milan, the Austrians remained willing lenders to Belgrade. But since these loans outran the debtor state's financial resources, they had to be hypothecated against various pledges. For each loan, some definite revenue was pledged, or some railway property mortgaged. It was agreed that pledged revenues from railways, stamp and liquor taxes should be paid into a special treasury controlled jointly by the representatives of the Serbian government and the bondholders. This arrangement kept the Serbian state afloat during the 1880s and 90s, but did nothing to restrain the financial profligacy of the Belgrade government, which had managed to accumulate an indebtedness of over 350 million francs by 1895. With bankruptcy looming, Belgrade negotiated a new loan through which almost all of the old debts were consolidated at a lower rate of interest. The pledged revenues were placed under a separate administration run partly by the representatives of the creditors. In other words, fragile debtors like Serbia, the same applied to the other Balkan states and to the Ottoman Empire, could secure loans on reasonable terms only if they agreed to concessions of fiscal control that amounted to the partial hypothecation of sovereign state functions. For this reason, among others, international loans were a political issue of the highest importance, inextricably wound up with diplomacy and power politics. French international lending in particular was highly politicized. Paris vetoed loans to governments whose policies were deemed unfriendly to French interests. It facilitated loans in return for economic or political concessions. On occasion, it reluctantly conceded a loan to unreliable but strategically important clients in order to prevent them from seeking relief elsewhere. It pursued potential clients aggressively. In Serbia's case, the government were given to understand in the summer of 1905 that if they did not give France first refusal on the loan, the Paris money markets would be closed altogether to Serbia. Acknowledging this nexus between strategy and finance, the French Foreign Ministry merged its commercial and political divisions in 1907. Seen against this background, the Serbian loan of 1906 was an important turning point. French financial relations with Belgrade became, in the words of an early American analyst of pre-war high finance, more intimate and dominant. The French came to own more than 3/4 of all Serbian debt. These were vast commitments for the Serbian state. Repayment schedules extended forwards to 1967. In fact, Belgrade defaulted on the greater part of its obligations after 1918. The lion's share of this money went into military purchases, especially fast-firing artillery, most of which were transacted in France, much to the annoyance not just of Austrian, but also of British diplomats and armament suppliers. The loan of 1906 also enabled Serbia to resist Vienna's commercial pressure and to wage a protracted tariff war. The undoubtedly successful issue of Mr. Pasic's resistance to Austrian demands, the British envoy in Belgrade reported in 1906, marks a distinct step in the economic and political emancipation of Serbia. These successes in the field of high finance should not distract us from the parlous condition of the Serbian economy as a whole. This had much less to do with Austrian tariff policy than with a process of economic decline that was deeply rooted in the country's history and agrarian structure. The emergence and subsequent expansion of Serbia were accompanied by a process of drastic deurbanization, as the mainly Muslim towns were depopulated through decades of harassment and deportations. What replaced the relatively urbanized and cosmopolitan imperial structures of the Ottoman periphery was a society and an economy entirely dominated by small-holding Christian peasants, a consequence, in part, of the absence of a homegrown Serbian aristocracy, and in part of the ruling dynasty's efforts to prevent the emergence of such a ruling class by blocking the consolidation of latifundial estates. While the cities shrank, the population grew at an awesome rate. Hundreds of thousands of hectares of marginal land were opened up for exploitation by young families, loosening social constraints on marriage and fertility. But this rampant growth in the production of people did nothing to reverse the cycle of underperformance and decline that gripped the Serbian economy between the middle of the 19th century and the outbreak of the First World War in 1914. Per capita output in farming fell by 27.5% between the early 1870s and 1910-12, partly because the expansion of arable land led to large-scale deforestation and thus to a decline in the pasture lands needed to sustain large-scale pig husbandry, traditionally the most profitable and efficient arm of Serbian agricultural production. By the 1880s, the beautiful forested wilderness of the Šumadija, perfect pastureland for swine, had all but disappeared. This record might have mattered less if there had been marked growth in the commercial and industrial sectors, but here too the picture was bleak, even by Balkan standards. The rural population had poor access to markets, and there was not much in the way of starter industries, such as the textiles mills that helped to drive industrial growth in neighboring Bulgaria. Under these conditions, Serbian economic development depended upon inward investment. The first effort to pack and export plum jam on an industrial basis was launched by employees of a Budapest fruit processing company, The silk and wine booms of the late 19th century were likewise triggered by foreign entrepreneurs. But inward investment remained sluggish, in part because foreign firms were put off by the xenophobia, corrupt officials, and underdeveloped business ethics they encountered when they attempted to set up operations in Serbia. Even in areas where it was government policy to encourage investment, the harassment of foreign businesses by local authorities remained a serious problem. Investment in Serbia's human capital was just as unimpressive. In 1900, there were still only 4 teaching colleges for all Serbia. Half of all elementary school teachers had no pedagogical training. Most school classes were not held in buildings designed for the purpose, and only around 1/3 of children actually attended school. All these shortcomings reflected the cultural preferences of a rural population that cared little for education and saw schools as alien institutions imposed by the government. In 1905, pressed to ratify a new revenue source, the peasant-dominated assembly of the Skupština chose to tax school books rather than home distillation. The result was a strikingly low rate of literacy, ranging from 27% in the northern districts of the kingdom to only 12% in the southeast. This grim landscape of growth without development bears on our story in a number of ways. It meant that Serbian society remained unusually homogeneous, both in socio-economic and cultural terms. The bond between urban life and the folkways of peasant oral culture, with its powerful mythical narratives, was never severed. Even Belgrade, where the literacy rate in 1900 was only 21%, remained a city of rural immigrants, a world of peasant urbanites, deeply influenced by the culture and kinship structures of traditional rural society. In this environment, the development of modern consciousness was experienced not as an evolution from a previous way of understanding the world, but rather as a dissonant overlaying of modern attitudes onto a way of being that was still enchanted by traditional beliefs and values. This highly distinctive economic and cultural conjuncture helps to explain several salient features of pre-war Serbia. In an economy so lacking in opportunities for ambitious and talented young men, the army remained the biggest show in town, and this in turn helps to account for the fragility of the civilian authorities in the face of challenges from the military command structure, a crucial factor in the crisis that engulfed Serbia in the summer of 1914. However, it was also true that the partisan warfare of irregular militias and guerrilla bands, which was such a central theme in the story of Serbia's emergence as an independent nation, owed its durability to the persistence of a peasant culture that remained wary of the regular army. For a government confronted with an increasingly arrogant military culture and lacking the organic connection with a large and prosperous educated class that underpinned other 19th century parliamentary systems, nationalism represented the single most potent political instrument and cultural force. The almost universal enthusiasm for the annexation of yet unredeemed Serb lands drew not only on the mythical passions embedded in popular culture, but also on the land hunger of a peasantry whose plots were growing smaller and less productive. Under these conditions, the argument, however dubious, that Serbia's economic woes were the fault of Vienna's punitive tariffs and the stranglehold of Austrian and Hungarian capital could not fail to meet with the most enthusiastic approbation. These constraints also fed Belgrade's obsession with securing an outlet to the sea that would supposedly enable it to break out of backwardness. The relative weakness of commercial and industrial development ensured that Serbia's rulers remained dependent upon international finance for the military expenditures they required in order to pursue an active foreign policy. And this in turn helps to explain the deepening integration of Serbia into France's web of alliances after 1905, which was rooted in both financial and geopolitical imperatives. Escalation. After 1903, the attention of Serbian nationalists was focused mainly on the three-way struggle between Serbs, Bulgarians, and Turks unfolding in Macedonia. All this changed in 1908 with the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina by Austria-Hungary. Since these two formerly Ottoman provinces had been under Austrian occupation for 30 years, and there had never been any question of an alteration of this arrangement, it might seem that the nominal change from occupation to outright annexation ought to have been a matter of indifference. The Serbian public took a different view. The announcement created an unparalleled outburst of resentment and national enthusiasm, both in Belgrade and in the provinces. There were many meetings at which speakers clamoured for war against Austria. More than 20,000 people attended an anti-Austrian rally at the National Theatre in Belgrade, where Ljuba Davidovic, leader of the independent radicals, gave a speech declaring that Serbians must fight the annexation to the death. "We will struggle until we are victorious, but if we are defeated, we will be defeated knowing that we gave our greatest effort, and that we have the respect not only of all Serbs, but also of the whole Slavic race." A few days later, the impetuous Crown Prince George delivered a speech before an audience of about 10,000 in the capital city, in which he proposed to lead the Serbian people in an armed crusade to retrieve the annexed provinces. "I am extremely proud to be a soldier, and I would be proud to be the one who leads you, the Serbian people, in this desperate struggle for life and death, for our nation and our honour." Even Nikola Pasic, leader of the Serbian Radical Party, who was at this time not a serving minister and thus freer to speak his mind, argued that if the annexation could not be reversed, Serbia must prepare for a war of liberation. The Russian liberal Pavel Milyukov, who visited Serbia in 1908, was shocked by the intensity of the public emotion. The anticipation of war with Austria, he recalled, became a readiness to fight, and victory seemed both easy and certain. These views were universal and so unquestioned that to get into an argument over them would have been totally useless. The mental maps that informed elite and popular understandings of Serbia's policy and purpose were once again in evidence. The only way to understand the intensity of the feeling aroused in Serbia by the annexation, the British minister in Belgrade explained in a report of 27th April 1909, was to recall that every patriotic Serbian who takes any interest or active part in politics thinks of the Serbian nation not as merely including the subjects of King Peter, but as consisting of all those who are akin to them in race and language. He looks forward, consequently, to the eventual creation of Greater Serbia, which shall bring into one fold all the different sections of the nation, at present divided under Austrian, Hungarian, and Turkish dominion. From his point of view, Bosnia is both geographically and ethnographically the heart of Great Serbia. In an almost contemporary tract on the crisis, the celebrated ethnographer Jovan Cvijic, Nikola Pasic's most influential adviser on the nationality question, observed that it was plain that Bosnia and Herzegovina, by their central position in the ethnographical mass of the Serbo-Croat race, hold the key to the Serb problem. Without them, there can be no great Serb state. From the perspective of pan-Serb publicists, Bosnia-Herzegovina belonged to the Serb lands under foreign domination. Its population was entirely Serbian in race and language, consisting of Serbs, Serbo-Croats, and Serb Mohammedans, except, of course, for the minority of temporary inhabitants and exploiters installed by the Austrians over the previous 30 years. Powered by this wave of outrage, a new mass organization sprang up to pursue nationalist objectives. Known as the Serbian National Defense, Srpska Narodna Odbrana, it recruited thousands of members dispersed across more than 220 committees in towns and villages of Serbia, and a network of auxiliaries within Bosnia and Herzegovina. The irredentist campaign that had been gaining momentum in Macedonia was now directed at the annexed provinces. Narodna Odbrana organized guerrilla bands, recruited volunteers, established espionage networks within Bosnia, and lobbied the government for a more aggressive national policy. Veterans from the fighting in Macedonia, such as Major Voja Tankosic, a close associate of Apis, were deployed to the Bosnian frontier, where they trained thousands of new recruits for the coming struggle there. It looked for a time as if Serbia was on the point of launching a suicidal assault on its neighbour. The leaders in Belgrade at first encouraged the agitation, but they were also quick to see that Serbia stood no chance of reversing the annexation. The key to this sobering of the mood was Russia, which did little to encourage Serbian resistance. This was hardly surprising, since it was the Russian foreign minister, Alexander Izvolsky, who had proposed the annexation, in principle at least, to his Austrian counterpart, Alois Ehrenthal. Izvolsky had even warned the Serbian foreign minister Milovan Milovanovic in advance of the impending annexation. At a meeting at Marienbad, where Izvolsky was taking the waters, the Russian foreign minister had informed his Serbian counterpart that although St. Petersburg considered the Balkan states to be children of Russia, neither Russia herself nor any of the other great powers would do anything to contest the annexation. Izvolsky omitted to mention to his Serbian interlocutor the fact that he himself had proposed the annexation of the provinces to the Austrians as part of a deal to secure better access for Russian warships to the Turkish Straits. The Serbian minister in St. Petersburg was later warned that Belgrade should under no circumstances mobilize against Austria, because no one would be able to help us. The whole world wants peace. Foreign Minister Milovanovic, a moderate politician who had been critical of Pasic's handling of the Austro-Serbian crisis of 1905-6, and was shocked to find him advocating war in 1908, was placed in an extremely delicate position. Having conferred directly with Izvolsky, he could see that there was no mileage in the idea of rallying the European powers against the annexation. But he also had to rein in the nationalist hysteria in Serbia, while at the same time unifying the Skupština and the political elite behind a moderate national policy, two objectives that were virtually irreconcilable, since the Serbian public would construe any hint of a concession to Vienna's standpoint as a betrayal of the national interest. His difficulties were compounded by the hostility between the radicals and their former party comrades, the independent radicals, who expounded an uncompromising brand of pan-Serb nationalism. Factional rivalries within the radical leadership, such as that between the Pasic group and the court radicals around Milovanovic, deepened the confusion and uncertainty. Behind the scenes, Milovanovic worked hard to pursue a moderate policy focused on securing limited territorial compensation for Serbia, and endured without complaint the vilification of the pan-Serb press. In public, however, he adopted an intransigent rhetoric bound to rouse enthusiasm at home and provoke outrage in the Austrian newspapers. The Serbian National Programme, he announced to rapturous applause in a speech before the Skupština in October 1908, demands that Bosnia and Herzegovina be emancipated. By interfering with the realization of this plan, he declared, Austria-Hungary had made it inevitable that one day in the near or distant future, Serbia and all of Serbdom will fight it in a struggle for life or death. Milovanovic's predicament illuminates the stresses to which Serbian policymakers were exposed in this era. This intelligent and cautious man understood very clearly the limitations imposed by Serbia's location and condition. In the winter of 1908-9, all the powers urged Belgrade to step down and accept the inevitable. But he also knew that no responsible minister could afford openly to disavow the national program of Serbian unification. And in any case, Milovanovic was himself a fervent and sincere proponent of that program. Serbia, he had once said, could never afford to abandon the cause of Serbdom. From a Serbian standpoint, there is no difference between Serbian state interests and the interests of other Serbs. Here again were the projections of the Serbian mental map, on which political and ethnic imperatives were merged. The crucial point was this. Moderates like Milovanovic and even Pasic, who eventually climbed down from his calls for war, differed fundamentally from the extreme nationalists only on the matter of how to manage the predicaments facing the state. They could not afford, and did not wish, to disavow the nationalist program as such. Domestically, then, the extremists were always at a rhetorical advantage, since it was they who set the terms of the debate. In such an environment, moderates would find it difficult to make themselves heard, unless they adopted the language of the extremists. And this in turn made it difficult for external observers to discern any variation in the positions adopted across the political elite, which could deceptively appear to form a solid front of unanimity. The dangerous dynamics of this political culture would haunt Belgrade in June and July 1914. In the event, Austria-Hungary of course prevailed, and Belgrade was forced formally to renounce its claims on 31st March 1909. With great difficulty, the government managed to calm the agitation. Belgrade promised Vienna that it would disarm and break up its volunteers and bands. Srpska Narodna Odbrana was divested of its insurrectionary and war-waging functions and transformed, outwardly at least, into a peaceful pan-Serbian propaganda and information agency, operating in close association with a range of other nationalist associations, such as the Soko gymnastic societies, and groups like Prosveta and Prirednik, whose task was to reinforce Serbian cultural identity through literature, public education, and youth work. Serbia may have failed to reverse the annexation or secure the territorial concessions that Milovanovic had demanded as compensation, but there were two important changes. First, the crisis inaugurated a period of closer collaboration between Belgrade and the two friendly great powers. The link to St. Petersburg was strengthened by the arrival of the new Russian minister, Baron Nikolai Hartwig, a vehement pan-Slav and Serbophile, who would play a central role in Belgrade political life until his sudden death just before the outbreak of war in 1914. The financial and political ties to France were also reinforced, manifested in a huge loan from Paris for the purpose of expanding the Serbian army and improving its striking power. Secondly, the rage and disappointment of 1908-9 had a radicalizing effect on the nationalist groups. Though they were temporarily demoralized by the government's capitulation on the annexation question, they did not renounce their ambitions. A gulf opened up between the government and the nationalist milieu. Bogdan Radenkovic, a civilian national activist in Macedonia, where the struggle against the Bulgarians continued, met with officer veterans of the Macedonian Front, some of them conspirators of 1903, to discuss the creation of a new secret entity. The result was the formation on 3rd March 1911 in a Belgrade apartment of Ujedinjenje ili Smrt, Union or Death, popularly known as the Black Hand. Arpis, now professor of tactics at the military academy, was among the 7 men, 5 officer regicides and 2 civilians, present at that founding meeting. He brought with him the network of younger regicides and fellow travellers, over which he now exercised unchallenged leadership. The constitution of Ujedinjenje ili Smrt opened with the unsurprising declaration that the aim of the new association was the unification of Serbdom. Further articles stated that the members must strive to influence the government to adopt the idea that Serbia was the Piedmont of the Serbs, and indeed of all the South Slav peoples. The journal founded to expound the ideals of Ujedinjenje ili Smrt duly bore the title Piedmont. The new movement assumed an encompassing and hegemonic concept of Serbdom. Black Hand propaganda did not acknowledge the separate identity of Bosnian Muslims and flatly denied the existence of Croats. In order to prepare Serbdom for what would surely be a violent struggle for unity, the society would undertake revolutionary work in all territories inhabited by Serbs. Outside the borders of the Serbian state, the society would also combat by all means available the enemies of the Serbian idea. In their work for the national cause, these men increasingly saw themselves as enemies of the democratic parliamentary system in Serbia, and especially of the Radical Party, whose leaders they denounced as traitors to the nation. Within Ujedinjenje ili Smrt, the old hatred of the Serbian military for the Radical Party lived on. There were also affinities with proto-fascist ideology. The objective was not merely a change in the sovereign personnel of the state. That had been achieved in 1903 without any appreciable benefits to the Serbian nation, but rather a thoroughgoing renovation of Serbian politics and society, a regeneration of our degenerate race. The movement thrived on a cult of secrecy. Members were inducted by means of a ceremony devised by Jovanovic Chupa, a member of the founding council and a Freemason. New recruits swore an oath before a hooded figure in a darkened room, pledging absolute obedience to the organization on pain of death. I, name, in joining the organization Union or Death, swear by the sun that warms me, by the earth that nourishes me, before God, by the blood of my ancestors, on my honour and on my life, that I will, from this moment until my death, be faithful to the laws of this organization, and that I will always be ready to make any sacrifice for it. I swear before God, on my honour and on my life, that I will execute all missions and commands without question. I swear before God, on my honour and my life, that I will take all the secrets of this organization into my grave with me. May God and my comrades in the organization be my judges if, knowingly or not, I should ever violate this oath. Little was kept in the way of records. There was no central register of members, but a loose network of cells, none of which possessed an overview of the organization's extent or activities. As a result, uncertainty remains about the size of the organization. By the end of 1911, the number of members had risen to around 2,000 to 2,500. It grew dramatically during the Balkan Wars, but a retrospective estimate deriving from a defector-turned-informant of 100,000 to 150,000 is certainly inflated. Whatever the precise numbers, the Black Hand spread quickly into the structures of official Serbia, reaching out from their base within the military to infiltrate the cadres of Serbian border guards and customs officers, especially along the Serbian-Bosnian frontier. There were also numerous recruits among the espionage agents still working in Bosnia for the Narodna Odbrana, despite the ostensible shutdown of 1909. Among their activities was the maintenance of a terrorist training camp, at which recruits were instructed in marksmanship, bomb-throwing, bridge-blowing, and espionage. Here was a setup made to measure for the seasoned conspirator Apis. The cult of secrecy suited his temperament. So did the organization's official insignia, a circular logo bearing a skull, crossbones, a knife, a phial of poison, and a bomb. Asked later why he and his colleagues had adopted these symbols, Apis replied that, for him, those emblems did not have such a frightening or negative look. After all, it was the task of all nationally minded Serbs to save Serbdom with bombs, knives, and rifles. In my work in Macedonia, he recalled, poison was used, and all guerrillas carried it both as a means of attack and to save someone if he fell into enemy hands. That is why such emblems entered the organization's seal, and it was a sign that these people were prepared to die. There was a paradoxically public quality to the clandestinity of the Black Hand. Loose talk soon ensured that the government and the press were aware of the movement's existence, and there is even some evidence that Prince Alexander, successor to the throne after the abdication of his older brother George, was informed in advance of the new foundation and was supportive of its activities. The prince was one of a small circle of sponsors who helped to finance the foundation of Piedmont. Recruitment processes were informal and often semi-public. Recruiters had merely to mention the patriotic work of the organization, and many officers joined without further ado. There were dinners and banquets in the Belgrade cafes, where Apis would preside over a long table thronged with nationalist students. When the commandant of Belgrade, Miloš Bozanović, asked his subordinate, Major Kostic, for information about the Black Hand, Kostic was incredulous. "Don't you know? It is public knowledge. They are talking about it in the cafes and public houses." Perhaps all this was inevitable in a city like Belgrade, where everyone knew everyone, and where social life took place in coffee houses rather than in private homes. But the spectacular secrecy of the Black Hand presumably also filled an emotional need. For what was the point of belonging to a secret organization if nobody knew that you did? To be seen wining and dining with other conspirators at the regular table conferred a sense of importance. It also created a thrilling sense of collusion among those who were formally outside the network, but in the know, and this was important for a movement that claimed to represent the silent majority of the Serbian nation. But if its existence was a matter of general knowledge, there was plenty of room for uncertainty about its aims. Like many radical party leaders, Pasic viewed the Black Hand as a movement primarily dedicated to the overthrow of the Serbian state from within. He appears to have seen its ultra-nationalism as mere camouflage for domestic subversion. This misreading made its way into many of the diplomatic reports. The usually well-informed Austrian minister in Belgrade reported in November 1911, for example, that the Black Hands claimed to be a patriotic group operating outside Serbia in order to unite all Serbs was really only a cover. Its real purpose is to intervene in internal affairs. This misapprehension would continue to befuddle the Austrian authorities during the crisis of July 1914. Within Bosnia and Herzegovina, the networks of Ujedinjenje ili smrt and Narodna odbrana became interwoven with local groups of pan-Serb activists, of which the most important was Mlada Bosna, Young Bosnia. Mlada Bosna was not a unified organization, but rather an aggregation of groups and cells of revolutionary youth operating across the province from around 1904. Its focus was less narrowly Serbian than that of the Black Hand or of Narodna odbrana. Since they were operating under the eyes of the Austrian police, the young Bosnians adopted a decentered, flexible structure based on small circles, kruzki, linked only by designated intermediaries. Young Bosnia's great hour arrived in 1910, when one of their number launched a suicide attack on the Austrian governor of Bosnia. On 3rd June 1910, on the occasion of the opening of the Bosnian parliament, Bogdan Đerić, a Serbian student from Herzegovina, fired 5 shots at Governor Marijan Varešinin. When all his bullets went wide, Đerić emptied the 6th and last round into his own head. He was buried anonymously in a section of Sarajevo cemetery reserved for criminals and suicides, but his grave soon became a shrine for the Serb underground movement, and his deed was celebrated by the nationalist press in Belgrade. No one did more to exalt Đerić's reputation than his fellow young Bosnian Vladimir Gacinović. Gacinović had left Bosnia to attend high school in Belgrade, staying on to complete 1 term at the university there, before winning a government scholarship to the University of Vienna. In 1911, he had joined both Ujedinjenje ili smrt and Narodna odbrana. After his return to Sarajevo, he established a network of activist cells in the city. But Gacinović was best known for a tract he wrote celebrating the life and death of Đerić. The Death of a Hero described the suicide shooter as a man of action, of strength, of life and virtue, a type such as opens an epoch, and closed with an incendiary challenge. Young Serbs, will you produce such men? Gacinović's pamphlet circulated widely as contraband in Bosnia and became one of the key cult texts of the pan-Serbian terrorist milieu, blending as it did the themes of assassination and sacrifice in a manner reminiscent of the Kosovo epics. Đerić's attack marked the beginning of the systematic use of political terrorism against the political elite of the Habsburg Empire. There were 7 further similar incidents, and more than a dozen other abortive plots were detected in the South Slav provinces of the empire during the 3 years between Đerić's death and the fatal shots of 28 June 1914 in Sarajevo. 3 Turkish Wars. At the end of September 1911, only 6 months after the foundation of Ujedinjenje ili smrt, Italy launched an invasion of Libya. This unprovoked attack on one of the integral provinces of the Ottoman Empire triggered a cascade of opportunist attacks on Ottoman-controlled territory in the Balkans. A loose coalition of Balkan states, Serbia, Montenegro, Bulgaria and Greece, mounted parallel assaults on Ottoman territory, thereby starting the First Balkan War, October 1912 to May 1913. The result was a momentous victory for the Balkan allies over the Ottoman forces, who were driven out of Albania, Macedonia and Thrace. In the Second Balkan War, June to July 1913, the belligerents fought over the spoils of the first. Serbia, Greece, Montenegro and Romania fought Bulgaria for territories in Macedonia, Thrace and the Dobruja. The impact of these 2 wars is discussed in more detail in Chapter 5. For the moment, it suffices to note that their most conspicuous beneficiary was Serbia, which acquired central Vardar, including Ohrid, Bitola, Kosovo, Štip and Kočani, plus the eastern half of the Sanjak of Novi Pazar. The western half fell to Montenegro. The kingdom's territorial extent increased from 18,650 to 33,891 square miles, and its population grew by more than 1.5 million. The acquisition of Kosovo, the mythscape of Serbian national poetry, was a cause for great rejoicing, and since the kingdom now shared a border with Montenegro to the west, there was the prospect that Serbia might, through a political union with its neighbour, secure a permanent access to the Adriatic coast. Moreover, Serbia's conduct of the war appeared to show that the years of military investment financed by French loans — there was another big one from a consortium of French banks in September 1913 — had not been in vain. 300,000 troops had been put into the field within 3 weeks of the first mobilization order. The Serbian army was now, as one foreign observer noted, a factor to be reckoned with, and Serbia itself a major regional power. Daryl Krakenthorpe, the British minister in Belgrade, reported on the mood of public elation. Serbia feels that she has, so to speak, attained her majority and can pursue a national policy of her own. The kingdom's political elites were currently passing through a phase of extreme self-satisfaction, everywhere in the press and in public debate. Serbian successes in the field were contrasted with the failures of Austrian diplomacy. For many of those in the territories newly conquered by Belgrade, the imposition of Serbian rule brought harassment and oppression. The freedom of association, assembly, and the press, guaranteed under the Serbian Constitution of 1903, Articles 24, 25, and 22, were not introduced into the new territories, nor was Article 13 revoking the death penalty for political crimes. The inhabitants of the new areas were denied active or passive voting rights. In other words, the conquered areas acquired, for the moment, the character of a colony. The government justified these decisions on the grounds that the cultural level of the new territories was so low that granting them freedom would endanger the country. In reality, the chief concern was to keep the non-Serbs, who constituted the majority in many areas, out of national politics. Opposition newspapers, such as Radičke novine and Pravda, were quick to point out that the new Serbs had actually enjoyed better political rights under the Turks than they did under Serbian administration. On the Serbian side, this was a war in two kinds, fought not only by regular army units, but also, as so often in the past, by partisan bands, komitatis, and other freelance fighters. In the newly conquered areas, the collusion between official authorities and informal groups had appalling consequences. There was much arbitrary destruction of Turkish buildings, such as schools, baths, and mosques. British consuls managed to limit the damage in some instances by persuading the local Serbian military commanders that this or that building dated back to the empire of Stepan Dušan and was thus a part of the Serbian national patrimony. This ruse succeeded, for example, in the case of the beautiful 16th-century Turkish bridge in Macedonian Skopje, Ushub. In October and November 1913, the British vice-consuls in Skopje and Monastir reported systematic intimidation, arbitrary detentions, beatings, rapes, village burnings, and massacres by the Serbs in the annexed areas. It is already abundantly evident, Vice-Consul Greg of Monastir reported, that Muslims under Serbian rule have nothing whatsoever to expect but periodical massacre, certain exploitation, and final ruin. 11 days later, he filed a further report warning that the Bulgarian and especially the Muslim populations in the districts of Perlepe, Kurchevo, and Kruševo were in danger of extermination by the very frequent and barbarous massacres and pillage to which they are subjected by Serbian bands. By the end of the month, pillages, murder, and outrages of other kinds by bands of Serbian komitatis and persons in league with them had created conditions of near anarchy. Albanians and other Muslims, Bulgars, Vlachs, and Jews, the vice-consul reported in December, dreaded the prospect of subjection to a penniless state that seemed bent on draining every community of its means of existence to an extent unknown in the blackest days of the Turkish regime. From Bitola in the south, near the Greek border, the British vice-consul reported that the old municipal officials had been replaced by a new cohort of corrupt Serbian ex-propagandists, whose ringleaders were 1. An ex-barber, spy, and Serbian agent, and 2. a local Serbo man of unmentionable profession called Maxim. Nothing, Gregg concluded, could be more favourable to the enemies of Servia than the reign of terror set up by this clique. What is interesting about these reports is not merely their disturbing content, but the scepticism with which they were received by the British minister Krakenthorpe, a man of pronounced Serbophile sentiment. Krakenthorpe, whose most important source on the events unfolding in the annexed areas was a Servian officer of his acquaintance, accepted the official denials of the Belgrade government at face value, and tried to mute the impact of Gregg's dispatches from Monastir by suggesting to the Foreign Office that the vice-consul was the dupe of hysterical refugees and their tall tales. Already, one might argue, the events unfolding in the Balkans were being viewed through the geopolitical lens of the alliance system, in which Serbia figured as a friendly state locked in a gallant struggle with fearsome neighbouring Austria-Hungary. It was only the cumulative detail of the reports emerging from the annexed areas, combined with corroborating accounts from Romanian, Swiss and French officials, that persuaded the British Foreign Office that the news of Macedonian atrocities should not be dismissed as Austrian propaganda. In the meantime, the Serbian government showed no interest whatsoever in preventing further outrages, or in instigating an investigation of those that had already occurred. When Pasic was alerted to the events in Bitola by the British, he simply replied that he did not know the prefect there personally, and therefore could not comment. His offer to send a commissioner to the south to explore the matter further never materialized. Informed by the Serbian minister in Constantinople of complaints from a delegation of senior Muslim dignitaries, he declared that these stories stemmed from emigrants who had exaggerated their sufferings in order to secure a warmer welcome among their new compatriots. When the Carnegie Commission, composed of a hand-picked international team of experts selected for their impartiality, arrived in the Balkans to conduct their famous investigation of the atrocities committed in the contested areas, they received virtually no assistance from Belgrade. The wars seemed for a time to have resolved the tensions within the executive structure in Belgrade. For a brief interval, the covert networks, the regular army, the partisan bands, and the cabinet ministers pulled together in the national cause. Apis was sent to conduct covert operations for the army in Macedonia before the Serbian invasion in 1912. In its work negotiating with Albanian chieftains in 1913, the Black Hand essentially functioned as an arm of the foreign ministry in Belgrade. The pacification of the newly conquered areas in the south involved not just regular army units, but also volunteer bands affiliated with Black Hand operatives, such as Voja Tankosic, a former regicide conspirator who had overseen the murder of Queen Draga's two brothers. It was a mark of the Black Hand's enhanced prestige that Apis was promoted to lieutenant colonel in January 1913 and appointed chief of the General Staff's Intelligence Division in August, a role that placed him in control of the extensive network of Serbian Narodna Odbrana agents inside Austria-Hungary. The mood of unity began to dissipate as soon as the Balkan Wars were over, when disputes over the management of the newly acquired areas triggered a catastrophic deterioration in civil-military relations. On one side were the Ministry of War, the Serbian army, and various fellow travellers from the ranks of the independent radical opposition. On the other side were the Radical Party leaders, who made up most of the rest of the cabinet. The dispute centred on the character of the administration to be introduced in the new lands. The Pasic cabinet intended to install a system of interim civil administration by decree. The army, by contrast, favoured a continuation of military rule. Buoyed up by its recent successes, the military leadership refused to cede control in the annexed zone. It was a matter not just of power, but also of policy, for the hardliners took the view that only a firm and illiberal administration would be suited to the consolidation of Serbian control in areas of mixed ethnicity. When the radical Minister of the Interior, Stojan Protic, issued a priority decree in April 1914, formally subordinating the army to the civil authorities, a fully-fledged crisis broke out. Officers in the new areas refused to comply with the decree. The military party linked arms with the independent radical opposition in the Skupština, just as the conspirators had done after 1903. There was even talk of an impending coup, to be coordinated by Apis, who would lead troops of the Belgrade garrison to the royal palace, force King Petar to abdicate in favour of his son Prince Alexander, and assassinate the radical members of the cabinet. By the end of May 1914, the situation in Belgrade was so finely balanced that it required the intervention of foreign powers to prevent the collapse of the Pasich government. In a highly unusual move, the Russian minister in Belgrade declared publicly that Russia's Balkan policies required Pasich's retention in office. The French backed him up by hinting that a post-Pasich government, dominated by independents and members of the military party, might no longer receive the lavish Parisian financial backing that had sustained state investment in Serbia since 1905. It was an imperfect repeat of 1899, when the wily radical leader had been saved from execution by the intervention of the Austrian minister. Outmanoeuvred, Apis retired from the fray. With the threat of an immediate takeover temporarily averted, Pasich looked to the coming elections in June 1914 to consolidate his position. There was nothing in these opaque political struggles to comfort the observers of Serbian affairs in Vienna. As Daryl Krakenthorpe pointed out in March 1914, both the more moderate and prudent section of opinion, represented in the radical cabinet, and the military party, influenced by the Black Hand, believed in the more or less imminent dissolution of Austria-Hungary and the succession of Serbia to the vast lands of the empire that still awaited pan-Serbian redemption. The difference was one of method. While the military party believed in a war of aggression when the moment arrives and the country is prepared, the moderates took the view that the signal for the disruption of the Austro-Hungarian Empire will come not from without, but from within the empire, and thus favoured a posture of preparedness for all eventualities. In institutional terms, moreover, the fabric of moderate official Serbia and the hardline irredentist networks remained deeply intertwined. The senior echelons of the military and its intelligence service, with its system of agents in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the customs service, parts of the Interior Ministry and other government organs were deeply infiltrated by the networks, just as the networks were infiltrated by the state. The conspiracy. Reconstructing the details of the plot to assassinate Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo is difficult. The assassins themselves made every effort to cover the tracks that linked them to Belgrade. Many of the surviving participants refused to speak of their involvement. Others played down their roles or covered their tracks with obfuscating speculations, producing a chaos of conflicting testimony. The plot itself produced no surviving documentation. Virtually all those who took part were habituated to a milieu that was obsessed with secrecy. The collusion between the Serbian state and the networks implicated in the plot was by design furtive and informal. There was no real paper trail. The historiography of the conspiracy has therefore had to make do with a dubious combination of post-war recollections, depositions, and affidavits made under conditions of duress, claims allegedly based on sources that have since been destroyed, and scraps of documentary evidence, most of them related only obliquely to the planning and implementation of the plot. Yet so much hangs on the background to this plot that historians have pored with forensic intensity over nearly every detail. It is thus possible to chart a line of maximum plausibility through the chaos of the sources and the tendentious distortions of much of the secondary literature. Apis was the principal architect behind the plot, but the idea itself probably originated from his associate, Rade Malobabic, a Serb born in Austria-Hungary who had worked for some years with the Narodna Odbrana as a spy, collecting information on Austrian fortifications and troop movements and bringing it to the Serbian frontier officers, who doubled as Black Hand operatives and, through them, to Serbian military intelligence. Malobabic was a super agent, a man of extraordinary dedication and cunning, who knew the borderlands well and repeatedly evaded capture by the Austrian authorities. He is reported on one occasion to have swum across the virtually frozen Drina, from which he emerged covered in shards of ice, in order to report to his handlers on the Serbian side of the border. It was probably Malo Babic who first informed Apis of the impending visit to Sarajevo by Franz Ferdinand, heir apparent to the Austrian throne, in June 1914. Exactly why Apis pressed for the assassination of the Archduke is difficult to establish, since he left no straightforward account of his motivations. In early 1914, the hostility of the local activists in Bosnia was focused primarily on the person of Oskar Potjorek, the Austrian governor of Bosnia, a successor to Varesinin, whom Žerajić had failed to kill in June 1910. In turning their efforts towards Archduke Franz Ferdinand, Apis raised the political stakes. The assassination of a governor would stir things up, but it might easily be construed as a local affair motivated by issues of regional governance. By contrast, an assault on the heir to the Habsburg throne, at a time when the reigning emperor was well into his 83rd year, was bound to be seen as an attack on the empire's very existence. It should be emphasized that the Archduke was not targeted on account of any alleged hostility to the Slavic minorities in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but, on the contrary, because, to borrow the words of his assassin, Gavrilo Princip, as future sovereign, he would have prevented our union by carrying through certain reforms. Princip was alluding to the Archduke's reputed support for structural reforms of the monarchy that would assign more autonomy to the Slavic lands. Many within the Serbian irredentist milieu recognized this idea as a potentially catastrophic threat to the reunificationist project. If the Habsburg monarchy were to transform itself successfully into a tripartite entity governed from Vienna along federal lines, with Zagreb, for example, as a capital with the same status as Budapest, there was the danger that Serbia would forfeit its vanguard role as the Piedmont of the South Slavs. The targeting of the Archduke thus exemplified one abiding strand in the logic of terrorist movements, namely that reformers and moderates are more to be feared than outright enemies and hardliners. The men selected to carry out the assassination of the Archduke had all been formed in the world of the irredentist networks. It was the former Komitati Voja Tankosic who recruited the 3 Bosnian Serb youths who formed the core of the assassination unit that would be sent to Sarajevo. Trifko Grabej, Nedeljko Čabrinović, and Gavrilo Princip were all 19 years of age when Tankosic enrolled them in the conspiracy. They were good friends who spent much time in each other's company. Grabej was the son of an Orthodox priest in Pale, about 12 miles to the east of Sarajevo, who had travelled to Belgrade to continue his high school education. Čabrinović had left school at the age of 14 and subsequently drifted to Belgrade, where he found work as a print setter for a firm specializing in anarchist literature. Princip, like Grabej, had left Sarajevo in order to attend school in Belgrade. All 3 were from poor families and unhappy households. Grabej and Čabrinović had suffered under and rebelled against the male authority figures in their own early lives. During his trial, Čabrinović told the court that his father had mistreated him at home because he made such poor progress at his school in Sarajevo. The boy was eventually expelled for slapping one of his teachers in the face. The tensions at home were aggravated by the fact that Čabrinović Sr. worked as a police informer for the hated Austrians, a stigma that the boy hoped to slough off through his engagement in the national cause. Grabej, too, had been thrown out of his grammar school in Tuzla for punching one of his professors. Money was scarce. Only Princip had a regular income, in the form of a very modest allowance from his parents, but this was usually shared out among the friends or lent to impecunious acquaintances. Čabrinović later recalled that on arriving in Belgrade, he had for some days carried all his possessions around with him in a small suitcase, presumably because he had nowhere to stay. Unsurprisingly, the boys were not in the best of health. Princip, in particular, was thin and sickly. He was probably already tubercular. Illness had forced him to leave school early in Sarajevo. The protocol of his trial describes him as a small, fragile youth. These boys had little in the way of bad habits. They were made of that sombre, youthful stuff, rich in ideals but poor in experience, that modern terrorist movements feed upon. Alcohol was not to their taste. Although they were heterosexual by romantic inclination, they did not seek the society of young women. They read nationalist poetry and irredentist newspapers and pamphlets. The boys dwelt at length on the suffering of the Serbian nation, for which they blamed everyone but the Serbs themselves, and felt the slights and humiliations of the least of their countrymen as if they were their own. A recurring theme was the economic degradation of their Bosnian countryfolk by the Austrian authorities, a complaint that overlooked the fact that Bosnia was in fact more industrialized and more prosperous in terms of per capita income than most of the Serbian heartland. Sacrifice was a central preoccupation, almost an obsession. Princip had even found the time to learn by heart the entirety of The Mountain Wreath, Petrovich Njegoš's stirring epic celebration of the selfless tyrannicide Miloš Obilić. Princip stated to the court during his trial that in the days before the assassination it had been his habit to go to the grave of the suicide assassin Bogdan Đerajić. I often spent whole nights there, thinking about our situation, about our miserable conditions, and about Đerajić, and so it was that I resolved to carry out the assassination. Čabrinović, too, reported that he had made his way to Đerajić's grave as soon as he had arrived in Sarajevo. Finding it neglected, he had laid flowers on it. A footnote to the Austrian trial transcript noted snidely that these blooms were stolen from other graves nearby. It was during these sojourns at Đerajić's resting place, Čabrinović declared, that he formed the intention to die as Đerajić had done. I knew in any case that I would not live long. The thought of suicide was always with me. I was indifferent to everything. This loitering at the grave of a suicide is interesting and suggestive, because it speaks to that fascination with the figure of the suicide assassin that was so central to the Kosovo myth, and more broadly to the self-awareness of the pan-Serbian milieu, whose journals, diaries, and correspondence are shot through with tropes of sacrifice. Even the attack itself was supposed to deliver an encoded reference to Đerajić's earlier act, for Princip had originally planned to take up his post exactly where Đerajić had stood, on the Emperor Bridge. I wanted to shoot from the same spot as the deceased Đerajić. For all of the assassins, Belgrade was the crucible that radicalized their politics and aligned them with the cause of Serb unification. In a telling passage of the court protocol, Čabrinović recalled how in 1912, when he had become too ill to continue working in Serbia and decided to return home, he had gone to the Belgrade office of the Narodna odbrana, where he had been told that a Bosnian Serb could always get money for the journey back to Sarajevo. He was met at the office by a certain Major Vasic, secretary of the local association of the NO, who gave him money and patriotic texts, confiscated his book of Maupassant short stories on the ground that these were unworthy of a young Serb patriot, and urged him always to be a good Serb. Meetings of this kind were crucial to the formation of these young men, whose relations with male figures of authority had been so strained. Within the nationalist networks, there were older men prepared not just to help them with money and advice, but also to show them affection and respect, to provide them with a sense, so conspicuously lacking in their experience hitherto, that their lives were meaningful, that they belonged to an historical moment, that they were part of a great and flourishing enterprise. This grooming by older men of younger men for induction into the networks was a crucial element in the success of the irredentist movement. When he returned from Belgrade to Sarajevo, Čabrinović found it impossible to fit back into his old socialist milieu. Sensing that his outlook on the world had changed, the party comrades denounced him as a Serbian agitator and spy and expelled him from the party. By the time he returned to Belgrade in 1913, Čabrinović was no longer a revolutionary leftist, but an anarchist with nationalism mixed in. Princip passed through this energized environment as well. Having left Sarajevo in May 1912 in order to complete his secondary education in Belgrade, he too crossed the path of the indefatigable Major Vasic. When the First Balkan War broke out, Vasic helped him make his way to the Turkish border to sign up as a volunteer fighter, but the local commander, who happened incidentally to be Voja Tankosic, turned him down at the border on the grounds that he was too weak and small. At least as important as the contact with activists like Vasic, or with the written propaganda of the Narodna odbrana, was the coffee-house social milieu that provided a sense of belonging for young Bosnian Serbs hanging out in Belgrade. Jabrinović frequented the acorn garland, the green garland, and the little goldfish, where, he later recalled, he heard all manner of talk, and mixed with students, typesetters, and partisans, but especially with Bosnian Serbs. The young men ate, smoked, and talked of politics, or debated the contents of newspaper reports. It was in the acorn garland and the green garland that Jabrinović and Princip first considered the possibility of assassinating the heir to the Austrian throne. The senior Black Hand operative who provided the young men with Browning pistols and boxes of ammunition was, likewise, a popular figure on the Belgrade coffee-house circuit. The prevalent political mood in these places was ultra-nationalist and anti-Austrian. There is a revealing passage in the court transcript in which the judge asked Princip where Grabež had acquired his ultra-nationalist political views. Princip replied artlessly, after he, Grabež, came to Belgrade, he too took up the same principles. Seizing on the implication, the judge pressed further. So coming to Belgrade is enough, in other words, to ensure that someone will be instilled with the same ideas as yourself? But Princip, seeing that he was being drawn out of cover, refused to comment further. Once planning for the assassination began in earnest, care was taken to ensure that there was no ostensible link between the assassin's cell and the authorities in Belgrade. The assassin's handler was a man called Milan Ciganović, a Bosnian Serb and Black Hand member who had fought with the partisans against the Bulgarians under Tankosić and was now an employee of the Serbian State Railways. Ciganović reported to Tankosić, who in turn reported to Apis. All orders were passed by word of mouth. Training for the assassination took place in the Serbian capital. Princip had already received instruction in shooting at the Partisan Academy and was the best shot of the three. On 27th May, they were provided with the weapons they would use: 4 revolvers and 6 small bombs, weighing less than 2.5 pounds each, from the Serbian state arsenal at Kragujevac. They were also issued with poison in the form of small flasks of cyanide swaddled in cotton. Their instructions were to shoot themselves as soon as the assassination had been carried out, or, failing that, to take their lives by swallowing cyanide. Here was a further precaution against an indiscretion or a forced confession that might incriminate Belgrade. Moreover, it suited the boys, who were exalted at the idea of throwing away their lives and saw their deed as an act of martyrdom. The 3 assassins entered Bosnia with the help of the Black Hand network and its connections in the Serbian customs service. Jabrinović crossed at the border post in Mali Zvornik on 30th May with the assistance of agents from the Black Hand's underground railway, school teachers, a border guard, the secretary to a town mayor, and so on, and made his way to Tuzla, where he waited for his friends to show up. Princip and Grabež were guided by Serbian border officials to the crossing point at Ljesnica, and shown on 31st May to a wooded island on the river Drina that ran at that point between Serbian and Bosnian territory. This hiding place, much used by smugglers, concealed them from the notice of the Austrian border police. After nightfall on the following day, they were led into Austrian territory by a part-time smuggler working in the service of the Underground Railway. Although they took great care to avoid being seen by Austrian police or officials, the 3 assassins were extremely indiscreet in their dealings with fellow Serbs. Princip and Grabež, for example, were taken by a schoolteacher working for the Underground Railway to the home of a Bosnian Serb farmer by the name of Mitar Kerović. Having drunk too many glasses of plum brandy en route, the teacher tried to impress the peasants. "Do you know who these people are? They're going to Sarajevo to throw bombs and kill the Archduke who is going to come there." Succumbing to boyish bravado, they had crossed the Drina now and were on their native soil. Princip joined in, brandishing his revolver and showing his hosts how the bombs were operated. For this folly, the Kerović family, illiterate, apolitical individuals with only a very dim grasp of what the boys were up to, would pay a terrible price. Neđo Kerović, who gave the boys a lift to Tuzla in his cart, was later found guilty of treason and being an accessory to murder and sentenced to death, commuted to 20 years in prison. His father, Mitar, was sentenced to life imprisonment. Their testimony at the trial of the assassins in October 1914 provided some of the rare moments of bleak humour in the proceedings. Asked his age by the presiding judge, Nejo Kerovich, himself the father of 5 children, replied that he didn't rightly know, they should ask his father. When Kerovich Sr. was asked how much he had had to drink on the night when the boys arrived, he replied, "When I drink, I don't keep count. I just drink as much as I can." The boys were joined in Sarajevo by another 4-man cell, recruited by the Bosnian Serb and Black Hand member Danilo Ilić. At 23 years of age, Ilić was the oldest of them all. He had been trained as a schoolteacher on an Austrian government scholarship, but had resigned after falling ill. He was a member of Young Bosnia and a personal friend of Gacinovic, the troubadour of Žerajić. Like the others, Ilić had been to Belgrade in 1913, where he had passed through the usual coffee shops, been recruited to the Black Hand, and had won the confidence of Apis, before returning in March 1914 to Sarajevo, where he worked as a proofreader and editor of a local paper. Ilić's first recruit for the assassination brigade was the revolutionary leftist Muslim carpenter, Mohammed Mehmed Basic, a native of Herzegovina. The two men knew each other well. In January 1914 they had met in France with Voja Tankosic to plan an attempt on the life of Pachurek. The plan failed. On his way home in the train, Mehmed Basic had panicked at the sight of uniformed policemen and flushed his phial of poison down the toilet. The dagger he was supposed to dip it in was tossed from a window. The other 2 Sarajevan recruits were Cvjetko Popovic, an academically brilliant 18-year-old high school student, and Vasu Čubrilović, brother of the young schoolteacher who had led the boys to the house of the Kerovich family. At 17 years of age, Čubrilović, another schoolroom rebel, was the youngest of the crew. He had never met Ilić before the cell was put together, and the 2 local boys did not meet Princip, Mehmed Basic, Čabrinović, and Grabej until after the assassination. Ilić's choice of collaborators, a man with a proven record of ineptitude in carrying out high-risk assignments, and 2 completely inexperienced schoolboys, seems bizarre at first glance, but there was method in the madness. The real purpose of the Sarajevan second cell was to cover the tracks of the conspiracy. In this connection, Mehmed Basic was an inspired choice, because he was a willing, if incompetent, assassin, and thus useful backup for the Belgrade cell, but not a Serb. As Black Hand members, Ilić and Princip could be depended upon, in theory, to take their own lives, or at least remain silent after the event. The Sarajevo boys would be unable to testify, for the simple reason that they knew nothing about the larger background to the plot. The impression would thus emerge that this was a purely local undertaking, with no links to Belgrade. Nikola Pasic reacts. How much did Nikola Pasic know of the plot to kill Franz Ferdinand, and what steps did he take to prevent it? It is virtually certain that Pasic was informed of the plan in some detail. There are several indications of this, but the most eloquent testimony is that of Ljubo Jovanović, Minister of Education in the Pasic government. Jovanović recalled, in a memoir fragment published in 1924, but probably written much earlier, that Pasic had told the Serbian cabinet, at the end of May or the beginning of June, that there were people who were preparing to go to Sarajevo to kill Franz Ferdinand. The entire cabinet, including Pasic, agreed that the Prime Minister should issue instructions to the frontier authorities along the Drina to prevent a crossing. Other documents and scraps of testimony, compounded by Pasic's own strange and obfuscating behaviour after 1918, further reinforced the case for Pasic's foreknowledge of the plot. But how did he know? His informant was probably, though this supposition rests on indirect evidence, none other than the Serbian Railways employee and Black Hand agent Milan Ciganović, who was, it would appear, a personal agent of the Prime Minister himself, charged with keeping an eye on the activities of the secret society. If this was so, then Pasic possessed detailed and timely knowledge, not only of the plot, but of the persons and organization behind it. The 3 Sarajevo-bound assassins who entered Bosnia at the end of May left virtually no trace in the Serbian official records. In any case, they were not the only ones moving weapons illegally across the border in the summer of 1914. Reports from the Serbian border authorities during the first half of June reveal a dense web of covert cross-border activity. On 4th June, the district chief at Padrinje at Šabac alerted the Minister of the Interior, Protic, to a plan by officers working with the border control to transfer a certain quantity of bombs and weapons using some of our people in Bosnia. The district chief had considered impounding the weapons, but as these were in a suitcase that was already on the Bosnian side of the border, he feared that an attempt to retrieve it might incriminate or expose the operations of the frontier forces. Further inquiries revealed that the agent who was supposed to take charge of the weapons on the Bosnian side was none other than Rade Malobabic. What was alarming about these operations, one local official complained, was not simply that they were conducted without the knowledge of the relevant civilian authorities, but that they were undertaken publicly and in broad daylight. And since the perpetrators were public officials, the impression might easily arise that we welcomed such actions. Pasic and Interior Minister Protic saw the point. If it is true that Pasic already knew at this time of the plot's existence, we would expect him to have done whatever was possible to shut down activities that might incriminate the Belgrade government. On 10th June, word indeed went out to the civilian authorities of the border districts that all such activities should be prevented. Whether the civilian commanders in the affected areas were in any position to interdict the operations of the border guards was another question. When Rajko Stepanovic, a sergeant of the border guards who had smuggled a suitcase full of guns and bombs across the border, was summoned to give an account of himself to the district chief, he simply refused to appear. Following a meeting of the cabinet in mid-June, an order went out to the civilian authorities demanding an official inquiry on the illegal passage of arms and persons into Bosnia, and a curt note was sent to the captain of the 4th Border Guards on 16th June, recommending that he cease this traffic of arms, munitions, and other explosives from Serbia into Bosnia. There was no reply. It later emerged that military commanders on the border were under strict orders to forward such civilian interventions unanswered to their superior officers. In other words, the Serbian border was no longer under the control of the government in Belgrade. When Minister of War Stepanovic wrote to the Chief of the General Staff asking for a statement clarifying the official position of the military on covert operations in Bosnia, the query was passed first to the head of the Operations Department, who claimed to know nothing of these matters, and subsequently to the head of military intelligence, none other than Apis himself. In a long, impertinent, and thoroughly disingenuous reply to the head of the Operations Department, Apis defended the record and reputation of Agent Malobabic and insisted that any guns passed to his hands were purely for the self-defense of Serbian agents working in Bosnia. Of bombs, he claimed to know nothing whatsoever. 3 years later, he would in fact state on oath that he had personally entrusted Malobabic with supplying and coordinating the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. If a security risk arose on the border, he declared, this was not on account of the discreet and necessary operations of the military, but because of the insolence of civilian operatives who claimed the right to police the border. In short, the fault lay with the civilians for attempting to interfere with sensitive military operations beyond their competence or understanding. This reply was forwarded to Putnik, the chief of the Serbian General Staff, who summarized and endorsed it in a letter of 23rd June to the Minister of War. The fissure between the structures of civilian authority and a military command, substantially infiltrated by the Black Hand, now ran all the way from the banks of the Drina to the ministerial quarter in Belgrade. Rattled by the resolute tone of the reply from Apis and the Chief of the General Staff, Pasic took the step on 24th June of ordering a full investigation into the activities of the frontier guards. He had learned from many sources, he wrote in a top-secret letter to the Minister of War, that the officers were engaged in work that was not only dangerous, but treasonable, because it aims at the creation of conflict between Serbia and Austria-Hungary. All our allies and friends of Serbia, if they knew what our officers and sergeants are doing, would not only abandon us, they would stand on the side of Austria-Hungary and allow her to punish her restless and disloyal neighbour, who prepares revolts and assassinations on her territory. The life interests of Serbia impose on her the obligation to be aware of everything that could provoke an armed conflict with Austria-Hungary, at a time when peace is necessary for us to recuperate and prepare for the future events that lie ahead. The letter closed with an order that a severe investigation be launched to establish exactly how many officers were guilty of such reckless and wanton activity, with a view to the extirpation and suppression of the offending groups. In a sense, of course, this was locking the stable door after the horse had bolted, since the boys had crossed the border at the end of May. Over 2 weeks had passed by the time Pašić acted to close the borders, and nearly 4 by the time he was ready to launch an investigation of the perpetrators behind the plot. It is difficult to ascertain why the Prime Minister was so slow to act on the news of the conspiracy. He must have known that instructions to the frontier guards were bound to be fruitless, given that so many of them were affiliated with Ujedinjenie ili Smrt. Perhaps he feared the consequences of antagonizing his powerful enemy, Apis. It is striking that, despite the calls for a severe investigation, Apis remained in post as head of Serbian military intelligence throughout the crisis. He was not dismissed or even suspended from duties pending the outcome of the investigation. We should recall in this connection the extremity of the political crisis that had paralyzed Serbia during May 1914. Pašić prevailed in that struggle, but only by a whisker, and only with the assistance of the ambassadors of the 2 great powers with most influence in Serbian affairs. There is thus some doubt as to whether he possessed the means to close down Apis's activities, even if he were inclined to do so. Perhaps Pašić even feared that an open confrontation might trigger his own assassination by Black Hand agents, though this seems unlikely, given the fact that he had already survived the May crisis unscathed. On the other hand, it is worth remembering that the Serbian Prime Minister remained, despite everything, the most powerful man in the country, a statesman of unparalleled skill at the head of a mass party whose delegates still dominated the national legislature. It is more probable that Pašić reverted during these weeks to the habits of long years at the turbulent apex of Serbian political life. Keep your head down, don't rock the boat, let conflicts resolve themselves, wait out the storm. Nevertheless, Pašić still had one important card in his hand. He could have foiled the conspiracy at little risk to himself by warning Vienna confidentially of the plot to kill the Archduke. Heated controversy surrounds the question of whether such a warning was given. The evidentiary situation is especially difficult on this issue, because it was in no one's interest in retrospect to acknowledge that a formal warning had been offered or received. Pašić himself expressly denied that he had attempted to warn Vienna in an interview granted to the Hungarian newspaper Az Est on 7th July 1914. He could hardly do otherwise, since avowing foreknowledge would have exposed him and his colleagues to the charge that they were accessories to the conspiracy. Apologists for Serbia in the post-war years were bound to follow the same line, because their argument for Belgrade's innocence of co-responsibility in the outbreak of war rested on the thesis that the Serbian government was entirely ignorant of any plot. The Austrian authorities were also unlikely to acknowledge a warning, because it would raise the question of why better measures had not been taken to protect the heir apparent's life. On 2nd July, the semi-official Viennese newspaper Fremdenblatt issued a statement denying that there was any truth in the rumour that the Austrian Foreign Office had received any prior notification of the impending outrage. There is, nonetheless, powerful evidence that a warning of sorts was given. The most unimpeachable source is the French Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Abel Ferry, who recorded in his office diary on 1st July that he had just received a visit by the Serbian minister to Paris, Milenko Vesnić, an old friend. In the course of their conversation, Vesnić stated, among other things, that the Serbian government had warned the Austrian government that it had got wind of the plot. Among those who confirmed this is the Serbian military attaché in Vienna, who told the Italian historian Magrini in 1915 that Pašić had sent a telegram to the Serbian legation in Vienna stating that, owing to an information leak, the Serbian government had grounds to suspect that a plot was being hatched against the life of the Archduke on the occasion of his journey to Bosnia, and that the Austro-Hungarian government would be well advised to postpone the visit. It is possible to reconstruct from recollections and the testimony of third persons what Jovan Jovanović, the Serbian minister in Vienna, did next. He met with Leon Bilinski, joint Austro-Hungarian finance minister, at noon on 21st June in order to issue the Austrian government with a warning against the likely consequences if the Archduke were to visit Bosnia. But the warning was delivered only in the most oblique terms. A visit by the heir apparent on the anniversary of the Kosovo defeat, Jovanović suggested, would surely be regarded as a provocation. Among the young Serbs serving in the Austro-Hungarian forces, there might be one who would put a ball cartridge in his rifle or revolver in place of a blank cartridge. Bilinski, unimpressed by these auguries, showed no sign of attaching any importance to the communication, and merely replied, "Let us hope nothing does happen." Bilinski refused in later years to speak with journalists or historians about this episode, protesting that a veil of oblivion should be drawn over these dark moments in recent history. It is clear that he was disinclined at the time to take the warning seriously. It was couched in such general terms that it might even be construed as a gesture of mere intimidation, an unwarranted attempt by the Serbian minister to intervene in the internal affairs of the monarchy by implying vague threats against its most senior personnel. Bilinski thus saw no reason to pass the message on to the Austrian foreign minister, Count Berchtold. In short, a warning of sorts was sent, but not one that was adequate to the situation. In retrospect, it has the look of a covering manoeuvre. Jovanović could have issued a more specific and forthright warning by providing the Austrians with the best information to hand in Belgrade. Pašić, too, could have informed the Austrians directly of the danger, rather than via Jovanović. He could have launched a real investigation of the conspiracy and risked his own office rather than the peace and security of his nation. But there were, as ever, constraints and complications. Jovanović, for one thing, was not just a member of the Serbian diplomatic service, but also a senior pan-Serb activist with the classical career profile of an ultra-nationalist. He was a former komitadji who had been involved in fomenting unrest in Bosnia after the annexation of 1908, and was even rumoured to have commanded guerrilla bands. He also happened to be, in the summer of 1914, the Black Hand's candidate for foreign minister in the event that the Pašić government were to be chased from power. Indeed, the Serbian envoy's pan-Serb views were so notorious that Vienna had made it known to Belgrade that his replacement by a less hostile figure would not be unwelcome. This is one of the reasons why Jovanović chose to approach Bilinski rather than Count Berchtold, who held him in very poor regard. Pašić, too, was acting from complex motivations. On the one hand, there was his concern, widely shared within the radical leadership, about how the networks affiliated with Ujedinjenje ili Smrt might respond to what they would certainly perceive as a gross betrayal. He may have hoped that the attempt in Sarajevo would fail. Most important of all, surely, was his awareness of how deeply the structures of the state and the very logic of its historical existence were interwoven with the irredentist networks. Pašić might regret their excesses, but he could not openly disavow them. Indeed, there was danger in even acknowledging publicly an awareness of their activities. This was not just a question of the legacy of Serbian national consolidation, which had always depended upon the collaboration of state agencies with volunteerist networks capable of infiltrating neighbouring states. It also touched upon the future. Serbia had needed the nationalist networks in the past, and would depend on them again when the moment came, as Pašić knew it someday would, to redeem Bosnia and Herzegovina for Serbdom. Everything we know about this subtle, interesting man suggests that he understood that Serbia needed peace above all if it were to rebuild its strength after the bloodshed of the Balkan Wars. The integration of the newly annexed areas, in itself a violent and traumatic process, had only just begun. Forced elections were looming. But it is a characteristic of the most skillful politicians that they are capable of reasoning simultaneously at different levels of conditionality. Pašić wanted peace, but he also believed, he had never concealed it, that the final historical phase of Serbian expansion would in all probability not be achieved without war. Only a major European conflict in which the great powers were engaged would suffice to dislodge the formidable obstacles that stood in the way of Serbian reunification. Perhaps Pašić recalled the warning Charles Harding, permanent Undersecretary at the Foreign Office in London, had offered Grujić, the Serbian minister in London, during the annexation crisis of 1908-9. Harding had cautioned the minister in January 1909 that support from Russia and the Entente powers would be forthcoming only if Serbia were to be attacked by Austria-Hungary. If Serbia itself took the initiative, help was out of the question. That Pašić may have been thinking along these lines is suggested by an exchange between the Serbian Prime Minister and the Russian Tsar in the early spring of 1914, in which Pašić pressed upon the Tsar his need for Russian help in the event of an Austro-Hungarian attack. Such a scenario would fail, of course, if the world were to construe the assassination plot itself as an act of Serbian aggression. But Pašić was certain that the Austrians would be unable to establish any connection between the assassination, if it were to succeed, and the government of Serbia because, in his own mind, no such linkage existed. An attack from Austria-Hungary must therefore surely trigger support from Russia and her allies. Serbia would not stand alone. This was not, in Pašić's view, primarily a question of Russia's attachment to Serbia, but rather the logical consequence of the imperatives governing Russian policy in the Balkans. So strong was Pašić's reputed trust in this redemptive mechanism that even Piedmont occasionally ridiculed him for his great belief in Russia. Reports received by Pašić in mid-June from the Serbian minister in St. Petersburg that Russia had restructured its eastern frontier in order to deploy much larger forces for an offensive against the West, may well have reinforced the plausibility of this line of thought. This is not to say that Pašić consciously sought a broader conflict, or that the idea of provoking an Austrian attack motivated his behavior in any direct sense, but perhaps the inkling that war was the historically necessary crucible of Serbian nationhood diminished his sense of urgency when the opportunity arose to stop the assassins before it was too late. These thoughts and scenarios must have circled in his mind as he reflected, with ponderous slowness, on how to handle the situation created by the news of the Sarajevo plot. The legacy of Serbian history, and in particular of the kingdom's development since 1903, weighed heavily on Belgrade in the summer of 1914. This was still a raw and fragile democracy, in which the civilian decision-makers were on the defensive. The struggle for power between the Praetorian, conspiratorial networks born with the regicide of 1903 and the radical leaders who controlled Parliament was still unresolved. The irredentist milieu had emerged triumphant from the two Balkan wars, more determined than ever to press ahead. The deep interpenetration of state and non-official irredentist agencies at home and beyond the national borders made a nonsense of efforts to police their activities. These features of the political culture pressed hard on the men who governed the country, but they were also an incalculable burden on its relations with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. For anyone who is not a Serb, the sometime Serbian minister in Berlin, Miloš Bogićević, later observed, it is difficult to find one's way among the different national organizations aiming to realize the greater Serbian ideal. This opacity in the structure of the movements and of their relationship with state agencies rendered the task of untangling official and unofficial forms of irredentism virtually impossible, even for a seasoned foreign observer of the Belgrade scene. This, too, would be a perilous burden in July 1914. From Nikola Pašić's perspective, the pressures mounting up in the summer of that year, financial and military exhaustion after two bitter wars, the threat of a military putsch in the newly annexed territories, the failure to foil an assassination plot against a powerful and unforgiving neighbor, must have seemed intolerable. But the man who would have to steer this complex and unstable polity through the crisis triggered by the events of 28th June 1914 was himself a product of its political culture, secretive, even furtive, cautious to the point of lassitude. These were the attributes Pašić had acquired over more than 3 decades in Serbian public life. They had helped him to survive in the small, turbulent world of Belgrade politics, but they were dangerously ill-adapted to the crisis that would engulf Serbia after the terrorists had accomplished their mission in Sarajevo. 2. The Empire without qualities. Conflict and equilibrium. 2 military disasters defined the trajectory of the Habsburg Empire in the last half-century of its existence. At Solferino in 1859, French and Piedmontese forces prevailed over an army of 100,000 Austrian troops, opening the way to the creation of a new Italian nation-state. At Königgrätz in 1866, the Prussians destroyed an Austrian army of 240,000, ejecting the empire from the emergent German nation-state. The cumulative impact of these shocks transformed the inner life of the Austrian lands. Shaken by military defeat, the neo-absolutist Austrian Empire metamorphosed into the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Under the compromise, hammered out in 1867, power was shared out between the 2 dominant nationalities, the Germans in the west and the Hungarians in the east. What emerged was a unique polity, like an egg with 2 yolks, in which the Kingdom of Hungary and a territory centred on the Austrian lands, and often called Cisleithania, meaning the lands on this side of the river Leite, lived side by side within the translucent envelope of a Habsburg dual monarchy. Each of the 2 entities had its own parliament, but there was no common prime minister and no common cabinet. Only foreign affairs, defence, and defence-related aspects of finance were handled by joint ministers who were answerable directly to the emperor. Matters of interest to the empire as a whole could not be discussed in common parliamentary session, because to do so would have implied that the Kingdom of Hungary was merely the subordinate part of some larger imperial entity. Instead, an exchange of views had to take place between the delegations, groups of 30 deputies from each parliament who met alternately in Vienna and Budapest. The dualist compromise had many enemies at the time and has had many critics since. In the eyes of hard-line Magyar nationalists, it was a sellout that denied the Hungarians the full national independence that was their due. Some claimed that Austria was still exploiting the Kingdom of Hungary as an agrarian colony. Vienna's refusal to relinquish control over the armed forces and create a separate and equal Hungarian army was especially contentious. A constitutional crisis over this question paralyzed the empire's political life in 1905. On the other hand, Austrian Germans argued that the Hungarians were freeloading on the more advanced economy of the Austrian lands, and ought to pay a higher share of the empire's running costs. Conflict was programmed into the system, because the compromise required that the 2 imperial halves renegotiate every 10 years the customs union by which revenues and taxation were shared out between them. The demands of the Hungarians became bolder with every review of the union, and there was little in the compromise to recommend it to the political elites of the other national minorities, who had in effect been placed under the tutelage of the 2 master races. The first post-compromise Hungarian Prime Minister, Gyula Andrássy, captured this aspect of the settlement when he commented to his Austrian counterpart, "You look after your Slavs, and we'll look after ours." The last decades before the outbreak of war were increasingly dominated by the struggle for national rights among the empire's 11 official nationalities: Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Slovaks, Slovenes, Croats, Serbs, Romanians, Ruthenians, Poles, and Italians. How these challenges were met varied between the 2 imperial halves. The Hungarians dealt with the nationalities problem mainly by behaving as if it didn't exist. The kingdom's electoral franchise extended to only 6% of the population because it was pegged to a property qualification that favoured the Magyars, who made up the bulk of the wealthier strata of the population. The result was that Magyar deputies, though they represented only 48.1% of the population, controlled over 90% of the parliamentary seats. The 3 million Romanians of Transylvania, the largest of the kingdom's national minorities, comprised 15.4% of the population, but held only 5 of the Hungarian parliament's 400-odd seats. From the late 1870s, moreover, the Hungarian government pursued a campaign of aggressive Magyarization. Education laws imposed the use of the Magyar language on all state and faith schools, even those catering to children of kindergarten age. Teachers were required to be fluent in Magyar and could be dismissed if they were found to be hostile to the Hungarian state. This degradation of language rights was underwritten by harsh measures against ethnic minority activists. Serbs from the Vojvodina in the south of the kingdom, Slovaks from the northern counties, and Romanians from the Grand Duchy of Transylvania did occasionally collaborate in pursuit of minority objectives, but with little effect, since they could muster only a small number of mandates. In Cisleithania, by contrast, successive administrations tampered endlessly with the system in order to accommodate minority demands. Franchise reforms in 1882 and 1907, when virtually universal male suffrage was introduced, went some way towards levelling the political playing field. But these democratizing measures merely heightened the potential for national conflict, especially over the sensitive question of language use in public institutions such as schools, courts, and administrative bodies. Nowhere were the frictions generated by nationalist politics more in evidence than in the Cisleithanian Parliament, which met from 1883 in a handsome neoclassical building on Vienna's Ringstrasse. In this 516-seat legislature, the largest in Europe, the familiar spectrum of party political ideological diversity was cross-cut by national affiliations, producing a panoply of splinter groups and grouplets. Among the 30-odd parties that held mandates after the 1907 elections, for example, were 28 Czech agrarians, 18 young Czechs, radical nationalists, 17 Czech conservatives, 7 old Czechs, moderate nationalists, 2 Czech progressives, realist tendency, 1 wild, independent Czech, and 9 Czech national socialists. The Poles, the Germans, the Italians, and even the Slovenes and the Ruthenes were similarly divided along ideological lines. Since there was no official language in Cisleithania, by contrast with the Kingdom of Hungary, there was no single official language of parliamentary procedure. German, Czech, Polish, Ruthenian, Croat, Serbian, Slovenian, Italian, Romanian, and Russian were all permitted. But no interpreters were provided, and there was no facility for recording or monitoring the content of speeches that were not in German, unless the deputy in question himself chose to supply the House with a translated text of his speech. Deputies from even the most insignificant factions could thus block unwelcome initiatives by delivering long speeches in a language that only a handful of their colleagues understood. Whether they were actually addressing the issues raised by the current motion, or simply reciting long poems in their own national idiom, was difficult to ascertain. The Czechs in particular were renowned for the Baroque extravagance of their filibustering. The Cisleithanian Parliament became a celebrated tourist attraction, especially in winter, when Viennese pleasure-seekers crowded into the heated visitors' galleries. By contrast with the city's theatres and opera houses, a Berlin journalist wryly observed, entry to parliamentary sessions was free. So intense did the national conflict become that in 1912-14, multiple parliamentary crises crippled the legislative life of the monarchy. The Bohemian Diet had become so obstreperous by 1913 that the Austrian Prime Minister, Count Karl Sturg, dissolved it, installing in its place an imperial commission tasked to govern the province. Czech protests against this measure brought the Cisleithanian Parliament to its knees in March 1914. On 16th March, Sturg dismissed this assembly too. It was still in suspension when Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia in July, so that Cisleithania was in effect being run under a kind of administrative absolutism when the war broke out. Things were not much better in Hungary. In 1912, following protests in Zagreb and other South Slav cities against an unpopular governor, The Croatian Diet and constitution were suspended. In Budapest itself, the last pre-war years witnessed the advent of a parliamentary absolutism focused on protecting Magyar hegemony against the challenge posed by minority national opposition and the demand for franchise reform. These spectacular symptoms of dysfunctionality might appear to support the view that the Austro-Hungarian Empire was a moribund polity, whose disappearance from the political map was merely a matter of time, an argument deployed by hostile contemporaries to suggest that the empire's efforts to defend its integrity during the last years before the outbreak of war were in some sense illegitimate. In reality, the roots of Austria-Hungary's political turbulence went less deep than appearances suggested. There was, to be sure, intermittent ethnic conflict, riots in Ljubljana in 1908, for example, or periodic Czech-German brawls in Prague, but it never came close to the levels of violence experienced in the contemporary Russian Empire or in 20th century Belfast. As for the turbulence of the Cisleithanian Parliament, it was a chronic ailment rather than a terminal disease. The business of government could always be carried on temporarily under the emergency powers provided under Clause 14 of the 1867 Constitution. To a certain extent, moreover, different kinds of political conflict cancelled each other out. The conflict between socialists, liberals, clerical conservatives, and other political groupings after 1907 was a boon to the Austrian part of the monarchy, because it cut across the national camps and thereby undermined the virulence of nationalism as a political principle. Balancing the complex array of forces that resulted to sustain a working majority was a complex task, requiring tact, flexibility, and strategic imagination. But the careers of the last three Austrian prime ministers before 1914, Beck, Bienert, and Sturg, showed, despite intermittent breakdowns in the system, that it could be done. The Habsburg lands passed during the last pre-war decade through a phase of strong economic growth with a corresponding rise in general prosperity, an important point of contrast with the contemporary Ottoman Empire, but also with another classic collapsing polity, the Soviet Union of the 1980s. Free markets and competition across the empire's vast customs union stimulated technical progress and the introduction of new products. The sheer size and diversity of the double monarchy meant that new industrial plants benefited from sophisticated networks of cooperating industries underpinned by an effective transport infrastructure and a high-quality service and support sector. The salutary economic effects were particularly evident in the Kingdom of Hungary. In the 1840s, Hungary really had been the larder of the Austrian Empire. 90% of its exports to Austria consisted of agricultural products. But by the years 1909 to 13, Hungarian industrial exports had risen to 44%, while the constantly growing demand for cheap foodstuffs of the Austro-Bohemian industrial region ensured that the Hungarian agricultural sector survived in the best of health, protected by the Habsburg common market from Romanian, Russian, and American competition. For the monarchy as a whole, most economic historians agree that the period 1887 to 1913 saw an industrial revolution, or a takeoff into self-sustaining growth, with the usual indices of expansion. Pig iron consumption increased fourfold between 1881 and 1911. Railroad coverage did the same between 1870 and 1900, and infant mortality decreased, while elementary schooling figures surpassed those in Germany, France, Italy, and Russia. In the last years before the war, Austria-Hungary, and Hungary in particular, with an average annual growth of 4.8%, was one of the fastest-growing economies in Europe. Even a critical observer like the Times correspondent Henry Wickham Steed, a long-time resident of Vienna, recognized in 1913 that the race struggle in Austria was in essence a conflict for shares of patronage within the existing system. The essence of the language struggle is that it is a struggle for bureaucratic influence. Similarly, the demands for new universities or high schools put forward by Czechs, Ruthenes, Slovenes, and Italians, but resisted by the Germans, Poles, or other races, as the case may be, are demands for the creation of new machines to turn out potential officials whom the political influence of parliamentary parties may then be trusted to hoist into bureaucratic appointments. There was, moreover, slow but unmistakable progress towards a more accommodating policy on national rights, at least in Cisleithania. The equality of all the subject nationalities and languages in Cisleithania was formally recognized in the Basic Law of 1867, and a body of case law accumulated to provide solutions for problems the drafters of the compromise had not foreseen, such as language provisions for Czech minorities in German areas of Bohemia. Throughout the last peacetime years of the Empire's existence, the Cisleithanian authorities continued to adjust the system in response to national minority demands. The Galician Compromise, agreed in the Galician Diet in Lemberg, today Lviv, on 28 January 1914, for example, assured a fixed proportion of the mandates in an enlarged regional legislature to the underrepresented Ruthenes, Ukrainians, and promised the imminent establishment of a Ukrainian university. Even the Hungarian administration was showing signs of a change of heart by the beginning of 1914, as the international climate worsened. The South Slavs of Croatia, Slavonia, were promised the abolition of extraordinary powers and a guarantee of freedom of the press, while a message went out to Transylvania that the Budapest government intended to meet many of the demands of the Romanian majority in that region. The Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Sazonov, was so impressed by the thought that these measures might stabilize Habsburg rule in the Romanian areas that he proposed to Tsar Nicholas II in January 1914, granting similar concessions to the millions of Poles in Western Russia. These case-by-case adjustments to specific demands suggested that the system might eventually produce a comprehensive mesh of guarantees for nationality rights within an agreed framework. And there were signs that the administration was getting better at responding to the material demands of the regions. It was the state, of course, that performed this role, not the beleaguered parliaments of the Habsburg lands. The proliferation of school boards, town councils, county commissions, mayoral elections, and the like ensured that the state intersected with the life of the citizenry in a more intimate and consistent way than the political parties or the legislative assemblies. It was not, or not primarily, an apparatus of repression, but a vibrant entity commanding strong attachments, a broker among manifold social, economic, and cultural interests. The Habsburg bureaucracy was costly to maintain. Expenditure for the domestic administration rose by 366% during the years 1890 to 1911. But most inhabitants of the empire associated the Habsburg state with the benefits of orderly government, public education, welfare, sanitation, the rule of law, and the maintenance of a sophisticated infrastructure. These features of the Habsburg polity loomed large in memory after the monarchy's extinction. In the late 1920s, when the writer and engineering graduate Robert Musil looked back on the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the last peaceful year of its existence, the picture that formed before his mind's eye was one of white, broad, prosperous streets that stretched like rivers of order, like ribbons of bright military serge, embracing the lands with the paper-white arm of administration. Finally, most minority activists acknowledged the value of the Habsburg Commonwealth as a system of collective security. The bitterness of conflicts between minority nationalities, Croats and Serbs in Croatia, Slavonia, for example, or Poles and Ruthenians in Galicia, and the many areas of ethnically mixed settlement suggested that the creation of new and separate national entities might cause more problems than it resolved. And how, in any case, would such fledgling nation-states fare without the protective carapace of the empire? In 1848, the Czech nationalist historian, František Palacký, had warned that disbanding the Habsburg Empire, far from liberating the Czechs, would merely provide the basis for Russian universal monarchy. I am impelled by natural as well as historical causes to seek, in Vienna, the centre called to secure and to protect for my people peace, freedom, and justice. In 1891, Prince Charles Schwarzenberg advanced the same argument when he asked the young Czech nationalist Eduard Gregor, "If you and yours hate this state, What will you do with your country, which is too small to stand alone? Will you give it to Germany or to Russia? For you have no other choice if you abandon the Austrian Union. Before 1914, radical nationalists seeking full separation from the empire was still a small minority. In many areas, nationalist political groups were counterbalanced by networks of associations, veterans clubs, religious and charitable groups, associations of bersaglieri, sharpshooters, nurturing various forms of Habsburg patriotism. The venerability and permanence of the monarchy were personified in the imperturbable, bewhiskered figure of Emperor Franz Joseph. His had been a life abnormally rich in private tragedy. The emperor's son Rudolf had killed himself in a double suicide with his mistress at the family hunting lodge. His wife Elizabeth, Sissi, had been stabbed to death by an Italian anarchist on the banks of Lake Geneva. His brother Maximilian had been executed by Mexican insurgents at Querétaro, and his favourite niece had burned to death when a cigarette set fire to her dress. The emperor had borne these blows with a glacial stoicism. In public life, he projected a persona demonic, as the satirist Karl Kraus put it, in its unpersonality. His stylized commentary on virtually every official ceremony, "It was nice, we were quite pleased," was a household phrase across the lands of the monarchy. The emperor demonstrated considerable skill in managing the complex machinery of his state, balancing opposed forces in order to maintain all within an equilibrium of well-tempered dissatisfaction, and involving himself closely in all phases of constitutional reform. Yet by 1914 he had become a force for inertia. In the last 2 years before the war, he backed the autocratic Magyar premier, István Tisza, against minority demands for Hungarian franchise reform. As long as the Kingdom of Hungary continued to deliver the funds and votes Vienna needed, Franz Joseph was prepared to accept the hegemony of the Magyar elite, notwithstanding its disregard for the interests of the national minorities in the lands of the kingdom. There were signs that he was drifting out of touch with contemporary life. "The powerfully surging life of our times," wrote the Austrian-German politician Joseph Maria Bernreiter in 1913, when Franz Joseph was 83, "scarcely reaches the ear of our emperor as distant rustling. He is denied any real participation in this life. He no longer understands the times, and the times pass on regardless." Nevertheless, the emperor remained the focus of powerful political and emotional attachments. It was widely recognized that his popularity was anchored outside of his constitutional role, in broadly shared popular emotions. By 1914, he had been on the throne for longer than most of his subjects had been alive. He seemed, in the words of Joseph Roth's masterpiece, The Radetzky March, coffered up in an icy and everlasting old age, like armour of an awe-inspiring crystal. He made regular appearances in the dreams of his subjects. His sky-blue eyes continued to gaze out from portraits across tens of thousands of taverns, schoolrooms, offices, and railway waiting rooms, while the daily newspapers marvelled at the supple and elastic stride with which the old man leapt from his carriage on state occasions. Prosperous and relatively well administered, the empire, like its elderly sovereign, exhibited a curious stability amid turmoil. Crises came and went without appearing to threaten the existence of the system as such. The situation was always, as the Viennese journalist Karl Kraus quipped, desperate, but not serious. A special and anomalous case was Bosnia-Herzegovina, which the Austrians occupied under Ottoman suzerainty in 1878 on the authorization of the Treaty of Berlin, and formally annexed 30 years later. Late 19th century Bosnia was a heavily forested, mountainous land, bounded by peaks of over 2,000 metres in the south and by valley of the river Save in the north. Herzegovina consisted mainly of a wild, high-cast plateau, crossed by swift watercourses and closed in by mountain chains, a land of harsh terrain and virtually non-existent infrastructure. The condition of these two Balkan provinces under Habsburg rule has long been the subject of controversy. The young Bosnian Serb terrorists who travelled to Sarajevo in the summer of 1914 to kill the heir to the Austrian throne defended their actions by reference to the oppression of their brothers in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and historians have sometimes suggested that the Austrians themselves were to blame for driving the Bosnian Serbs into the arms of Belgrade by a combination of oppression and misgovernment. Is this right? There were widespread protests during the early years of the occupation, especially against conscription. But this was nothing new. The provinces had experienced chronic turbulence under Ottoman rule. What was exceptional was the relative serenity of the period from the mid-1880s down to 1914. The condition of the peasantry after 1878 was a sore point. The Austrians chose not to abolish the Ottoman Agaluk estate system, on which about 90,000 Bosnian serfs, or kmets, were still working in 1914, and some historians have seen this as evidence of a divide-and-rule policy designed to press down the mainly Serb peasantry while currying favour with the Croats and Muslims in the towns. But this is a retrospective projection. Cultural and institutional conservatism, not a philosophy of colonial domination, underpinned Austrian governance in the new provinces. Gradualism and continuity characterized Austrian rule in all areas of Bosnia-Herzegovina where they encountered traditional institutions. Where possible, the laws and institutions inherited from the Ottoman era were harmonized and clarified, rather than discarded out of hand. But the Habsburg administration did facilitate the emancipation of subject peasants by means of a one-off payment. Over 40,000 Bosnian kmets purchased their autonomy in this way, between the occupation and the outbreak of war in 1914. In any case, the Serbian kmets who remained within the old estate system on the eve of the First World War were not especially badly off by the standards of early 20th century peasant Europe. They were probably more prosperous than their counterparts in Dalmatia or southern Italy. The Austrian administration also did much to increase the productivity of agriculture and industry in Bosnia-Herzegovina. They set up model farms, including a vineyard and a fish farm, introduced rudimentary agronomic training for country school teachers, and even established an agricultural college in Ilije, at a time when no such institution existed in neighbouring Serbia. If the uptake of new methods was still relatively slow, this had more to do with the resistance of the peasantry to innovation than with Austrian negligence. There was also a massive influx of investment capital. A road and railway network appeared, including some of the best mountain roads in Europe. These infrastructural projects served a partly military purpose, to be sure, but there was also massive investment across a range of sectors, including mining, metallurgy, forestry, and chemicals production. The pace of industrialization peaked during the administration of Count Benjamin Caloi, 1882 to 1903, and the consequence was a surge in industrial output, 12.4% per annum on average over the period 1881 to 1913, without precedent elsewhere in the Balkan lands. In short, the Habsburg administration treated the new provinces as a showcase whose purpose was to demonstrate the humanity and efficiency of Habsburg rule. By 1914, Bosnia-Herzegovina had been developed to a level comparable with the rest of the double monarchy. The worst blemish on the record of the Austrian administration in Bosnia-Herzegovina was the appallingly low rate of literacy and school attendance, which was worse even than Serbia's. But this was not the consequence of an Austrian policy of mass stultification. The Austrians built primary schools, nearly 200 of them, not to mention 3 high schools, a teacher training college, and a technical institute. It was not a stellar effort, but it was not outright neglect either. The problem lay partly in getting peasants to send their children to school. Only in 1909, after the formal annexation of the provinces, was compulsory primary education introduced. All was not sweetness and light in Bosnia-Herzegovina, to be sure. The Habsburg administration bore down hard on anything that smelled like nationalist mobilization against the empire, sometimes with a heavy and undiscriminating hand. In 1913, Oskar Pačorek, military governor of Bosnia-Herzegovina, suspended most of the Bosnian constitution of 1910, tightened government controls of the school system, banned the circulation of newspapers from Serbia, and closed down many Bosnian Serb cultural organizations, though this was, it should be pointed out, in response to an escalation in Serbian ultra-nationalist militancy. Another vexing factor was the political frustration of Serbs and Croats just across the border to the west and north in Croatia-Slavonia, and to the east in the Vojvodina, both ruled from Budapest under the restrictive Hungarian franchise. But all in all, this was a relatively fair and efficient administration, informed by a pragmatic respect for the diverse traditions of the national groups in the provinces. Theodore Roosevelt was not too far off the mark when he observed, during a visit to the White House by two senior Austrian politicians in June 1904, that the Habsburg monarchy had understood how to treat the different nations and religions in this country on an equal footing, and how thereby to achieve such great successes. He added, perhaps unhappily, that he believed the U.S. administration in the Philippines could learn a lot from the Austrian example. Visitors, too, were struck by the even-handedness of the Habsburg regime. There was a tone of mutual respect and mutual toleration among the ethno-religious groups, one American journalist observed in 1902. The courts were wisely and honestly administered, and justice was awarded to every citizen, regardless of his religion or social position. Evaluating the condition and prospects of the Austro-Hungarian Empire on the eve of the First World War confronts us in an acute way with the problem of temporal perspective. The collapse of the empire amid war and defeat in 1918 impressed itself upon the retrospective view of the Habsburg lands, overshadowing the scene with auguries of imminent and ineluctable decline. The Czech national activist Edvard Beneš was a case in point. During the First World War, Beneš became the organizer of a secret Czech pro-independence movement. In 1918, he was one of the founding fathers of the new Czechoslovak nation-state. But in a study of the Austrian problem and the Czech question, published in 1908, he had expressed confidence in the future of the Habsburg Commonwealth. People have spoken of the dissolution of Austria. I do not believe in it at all. The historic and economic ties which bind the Austrian nations to one another are too strong to let such a thing happen. A particularly striking example is the sometime Times correspondent, later editor, Henry Wickham Steed. In 1954, Steed declared in a letter to the Times literary supplement that when he had left the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1913, it was with the feeling that I was escaping from a doomed edifice. His words confirmed what was then the widely held view. Back in 1913, however, he had seen things differently. Though he was an outspoken critic of many features of Habsburg governance, he wrote in that year that he had been unable, during 10 years of constant observation and experience, to perceive any sufficient reason why the Habsburg monarchy should not retain its rightful place in the European community. Its internal crises, he concluded, are often crises of growth rather than crises of decay. It was only during the First World War that Steed became a propagandist for the dismemberment of the Austro-Hungarian state and an ardent defender of the post-war settlement in Central Europe. For the 1927 English translation of Tomáš Masaryk's Czech nationalist memoir, The Making of a State, Steed supplied a foreword in which he declared that the name Austria was synonymous with every device that could kill the soul of a people, corrupt it with a modicum of material well-being, deprive it of freedom of conscience and of thought, undermine its sturdiness, sap its steadfastness, and turn it from the pursuit of its ideal. Such reversals of polarity could occur in the other direction too. The Hungarian scholar Oskar Jászai, one of the most profound experts on the Habsburg Empire, was sharply critical of the dualist system. In 1929, he concluded an ambitious study of the monarchy's dissolution with the observation that the World War was not the cause, but only the final liquidation of the deep hatred and distrust of the various nations. And yet, in 1949, after a further world war and a calamitous period of dictatorship and genocide in his home country, Jászai, who had lived in American exile since 1919, struck a different note. In the old Habsburg monarchy, he wrote, the rule of law was tolerably secure. Individual liberties were more and more recognized. Political rights continuously extended. The principle of national autonomy growingly respected. The free flow of persons and goods extended its benefits to the remotest parts of the monarchy. While the euphoria of national independence disposed some who had once been loyal Habsburg citizens to impugn the old dual monarchy, others who were vigorous dissenters before 1914 later fell prey to nostalgia. In 1939, reflecting on the collapse of the monarchy, the Hungarian writer Mihály Babits wrote, "We now regret the loss and weep for the return of what we once hated. We are independent, but instead of feeling joy, we can only tremble." The chess players. After the ejection of the Austrians from Italy in 1859 and Germany in 1866, the Balkan region became by default the preeminent focus of Austro-Hungarian foreign policy. Unfortunately, this narrowing of geopolitical range happened to coincide with an era of growing volatility across the Balkan Peninsula. The underlying problem was the waning of Ottoman authority in southeastern Europe, which created a zone of tension between the two great powers with a strategic interest in the region. Both Russia and Austria-Hungary felt historically entitled to exercise hegemony in those areas from which the Ottomans withdrew. The House of Habsburg had traditionally been the guardian of Europe's eastern gate against the Turks. In Russia, the ideology of pan-Slavism asserted a natural commonality of interest between the emergent Slavic, especially Orthodox, nations of the Balkan Peninsula and the patron power in St. Petersburg. Ottoman retreat also raised questions about future control of the Turkish Straits, an issue of acute strategic importance to Russian policymakers. At the same time, ambitious new Balkan states emerged with conflicting interests and objectives of their own. Across this turbulent terrain, Austria and Russia maneuvered like chess players, hoping with each move to cancel out or diminish the opponent's advantage. Until 1908, cooperation, self-restraint, and the demarcation of informal spheres of influence ensured that the dangers implicit in this state of affairs were contained. In the revised Three Emperors League Treaty of 1881 between Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Germany, Russia undertook to respect the Austro-Hungarian occupation of Bosnia-Herzegovina, authorized in 1878 at the Treaty of Berlin, and the three signatories agreed to take account of each other's interests in the Balkan Peninsula. Further Austro-Russian understandings in 1897 and 1903 reaffirmed the joint commitment to the Balkan status quo. The complexity of Balkan politics was such, however, that maintaining good relations with the rival great power was not enough to ensure tranquility. The lesser beasts of the peninsula also had to be placated and tamed. And the most important of these, from Vienna's standpoint, was the Kingdom of Serbia. During the long reign of the Austrophile Milan Obrenović, Serbia remained a docile partner in Vienna's designs, acquiescing in the empire's claim to regional hegemony. Vienna, in return, supported Belgrade's bid for elevation to the status of kingdom in 1882, and promised diplomatic support in the event that Serbia should seek to expand southwards into Ottoman Macedonia. As the Austro-Hungarian foreign minister, Gustav Count Kalniki von Kurzbátak, informed his Russian counterpart in the summer of 1883, good relations with Serbia were the keystone of the empire's Balkan policy. Though friendly, King Milan of Serbia could be an exasperating partner. In 1885, the king created a commotion in Vienna by proposing to abdicate, send his son to school in Austria, and allow the empire to annex his kingdom. The Austrians were having none of this nonsense. At a meeting in Vienna, the dejected monarch was reminded of his kingly duties and sent back to Belgrade. A flourishing and independent Serbia, Kalniki explained to the Austrian Prime Minister, suits our intentions better than the possession of an unruly province. On 14th November, however, only 4 months after appearing to lose his will to rule, Milan suddenly and unexpectedly invaded neighbouring Bulgaria, Russia's client state. The resulting conflict was short-lived, because the Serbian army was easily beaten back by the Bulgarians, but assiduous great power diplomacy was required to prevent this unexpected démarche from ruffling the feathers of the Austro-Russian détente. The son proved even more erratic than the father. Alexander boasted intemperately of Austro-Hungarian support for his kingdom, and declared publicly in 1899 that the enemies of Serbia are the enemies of Austria-Hungary, a faux pas that raised eyebrows in St. Petersburg and caused considerable embarrassment in Vienna. But he was also tempted by the advantages of a Russophile policy. By 1902, after the death of King Father Milan, King Alexander was energetically suing for Russian support. He even declared to a journalist in St. Petersburg that the Habsburg monarchy was the arch-enemy of Serbia. There was thus little regret in Vienna at the news of Alexander's premature death, although the politicians there were as shocked as everyone else by the brutality with which he and his line were exterminated. Only gradually did it become clear to the Austrians that the regicide of June 1903 marked a real break. The foreign ministry in Vienna hastened to establish good relations with the usurper Petar Karađorđević, whom they optimistically viewed as Austrophile in temperament. Austria-Hungary became the first foreign state to recognize formally the new Serbian regime. But it soon became clear that the foundations no longer existed for a harmonious relationship between the two neighbors. The management of political affairs passed into the hands of men openly hostile to the dual monarchy, and the policymakers in Vienna studied with growing concern the nationalist expectorations of the Belgrade press, now freed from governmental restraints. In September 1903, Konstantin Dumba, the Austrian minister in Belgrade, reported that relations between the two countries were as bad as possible. Vienna rediscovered its moral outrage at the regicide and joined the British in imposing sanctions on the Karađorđević court. Hoping to profit from this loosening of the Austro-Serbian bond, the Russians moved in, assuring the Belgrade government that Serbia's future lay in the west on the Adriatic coastline, and urging them not to renew their long-standing commercial treaty with Vienna. At the end of 1905, these tensions broke out into open conflict with the discovery in Vienna that Serbia and Bulgaria had signed a secret customs union. Vienna's demand, early in 1906, that Belgrade repudiate the union proved counterproductive. Among other things, it transformed the Bulgarian Union, which had been a matter of indifference to most Serbs, into the fetish, for a time at least, of Serbian national opinion. The general outlines of the 1906 crisis are set out in Chapter 1, but one further point should be borne in mind, namely that what worried the politicians in Vienna was less the negligible commercial significance of the union with Bulgaria than the political logic underlying it. What if the Serbo-Bulgarian customs union were merely the first step in the direction of a league of Balkan states hostile to Austria-Hungary and receptive to promptings from St. Petersburg? It is easy to write this off as Austrian paranoia, but in reality, the policymakers in Vienna were not far off the mark. The Serbian-Bulgarian customs agreement was, in fact, the third of a sequence of secret alliances between Serbia and Bulgaria, of which the first two were already clearly anti-Austrian in orientation. A treaty of friendship and a treaty of alliance had already been signed in Belgrade on 12 May 1904, in circumstances of the strictest secrecy. Dumba had done his utmost to find out what was going on between the Bulgarian delegates visiting the city and their Serbian interlocutors, but though his suspicions were raised, he had failed to penetrate the curtain of confidentiality surrounding the negotiations. Vienna's fear of Russian involvement, it turned out, was well-founded. St. Petersburg was indeed, notwithstanding the Austro-Russian détente and the immense effort of a disastrous war with Japan, working towards the creation of a Balkan alliance. A key figure in the negotiations was the Bulgarian diplomat Dimitar Rizov, sometime agent of the Russian Asiatic Department. On 15th September 1904, at 11 o'clock in the morning, the Russian ambassadors in Belgrade and Sofia were simultaneously, and secretly, presented with copies of the Serbian-Bulgarian Treaty of Alliance by the foreign ministers of Serbia and Bulgaria, respectively. One difficult feature of Austro-Hungarian Balkan policy was the deepening interpenetration of foreign and domestic issues. For obvious reasons, domestic and international politics were most likely to become entangled in the case of those minorities for whom there existed an independent motherland outside the boundaries of the empire. The Czechs, Slovenes, Poles, Slovaks, and Croats of the Habsburg lands possessed no such sovereign external nation-state. The 3 million Romanians in the Duchy of Transylvania, on the other hand, did. Thanks to the intricacies of the dualist system, there was little Vienna could do to prevent oppressive Hungarian cultural policies from alienating the neighbouring kingdom of Romania, a political partner of great strategic value in the region. Yet it proved possible, at least until around 1910, to insulate Austro-Romanian relations from the impact of domestic tensions, mainly because the government of Romania, an ally of Austria and Germany, made no effort to foment or exploit ethnic discord in Transylvania. The same could not be said, however, of the Serbs and the Kingdom of Serbia after 1903. Just over 40% of the population of Bosnia-Herzegovina were Serbs, and there were large areas of Serbian settlement in the Vojvodina in southern Hungary and smaller ones in Croatia-Slavonia. After the regicide of 1903, Belgrade stepped up the pace of irredentist activity within the empire, focusing in particular on Bosnia-Herzegovina. In February 1906, the Austrian military attaché in Belgrade, Pomiankovsky, summarized the problem in a letter to the Chief of the General Staff. It was certain, Pomiankovsky declared, that Serbia would number among the empire's enemies in the event of a future military conflict. The problem was less the attitude of the government as such than the ultra-nationalist orientation of the political culture as a whole. Even if a sensible government were at the helm, Pomiankovsky warned, it would be in no position to prevent the all-powerful radical chauvinists from launching an adventure. More dangerous, however, than Serbia's open enmity and its miserable army was the fifth column work of the Serbian radicals in peacetime, which systematically poisons the attitude of our South Slav population and could, if the worst came to the worst, create very serious difficulties for our army. The chauvinist irredentism of the Serbian state, or more precisely, of the most influential political forces within it, came to occupy a central place in Vienna's assessments of the relationship with Belgrade. The official instructions, composed in the summer of 1907 by Foreign Minister Count Alois von Ehrenthal for the new Austrian envoy to Serbia, convey a sense of how relations had deteriorated since the regicide. Under King Milan, Ehrenthal recalled, the Serbian crown had been strong enough to counteract any public Bosnian agitation, but since the events of July 1903, everything had changed. It was not just that King Petar was politically too weak to oppose the forces of chauvinist nationalism, but rather that he had himself begun to exploit the national movement in order to consolidate his position. One of the foremost tasks of the new Austrian minister in Belgrade would therefore be the close observation and analysis of Serbian nationalist activity. When the opportunity arose, the minister was to inform King Petar and Prime Minister Pasic that he was fully acquainted with the scope and character of pan-Serb nationalist activity. The leaders in Belgrade should be left in no doubt that Austria-Hungary regarded its occupation of Bosnia-Herzegovina as definitive. Above all, the minister was not to be put off by the usual official denials. It is to be expected that they will respond to your well-meant warnings with the time-honoured cliché that the Serbian politicians always roll out when they are reproached with their furtive machinations vis-à-vis the occupied provinces. The Serbian government strives to maintain correct and blameless relations, but is in no position to hold back the sentiment of the nation, which demands action, etc., etc. Ehrental's official instruction captures the salient features of Vienna's attitude to Belgrade. A belief in the primordial power of Serbian nationalism, a visceral distrust of the leading statesman, and a deepening anxiety over the future of Bosnia, concealed behind a pose of lofty and invulnerable superiority. The scene was thus set for the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1908. There had never been any doubt, either in Austria or in the chancelleries of the other great powers, that Vienna regarded the occupation of 1878 as permanent. In one of the secret articles of the renewed Three Emperors Alliance of 1881, Austria-Hungary had explicitly asserted the right to annex these provinces at whatever moment she shall deem opportune, and this claim was repeated at intervals in Austro-Russian diplomatic agreements. Nor was it contested in principle by Russia, though St. Petersburg reserved the right to impose conditions when the moment for such a change of status arrived. The advantages to Austria-Hungary of a formal annexation were obvious enough. It would remove any doubt about the future of the provinces, a matter of some urgency, since the occupation statute agreed at the Congress of Berlin was due to expire in 1908. It would allow Bosnia and Herzegovina to be integrated more fully into the political fabric of the empire, through the establishment, for example, of a provincial parliament. It would create a more stable environment for inward investment. More importantly, it would signal to Belgrade, and to the Serbs in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the permanence of Austria-Hungary's possession, and thus, in theory at least, remove one incentive for further agitation. Ehrenthal, who became foreign minister in October 1906, also had other reasons for pressing ahead. Until around the turn of the century, he had been a staunch supporter of the dualist system. But his faith in the compromise was shaken in 1905 by the bitter infighting between the Austrian and Hungarian political elites over the administration of the joint armed forces. By 1907, he had come to favor a tripartite solution to the monarchy's problems. The two dominant power centers within the monarchy would be supplemented by a third entity incorporating the South Slavs, above all Croats, Slovenes, and Serbs. This was a program with a considerable following among the South Slav elites, especially the Croats, who resented being divided between Cisleithania, the Kingdom of Hungary, and the province of Croatia-Slavonia, ruled from Budapest. Only if Bosnia-Herzegovina were fully annexed to the empire would it be possible eventually to incorporate it into the structure of a reformed trialist monarchy. And this in turn, such was Ehrenthal's devout hope, would provide an internal counterweight to the irredentist activities of Belgrade. Far from being the Piedmont of South Slavdom in the Balkans, Serbia would become the severed limb of a vast Croat-dominated South Slav entity within the empire. The clinching argument for annexation was the Young Turk revolution that broke out in Ottoman Macedonia in the summer of 1908. The Young Turks forced the Sultan in Constantinople to proclaim a constitution and the establishment of a parliament. They planned to subject the Ottoman imperial system to a root and branch reform. Rumours circulated to the effect that the new Turkish leadership would shortly call general elections throughout the Ottoman Empire, including the areas occupied by Austria-Hungary, which currently possessed no representative organs of their own. What if the new Turkish administration, its legitimacy and confidence enhanced by the revolution, were to demand the return of its lost western salient and to woo its inhabitants with the promise of constitutional reform? Hoping to capitalize on these uncertainties, an opportunist Muslim-Serb coalition emerged in Bosnia, calling for autonomy under Turkish suzerainty. There was now the danger that an ethnic alliance within the province might join forces with the Turks to push the Austrians out. In order to forestall any such complications, Ehrenthal moved quickly to prepare the ground for annexation. The Ottomans were bought out of their nominal sovereignty with a handsome indemnity. Much more important were the Russians, upon whose acquiescence the whole project depended. Ehrenthal was a firm believer in the importance of good relations with Russia. As Austrian ambassador in St. Petersburg during the years 1899 to 1906, he had helped to consolidate the Austro-Russian rapprochement. Securing the agreement of the Russian foreign minister, Alexander Izvolsky, was easy. The Russians had no objection to the formalization of Austria-Hungary's status in Bosnia-Herzegovina, provided St. Petersburg received something in return. Indeed, it was Izvolsky, with the support of Tsar Nicholas II, who proposed that the annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina be exchanged for Austrian support for improved Russian access to the Turkish Straits. On 16 September 1908, Izvolsky and Ehrenthal clarified the terms of the deal at Schloss Buchlau, the Moravian estate of Leopold von Berchtold, Austro-Hungarian ambassador in St. Petersburg. In a sense, therefore, the annexation of 1908 was born out of the spirit of the Austro-Russian Balkan Entente. There was, moreover, a neat symmetry about the exchange. since Izvolsky and Aehrenthal were essentially after the same thing: gains that would be secured through secret negotiations at the expense of the Ottoman Empire and in contravention of the Treaty of Berlin. Despite these preparations, Aehrental's announcement of the annexation on 5 October 1908 triggered a major European crisis. Izvolsky denied having reached any agreement with Aehrenthal. He subsequently even denied that he had been advised in advance of Aehrental's intentions, and demanded that an international conference be convened to clarify the status of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The resulting crisis dragged on for months as Serbia, Russia, and Austria mobilized and counter-mobilized, and Aehrenthal continued to evade Izvolsky's call for a conference that had not been foreseen in the agreement at Buchlau. The issue was resolved only by the St. Petersburg Note of March 1909, in which the Germans demanded that the Russians at last recognize the annexation and urged Serbia to do likewise. If they did not, Chancellor Bülow warned, then things would take their course. This formulation hinted not just at the possibility of an Austrian war on Serbia, but, more importantly, at the possibility that the Germans would release the documents proving Izvolsky's complicity in the original annexation deal. Izvolsky immediately backed down. Aehrenthal has traditionally carried the lion's share of the responsibility for the annexation crisis. Is this fair? To be sure, the Austrian foreign minister's manoeuvres lacked diplomatic transparency. He chose to operate with the tools of the old diplomacy: confidential meetings, the exchange of pledges, and secret bilateral agreements, rather than attempting to resolve the annexation issue through an international conference involving all the signatories of the Treaty of Berlin. This preference for furtive arrangements made it easier for Izvolsky to claim that he, and by extension Russia, had been hoodwinked by the slippery Austrian minister. Yet the evidence suggests that the crisis took the course that it did because Izvolsky lied in the most extravagant fashion in order to save his job and reputation. The Russian foreign minister had made two serious errors of judgment. He had assumed, firstly, that London would support his demand for the opening of the Turkish Straits to Russian warships. He had also grossly underestimated the impact of the annexation on Russian nationalist opinion. According to one account, he was initially perfectly calm when news of the annexation reached him in Paris on 8 October 1908. It was only during his stay in London a few days later, when the British proved uncooperative and he got wind of the press response in St. Petersburg, that he realized his error, panicked, and began to construct himself as Aehrental's dupe. Whatever the rights and wrongs of Aehrental's policy, the Bosnian annexation crisis was a turning point in Balkan geopolitics. It devastated what remained of Austro-Russian readiness to collaborate on resolving Balkan questions. From this moment onwards, it would be much more difficult to contain the negative energies generated by conflicts among the Balkan states. It also alienated Austria's neighbour and ally, the Kingdom of Italy. There had long been latent tensions between the two states. Italian minority rights in Dalmatia and Croatia-Slavonia, and power political rivalry in the Adriatic were the two most important bones of contention. But the annexation crisis prompted calls for Italian compensation and kindled Italian resentments to a new pitch of intensity. In the last years before the outbreak of war, it became increasingly difficult to reconcile Italian and Austrian objectives on the Balkan Adriatic coast. The Germans were initially non-committal on the annexation question, but they soon rallied energetically to Austria-Hungary's support, and this, too, was an ambivalent development. It had the desired effect of dissuading the Russian government from attempting to extract further capital out of the annexation crisis, but in the longer run it reinforced the sense in both St. Petersburg and London that Austria was the satellite of Berlin, a perception that would play a dangerous role in the crisis of 1914. In Russia, the impact of the crisis was especially deep and lasting. Defeat in the war with Japan in 1904-05 had shut off the prospect of Far Eastern expansion for the foreseeable future. The Anglo-Russian Convention, signed by Izvolsky and the British ambassador, Sir Arthur Nicholson, on 31 August 1907, had established the limits of Russian influence in Persia, Afghanistan, and Tibet. The Balkans remained, for the moment, the only arena in which Russia could still pursue a policy focused on projecting imperial power. Intense public emotions were invested in Russia's status as protector of the lesser Slavic peoples, and underlying these in the minds of the key decision-makers was a deepening preoccupation with the question of access to the Turkish Straits. Misled by Izvolsky and fired up by chauvinist popular emotion, the Russian government and public opinion interpreted the annexation as a brutal betrayal of the understanding between the two powers, an unforgivable humiliation and an unacceptable provocation in a sphere of vital interest. In the years that followed the Bosnian crisis, the Russians launched a program of military investment so substantial that it triggered a European arms race. There were also signs of a deeper Russian political involvement with Serbia. In the autumn of 1909, the Russian Foreign Ministry appointed Nikolai Hartwig, a fiery fanatic in the old Slavophile tradition, to the Russian embassy in Belgrade. Once in office, Hartwig, an energetic and intelligent envoy, worked hard to push Belgrade into taking up a more assertive position against Vienna. Indeed, he pushed so hard in this direction that he sometimes exceeded the instructions of his managers in St. Petersburg. Lies and forgeries. The annexation crisis also further poisoned relations between Vienna and Belgrade. As so often, the situation was exacerbated by political conditions inside the dual monarchy. For several years, the Austro-Hungarian authorities had been observing the activities of the Serbo-Croat coalition, a political faction that emerged within the Croatian Diet at Agram, today Zagreb, capital of Hungarian-ruled Croatia-Slavonia, in 1905. After the Diet elections of 1906, the coalition secured control of the Agram administration, embraced a Yugoslav agenda, seeking a closer union of the South Slav peoples within the empire, and fought long battles with the Hungarian authorities over such ticklish issues as the requirement that all state railway officials should be able to speak Magyar. There was nothing especially unusual about this constellation. What worried the Austrians was the suspicion that some or all of the deputies of the coalition might be operating as a fifth column for Belgrade. During the crisis of 1908-9, these apprehensions escalated to the point of paranoia. In March 1909, just as Russia was backing down from a confrontation over Bosnia, the Habsburg administration launched an astonishingly inept judicial assault on the Serbo-Croat coalition, charging 53, mainly Serb activists, with treason for plotting to detach the South Slav lands from Austria-Hungary and join them to Serbia. At around the same time, the Vienna-based historian and writer Dr. Heinrich Friedjung published an article in the Neue Freie Presse accusing 3 prominent coalition politicians of receiving subsidies from Belgrade in return for treasonous activity on behalf of the Kingdom of Serbia. Friedjung claimed to have been shown confidential government documents demonstrating beyond doubt the truth of these charges. The treason trial at Agram dragged on from 3rd March until 5th November 1909 and quickly collapsed into an unmitigated public relations disaster for the government. The court heard 276 witnesses for the prosecution, but none who had been nominated by the defense. All 31 convictions handed down in Agram were subsequently quashed on appeal in Vienna. At the same time, a chain of libel trials against Friedjung and the editor of the Reichspost, which had reprinted his claims, revealed further embarrassing manipulations. The secret documents, on which the good doctor had based his charges, turned out to be forgeries passed to the Austrian legation in Belgrade by a shady Serbian double agent, and supplied in turn to Friedjung by the Foreign Ministry in Vienna. The unfortunate Friedjung, whose excellent reputation as an historian had been shamefully misused, apologized and withdrew his accusations. But the tireless Czech national activist and advocate for the accused, Tomáš Masaryk, continued to pursue the matter at the highest level, searching far and wide, including in Belgrade, for new evidence, and claiming in various public forums that the Austrian ambassador in Belgrade had knowingly procured the forgeries on Count Aehrenthals' behalf. It is highly unlikely that the authorities in Vienna knew from the outset that the documents were inauthentic. Paranoia probably engendered credulity. The Austrians were primed to believe what they feared to find. But the Tagen and Frieden trials imposed a lasting burden on relations between Vienna and Belgrade. Particularly awkward was the fact that the scandal soon began to focus on the Austrian representative in Serbia, Johann Count Forgash von Gimesch and Gach, with far-reaching consequences for the diplomatic relationship between the two countries. Throughout 1910 and 1911, the Masaryk campaign continued to produce new and embarrassing revelations of Austrian perfidy, not all of which were true. The Serbian press rejoiced, and there were loud demands for Forgach's recall from Belgrade. But Forgash, who had long since ceased to take any pleasure whatsoever in his posting, vigorously, and probably truthfully, denied all charges, and Ehrenthal, who was himself under attack, felt unable to remove the embattled envoy for as long as this might imply an acknowledgement from Vienna that the Austrian authorities had deliberately deceived the public. "The situation is not pleasant for me," Forgash wrote in a private letter to the Foreign Office section chief in Vienna in November 1910, "but I will survive the Belgrade newspaper storms, as I have survived so much else, provided the government here behaves in a halfway decent fashion." What especially infuriated Forgash was the continuing involvement of senior Serbian officials, foremost among them the Foreign Office section chief Miroslav Spalajković, in the campaign to discredit him. Spalajković provided Masaryk with evidence against the Austrian government. He was even called as an expert witness on behalf of the Serbo-Croat coalition during the Frieden trials. Having helped to explode the credibility of the forged documents, Spalajković went a step further and asserted that Forgash had deliberately secured them, in the hope of trumping up charges against the Serbo-Croat coalition. In the winter of 1910-11, the Dutch envoy in Belgrade, Vredenburg, reported that Spalajković continued to disseminate rumours against the Austrian representative across the diplomatic community. To make matters worse, Spalajković and his wife were constantly to be seen in the company of Hartwig, the new Russian minister. Indeed, it was said that the couple virtually lived at the Russian mission. Forgash became unhealthily obsessed with the man he called our deadly enemy. An exchange of curt letters between the envoy and the official further poisoned relations between them, and by April 1911 Forgash had ordered all personnel at the Austrian legation in Belgrade to avoid contact of any kind with Spalajković. "This constantly overwrought man," he informed Ehrenthal, "is in some respects not entirely sane. Since the annexation, his hatred for the Austro-Hungarian monarchy has developed almost into a mental illness." Forgash's position in Belgrade had clearly become untenable, and he was recalled in the summer of 1911. But the scandal of the Tagen Frieden trials and their aftermath in the Serbian capital are worth recalling, because they involved individuals who would figure prominently in the events of 1914. Miroslav Spalajković was a very senior foreign policy official with a long-standing interest in Bosnia-Herzegovina. His wife was a Bosnian, and he had composed a doctoral thesis at the University of Paris in 1897, arguing that, as the two provinces remained autonomous legal entities under Ottoman suzerainty, their annexation by Austria-Hungary could never be legitimate. He subsequently served as the Serbian minister in Sofia, where he played an important role, in collusion with the Russians, in forging the Serbian-Bulgarian alliance at the centre of the Balkan League that launched the First Balkan War in 1912. During his posting at Sofia, he remained Nikolai Hartwig's most intimate friend, visiting him in Belgrade up to 20 times a month. He was subsequently transferred to the even more important legation in St. Petersburg. Here, his task would be to interpret the intentions of the Tsar and his ministers to the Serbian government in Belgrade, as the crisis of July 1914 unfolded. Forgash, too, who left his posting as a staunch Serbophobe, remained on the scene as one of the leading figures in a cohort of officials who helped shape the policies of the Austro-Hungarian Foreign Ministry after the sudden death of Ehrenthal from leukemia in 1912. And we should not forget the bitter personal animosity between Izvolsky and Ehrenthal, which was rightly identified by the Vienna Quality Press in the aftermath of the Bosnian crisis as an impediment to the improvement of relations between Austria-Hungary and Russia. It is a curious feature of the July crisis of 1914 that so many of the key actors in it had known each other for so long. Beneath the surface of many of the key transactions lurked personal antipathies and long-remembered injuries. The Serbian problem was not a matter that the Austrians could handle in isolation. It was embedded within a complex of interlocked questions. First, there was the pressing issue of Serbia's relationship with Russia, which was closer after the annexation crisis than it had been before. Vienna was deeply suspicious of the Russian minister Hartwig, whose Austrophobia, pan-Slavism, and growing influence in Belgrade augured ill for the future. Hartwig, the French minister in Sofia reported, was the archetype of the true moujik, a partisan of the old Russian-Turkish policy, who was prepared to sacrifice the Far East for the Balkans. Hartwig established relations of extraordinary intimacy with Prime Minister Nikola Pašić. The two men met almost daily. "Your beard is consulting with our beard," the officials of the Serbian Foreign Ministry would comment to the junior diplomats of the Russian mission. No one, a Russian staffer commented, believed that secrets were possible in relation to the political goals shared by Russia and Serbia. The Russian minister was greeted everywhere in Belgrade like a conquering hero. People just needed to see his characteristic head, and he would get standing ovations. Vienna could, in theory, offset Serbian hostility by seeking better relations with Bulgaria. But pursuing this option also entailed difficulties. Since there was still a bitter dispute over the border between Bulgaria and Romania, cozying up to Sofia brought the risk of alienating Bucharest. A hostile Bucharest was extremely undesirable because of the huge Romanian minority in Hungarian Transylvania. If Romania were to turn away from Vienna towards St. Petersburg, the minority issue might well become a question of regional security. Hungarian diplomats and political leaders in particular warned that Greater Romania posed as serious a threat to the dual monarchy as Greater Serbia. A further concern was the little principality of Montenegro on the Adriatic coast. This picturesque, impoverished kingdom provided the backdrop for Franz Lehar's The Merry Widow, where it appeared thinly disguised as the Grand Duchy of Pontevedro. The German libretto gave the game away by explicitly stating that the singers should wear Montenegrin national costume. Montenegro was the smallest of the Balkan states, with a population of only 250,000, scattered across a beautiful but unforgiving terrain of black peaks and plunging ravines. This was a country where the king, dressed in a splendid uniform of gold, silver, red, and blue, could be seen smoking at dusk in front of his palace, hoping to chat with a passer-by. When the Prague journalist Egon Erwin Kish travelled by foot from Cetinje, then the capital of Montenegro, to the beautiful port city of Rijeka, now in Croatia, in the summer of 1913, he was disconcerted to hear gunshots ringing out across the valleys. He wondered at first whether a Balkan war had broken out, but his guard assured him that it was just the Montenegrin youth with their Russian rifles shooting small fish in the fast-flowing mountain streams. Though poor and tiny, Montenegro was not unimportant. Its mountain guns on the Lovćen Heights overlooked the indefensible Austrian harbour facilities at Cartero on the Adriatic, to the vexation of Habsburg naval planners. Nikola, the reigning prince since 1861, and thus the third longest-serving European monarch after Queen Victoria and Franz Joseph, was extraordinarily ambitious. He had succeeded in doubling the territory of his kingdom at the Berlin Congress of 1878, expanded it again during the annexation crisis of 1908, and thereafter had his eye on a piece of northern Albania. He elevated himself to the status of king in 1910. He also married off his female offspring with quite extraordinary skill. King Petar Karađorđević of Serbia was his son-in-law, though his Montenegrin wife had died by the time Petar was crowned. Another of Nicola's daughters, Elena, married Victor Emmanuel III of Italy, king from 1900. Two others married Russian archdukes in St. Petersburg, where they became prominent figures in Russian high society. Nicolas exploited his strategically sensitive position in order to attract funding from powerful foreign sponsors, most importantly Russia. In 1904, he demonstrated his solidarity with the great Slav ally by solemnly declaring war on Japan. The Russians reciprocated with military subsidies and a military mission whose task was the reorganization of the Montenegrin army. Italy, linked through its royal house with Montenegro, was a further complication. Italy had been a member of the Triple Alliance with Austria and Germany since May 1882, and renewed its membership in 1891, 1902, and 1912. But public sentiment on the question of relations with Austria was deeply divided. Broadly speaking, liberal, secular, nationalist Italy tended to favour a policy of confrontation with Austrians, especially in the Adriatic, which Italian nationalists regarded as a natural avenue for the consolidation of Italian influence. Catholic, clerical, conservative Italy tended, by contrast, to favour a policy of rapprochement and collaboration with Vienna. Reflecting these divided loyalties, Rome operated an elaborate, multi-layered and often contradictory diplomacy. In 1900 and 1902, the Italian government signed secret agreements with France that cancelled out most of its treaty obligations to Vienna and Berlin. From 1904, moreover, the Italians made it increasingly clear that they viewed Austro-Hungarian policy in the Balkans as impinging on their interests in the area. Montenegro was seen as a promising field for the expansion of Italian commercial and cultural influence in the Balkans, and Foreign Minister Tommaso Titoni cultivated very friendly relations with Belgrade and Sofia. The Italians reacted sharply to the annexation of Bosnia in 1908, less because they objected in principle to the Austrian move than because Aehrenthal refused to compensate Rome with the foundation of an Italian university in the mainly Italian-speaking Habsburg port of Trieste. In October 1909, King Victor Emmanuel III broke ranks with the Triple Alliance to sign a secret agreement with Tsar Nicholas II. The Racconigi bargain, as it later became known, stipulated that Italy and Russia would not conclude agreements on the European East without each other's consent, and that the two powers pledged to regard with benevolence the one Russia's interest in the matter of the Straits, the other Italian interests in Tripoli and Cyrenaica. The agreement was less momentous than it seemed, for the Italians soon after signed an understanding with Vienna that largely cancelled out the pledges of Racconigi, but it signalled Rome's determination to pursue a more assertive and independent policy. The likeliest apple of future Austro-Italian discord in the Balkans was Albania, still locked within the Ottoman Empire, which both Italy and Austria viewed as falling within their sphere of influence. Since the 1850s, Austria had, through its vice-consulate in Scutari, exercised a kind of religious protectorate over the Catholics in the north of the country. But the Italians, too, took a strong interest in Albania with its long Adriatic coastline. By the turn of the century, Rome and Vienna had agreed that they would support Albanian independence in the event of a collapse of Ottoman power in the region. The question of how exactly influence would be shared between the two Adriatic powers remained unresolved. Deceptive calm. In March 1909, Serbia formally pledged that it would desist from further covert operations against Austrian territory and maintain good neighbourly relations with the Empire. In 1910, Vienna and Belgrade even agreed, after much wrangling, a trade treaty ending the Austro-Serbian commercial conflict. A 24% rise in Serbian imports during that year bore witness to improving economic conditions. Austro-Hungarian goods began to reappear on the shelves of shops in Belgrade, and by 1912 the dual monarchy was once again the main buyer and supplier of Serbia. At meetings between Pasic and the Austrian representative, there were assurances of goodwill on both sides, but a deep awkwardness had settled over the two states' relations that seemed impossible to dispel. Although there was talk of an official visit by King Petar to Vienna, it never materialized. On the initially genuine pretext of the monarch's ill health, the Serbian government moved the visit from Vienna to Budapest, then postponed it, and then, in April 1911, put it off indefinitely. Yet, to the chagrin of the Austrians, there was a highly successful royal trip to Paris in the winter of 1911. The French visit was deemed so important that the Serbian envoy in Paris returned to Belgrade to help prepare it. An earlier plan, to combine the journey to France, with stops in Vienna and Rome, was jettisoned. Peter arrived in Paris on 16th November and was accommodated in the court of the Quai d'Orsay, where he was welcomed by the President of the Republic and presented with a gold medal, fashioned especially for the occasion, commemorating the King's service as a young Serbian exile and volunteer in the French War of 1870 against Prussia. At a state dinner on the same evening, and to the intense annoyance of the Austrians, President Vallière opened his speech by hailing Petar as the King of all the Serbs, including, implicitly, those living within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the man who was going to lead his country and people into freedom. Visibly excited, Petar replied that he and his fellow Serbs would count on France in their fight for freedom. Behind the scenes, moreover, the work to redeem Bosnia-Herzegovina for Serbdom continued. Narodna Odbrana, ostensibly converted into a purely cultural organization, soon resumed its former activities. Its branch organizations proliferated after 1909 and spilled over into Bosnia-Herzegovina. The Austrians monitored, as far as they were able, the espionage activity of Serbian agents crossing the border. A characteristic example was a certain Dragomir Djordjevic, a reserve lieutenant in the Serbian army, who combined his cultural work as an actor in Bosnia with the management of a covert network of Serb informants. He was spotted returning to Serbia for weapons training in October 1910. Austrian representatives in Serbia were also aware from an early stage of the existence of Ujedinjenje ili Smrt, though they were at first unsure of what they should make of this mysterious newcomer to the Belgrade scene. In a report filed on 12 November 1911, the new minister in Belgrade, Forgash's successor, Stefan von Ugron zu Abranfalva, notified Vienna of the existence of an association supposedly existing in officer circles that was currently the subject of press comment in Serbia. At this point, nothing positive was known about the group, save that it called itself the Black Hand and was chiefly concerned with regaining the influence over national politics that the army had enjoyed in the Obrenović era. Further reports from Ugron and the Austrian military attaché Otto Gelinek fleshed out the picture somewhat. Apis was now identified as the dominant figure in the new network, and a more elaborate picture emerged of its objectives. The program of the movement consists in the removal of all personalities in the country who stand in the way of the greater Serbian idea, and the enthronement of a leader who will be ready to lead the fight for the unification of all Serbs. Press rumors to the effect that the Black Hand had drawn up a hit list of politicians to be assassinated in the event of a coup against the current radical government, nourished by the mysterious murders of two prominent opposition politicians in the autumn of 1911, were later discounted as false. It appeared, Gelinek reported on 22 November 1911, that the conspirators planned to use legal means to remove the inner enemies of Serbdom, in order then to turn with unified force against its external foes. The Austrians initially viewed these developments with surprising equanimity. It was virtually impossible, Gelinek observed, to keep any organization in Serbia secret for long, because for every 5 conspirators there is 1 informant. Conspiracies were nothing new in Serbia, after all. The matter was therefore of little importance. But the attitude of the Austrian observers changed as they began to grasp the extent of the Black Hand's influence over parts of the state apparatus. In December 1911, the military attaché reported that the Serbian Minister of War had called off an investigation into the movement because there would otherwise be difficulties of far-reaching significance. Early in February 1912, he observed that the network had acquired semi-official character. It appeared that the government was fully informed on all members of the Black Hand and on their activity. The fact that Minister of War Stepanović, a protector of the organization, remained in office was a sign of its growing political influence. A complex picture emerged that would shape Austrian behavior in the summer of 1914. It was clear on the one hand that Unity or Death was a subversive network genuinely opposed to and feared by the current civilian authorities in the Kingdom of Serbia. But it was also the case that the great Serbian objectives of the network were widely condoned and supported, both by elements of the civilian leadership and by the broader public in Serbia. More importantly, there were times when the movement and the administration appeared to operate in tandem. In February 1912, Ugron warned that the Serbian authorities might collaborate with an enthusiastic military-patriotic movement, provided its energies could be turned outwards against Serbia's external foes and away from subversive activity within the kingdom itself. The irredentist organ Pierre Montt openly espoused anti-Habsburg ultra-nationalist objectives. By defining itself thus in terms of national goals, Ugron noted, the Black Hand made it difficult for the Serbian civilian authorities to take action against it. In short, the Austrians grasped both the extent of Black Hand influence and the complexity of the constraints preventing the Pašić government from taking action to counter it. The outlines of this analysis remained in place until the summer of 1914. The Austrians followed as closely as they could the dramatic growth of the network during the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913. In January 1914, attention focused on the trial of a regicide officer by the name of Vemić, who had been notorious in 1903 for carrying about with him in a suitcase a desiccated flap of flesh that he had cut from one of Queen Draga's breasts as a trophy of the night of 11th June. In October 1913, during the Second Balkan War, Vemić shot dead a Serbian recruit for being too slow to follow an order and was tried by a military tribunal. His acquittal by a court staffed entirely by senior officers triggered uproar in parts of the Belgrade press, and Vemić was called for a retrial before the Serbian Supreme Court. But his sentence, a mere 10 months of imprisonment, was cut short by a royal pardon, extracted by the military leadership from the king at the end of December 1913. The officer corps is a politically decisive factor in today's Serbia, Jelinek noted in May 1914. This growth in the Praetorian element in Serbian public life in turn represented an enhanced threat to Austria-Hungary, since the officer corps is also the bastion of the great Serbian extreme Austrophobe tendency. The most enigmatic ingredient in the mix was Nikola Pašić, the uncrowned king of Serbia. Pašić held his fire during the political storms of 1913-14 and refused to allow himself to be provoked into a direct confrontation with the officer corps. With his customary agility, Jelinek observed on 21 May 1914, the Prime Minister sidestepped hostile interpellations in the Skupština by insisting that the Serbian government and the Serbian officer corps were in the fullest agreement on all important questions. In a report filed on 21 June, a week before the assassinations at Sarajevo, Jelinek summed up the situation in 4 points. The crown had fallen into the hands of the conspirators and was largely powerless. The army continued to pursue its own objectives in domestic and foreign policy. The Russian minister, Nikolai Hartwig, remained an exceptionally influential figure in Belgrade. But none of this meant that Pašić should be written off as a factor in Serbian politics. On the contrary, the founder and leader for 3 decades of the extreme Russophile Radical Party still occupied, despite everything, an omnipotent position. Yet establishing direct communications with Nikola Pašić proved extraordinarily difficult. A curious episode from the autumn of 1913 illustrates the point. On 3rd October, Pašić paid a pre-scheduled visit to Vienna. The trip was timely because Vienna and Belgrade were locked in a confrontation over the Serbian occupation of parts of northern Albania. On 1st October, a letter warning Belgrade that the Serbs must quit Albania had elicited a non-committal reply. Accompanied by his ambassador, Pašić attended meetings with various Austrian ministers, including a lunch with the Austrian Foreign Minister Berchtold. the Hungarian Prime Minister István Tisza, Forgas, Bielinski, and others. Yet at no point was there a thorough discussion of the issue at hand. Bielinski, joint finance minister with special responsibility for Bosnia-Herzegovina, recalled in his memoirs that Pašić was an exceptionally evasive interlocutor. Full of fire and phrases, he parried questions from his Austrian interlocutors with waffling assurances that all would be well. Bielinski also faulted Berchtold for failing to press the Serbian statesman harder. Small in appearance, with a flowing patriarchal beard, fanatical eyes, and a modest bearing, Pašić perplexed the Austrian foreign minister with his combination of graceful joviality and willful obfuscation. At the first meeting between them, before lunch, Berchtold was so disarmed by the warmth of Pašić's overtures that when they came next to the topic of Albania, he omitted to press home the gravity of Austria's objections to the Serbian occupation. Sometime during the afternoon following their meeting, Berchtold suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to inform Pašić of Vienna's strong views on the matter. It was agreed that he would broach the Albanian question with the Serbian leader that evening when the two men were both expected to attend the opera. But when the foreign minister arrived a little late to take his seat in the royal box, he found that Pašić had already retired to his hotel, where he was supposedly in bed, fast asleep. The Serbian Prime Minister left Vienna early next morning, without any further meeting having taken place. Berchtold went back to his desk and spent the small hours writing a letter that was taken round to the hotel by courier, so that it reached Pašić as he was leaving the city. But since it was scrawled in German script, not to mention Berchtold's notoriously inscrutable hand, Pašić was unable to read it. Even when the letter was deciphered in Belgrade, Pašić supposedly found it difficult to see what Berchtold was getting at. And the people at the Austrian Foreign Office had no idea either, because Berchtold had not thought to preserve a rough copy of the text. This comedy of errors, assuming that Bielinski's recollection a decade later can be trusted, is no doubt in part an indictment of Austrian disarray, perhaps also of Berchtold's almost painfully courteous diffidence and reserve, but it also hints at Pašić's famous elusiveness. Above all, it conveys a sense of the paralyzing awkwardness that had settled over Austro-Serbian relations by the eve of the First World War. What emerged from Austrian Serbia watching in the last years, months, and weeks before the assassination was a fairly nuanced account of the destabilizing forces at work in the neighboring state. This was a hostile and therefore a tendentious and one-sided picture, to be sure. Austrian observations of events in Serbia were embedded in a matrix of negative attitudes, rooted partly in experience and partly in long-standing stereotypes, about Serbian political culture and the prominent actors within it. Bad faith, deceitfulness, unreliability, evasiveness, violence, and excitability were recurring themes in the envoy reports from Belgrade. Conspicuously absent was a thorough analysis of the operational relationship between the Austrophobe groups within Serbia and irredentist terrorism within the Habsburg lands. It is possible that the fiasco of the Agram Friedjung trials put brakes on Austrian intelligence gathering after 1909, just as the Iran-Contra scandals of the Ronald Reagan presidency in the 1980s led to a temporary scaling down of covert intelligence activity by U.S. agencies. The Austrians recognized that Narodna Odbrana aimed at the subversion of Habsburg rule in Bosnia and ran networks of activists in the Habsburg lands. They presumed that the roots of all Serbian irredentist activity within the empire led back to the pan-Serbian propaganda of the Belgrade-based patriotic networks. But the precise nature of the links and the relationship between Narodna Odbrana and the Black Hand were poorly understood. Nevertheless, the key points of reference that would shape Austrian thought and action after the events at Sarajevo were all in place by the spring of 1914. Hawks and doves. The Balkan Wars destroyed Austria's security position on the Balkan Peninsula and created a bigger and stronger Serbia. The kingdom's territory expanded by over 80%. During the Second Balkan War, the Serbian armed forces, under their supreme commander, General Putnik, displayed impressive discipline and initiative. The Habsburg government had often adopted a dismissive tone in its discussions of the military threat posed by Belgrade. In a telling metaphor, Ehrenthal had once described Serbia as a rascally boy pinching apples from the Austrian orchard. Such levity was no longer possible. A General Staff report of 9th November 1912 expressed surprise at the dramatic growth in Serbia's striking power. Improvements to the railway network underway since the beginning of the year, the modernization of weaponry and equipment, and the massive increase in the number of frontline units, all financed by French loans, had transformed Serbia into a formidable combatant. It was very likely, moreover, that Serbia's military strength would increase with time. 1.6 million people lived in the new territories conquered by Serbia during the two Balkan Wars. In a report of October 1913, the Belgrade military attaché Otto Gelinek observed that while there was no cause for immediate alarm, no one should underestimate the kingdom's military prowess. It would henceforth be necessary, when calculating the monarchy's defence needs, to match all Serbian frontline units, man for man, with Austrian troops. The question of how to respond to the deteriorating security situation in the Balkans divided the key decision-makers in Vienna. Should Austria-Hungary seek some sort of accommodation with Serbia, or contain it by diplomatic means? Should Vienna strive to mend the ruined entente with St. Petersburg, or did the solution lie in military conflict? It was difficult to extract unequivocal answers from the multi-layered networks of the Austro-Hungarian state. Foreign policy in the empire did not emanate from a compact executive cell at the apex of the system. It emerged from interactions across an archipelago of power centers whose relationships with each other were partly informal and in constant flux. The General Staff was one such center, the military chancellery of the heir to the throne another. The Foreign Office on the Ballhausplatz was obviously a key player, though it really functioned as a framework within which competing policy groups jostled for influence. The dualist constitution required that the Hungarian Prime Minister be consulted on questions of imperial foreign policy, and the intimate connection between domestic and foreign problems ensured that other ministers and senior officials also laid claim to a role in resolving specific issues. Leon Bilinski, for example, the joint Minister of Finance with responsibility for the administration of Bosnia-Herzegovina, or even his theoretical subordinate, Governor Paturek, the Landeschef of Bosnia, whose views did not always accord with those of the minister. So open was the texture of this system that even quite junior figures, diplomats, for example, or section heads within the foreign ministry, might seek to shape imperial policy by submitting unsolicited memoranda that could, on occasion, play an important role in focusing attitudes within the policy-making elite. Presiding over it all was the emperor, whose power to approve or block the initiatives of his ministers and advisers remained unchallenged. But his was a passive rather than a proactive role. He responded to and mediated between initiatives generated by the loosely assembled power centers of the political elite. Against the background of this strikingly polycratic system, three figures emerge as especially influential. The chief of the Austrian General Staff, Field Marshal Lieutenant Franz Baron Conrad von Hertzendorf, the heir to the Habsburg throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Este, and the joint foreign minister from 1912, Count Leopold von Berthold. Conrad von Hertzendorf was one of the most intriguing figures to hold high military office in early 20th century Europe. He was 54 years old when he was appointed Chief of the General Staff in 1906, and remained throughout his career a steadfast advocate of war against the monarchy's enemies. In his views on the empire's external relations, Conrad was relentlessly aggressive. Yet he also entertained deep and sincere doubts about his fitness for office, and often toyed with the idea of resigning. He was shy in elegant company, and relished the solitude of walks in the mountains, where he produced melancholy pencil sketches of steep slopes shrouded in dark conifers. His tendency to self-doubt was reinforced by periodic bouts of severe depression, especially after the death of his wife in 1905. He sought an escape from this turmoil in his relationship with Juni von Reininghaus, the wife of a Viennese industrialist. Conrad's pursuit of this potentially scandalous liaison casts a vivid light on his personality. It began at a Vienna dinner party in 1907, when the two happened to be seated together. A week or so later, Conrad presented himself at the Reininghaus villa in the Operngasse and announced to his hostess, "I am terribly in love with you, and have only one thought in my head, that you should become my wife." Taken aback, Juni replied that this was completely out of the question. She was bound by a sevenfold commitment, in the form of a husband and 6 children. "Nevertheless," Conrad persevered, "I shall never rest. This wish will be my guiding star." A day or so later, an adjutant popped by to inform Reininghaus that, in view of the staff chief's fragile mental state, she should think twice before depriving him of hope. Conrad himself made a further appearance 8 days later, at which he declared that if she were to turn him down definitively, he would resign his post as chief of the general staff and disappear from public life. They reached an agreement. Reininghaus would remain for the foreseeable future with her husband and children. But should it appear opportune at some point to separate from her husband, she would keep Conrad in mind. The staff chief's bold gambit, a triumphant application of the cult of the offensive to the art of courting, had paid off. Gina was to remain with her husband for another 8 years. Exactly when she and Conrad started an affair is not known. Gina's husband, Hans von Reininghaus, was in any case a complacent cuckold. The wealthy businessman had other women to divert himself with, and the connection with Conrad provided welcome access to lucrative military supply contracts. In the meanwhile, Conrad visited his beloved whenever he could. He also wrote love letters, sometimes several a day. But since it was impossible to post them to his intended without risking a scandal, he collated them in an album bearing the title Diary of My Sufferings. Apart from scraps of news, the theme was consistent. She was his sole joy. Only the thought of her could lift him from the abyss of despair. His destiny was in her hands, and so on. In all, he accumulated over 3,000 letters between 1907 and 1915, some stretching to 60 pages in length. Gina became aware of the album's existence only after his death. It would be difficult to overstate the importance of this relationship. It was at the center of Conrad's life throughout the years from 1907 to the outbreak of war, eclipsing all other concerns, including the military and political questions that came to his desk. Its obsessive quality may help to explain some features of Conrad's professional demeanor. His willingness, for example, to risk his professional standing by associating himself with extreme positions, and his relative immunity from the fear of being exposed or discredited. He even came to see war as a means of gaining possession of Gina. Only as a victorious war hero, Conrad believed, would he be able to sweep aside the social obstacles and the scandal attaching to a marriage with a prominent divorcee. He fantasized in a letter to Gina about returning from a Balkan war, draped in the laurels of triumph, throwing caution to the winds and making her his wife. Photographs taken of him during these years show a man fastidiously concerned with maintaining a manly, dapper, and youthful outward appearance. Among his private papers, now deposited in the Haus-, Hof- und Staatsarchiv in Vienna, can be found advertisements for anti-wrinkle creams cut from the pages of the daily press. In short, Conrad exemplified a brittle, rather overwrought form of European masculinity that was in some respects characteristic of the fin de siècle. Conrad approached the geopolitical predicaments of the Habsburg monarchy with the same monomaniacal fixity he brought to his love life. Even in the context of the pre-1914 European military commanders, he stands out as unusually aggressive. His answer to virtually every diplomatic challenge was war. In this, there was virtually no change between 1906 and 1914. Conrad repeatedly counseled preventive wars against Serbia, Montenegro, Russia, Romania, and even Italy, Austria's disloyal ally and Balkan rival. He made no secret of these convictions, but rather broadcast them openly through journals such as the Militärische Rundschau that were known to be close to the General Staff. He was proud of the immobility of his opinions, which he saw as an indication of manly solidity and steadfastness. "I am advocating here the position I have always maintained," was a favourite phrase in the letters and reports he sent to ministers and colleagues. Moreover, he favoured an abrasive, carping, and self-righteous style of communication that irritated his colleagues and superiors. In 1912, when their affair was an established fact, Gina advised Conrad that he might get on better with the emperor if he spoke mildly with the old man and avoided the method of cudgel blows. There were many potential enemies on Conrad's horizon, but Serbia became his chief preoccupation. In a memorandum composed at the end of 1907, he called for the invasion and annexation of Serbia, which he described as a constant breeding ground for those aspirations and machinations that aim at the separation of the South Slav areas of the empire. During 1908-9, when the annexation crisis was at its height, he called repeatedly for preventive war against Belgrade. "It is a crime," he told Gina von Reininghaus in the spring of 1909, "that nothing is being done. War against Serbia could have saved the monarchy. In a few years we shall atone bitterly for this omission, and I shall be chosen to bear the entire responsibility and drain the chalice to its dregs." He called for war against Serbia again during the Balkan War crisis of 1912-13. During the 12 months between 1st January 1913 and 1st January 1914, he counselled a Serbian war no fewer than 25 times. Underlying this single-minded pursuit of conflict was a social Darwinist philosophy in which struggle and the competition for primacy were seen as unavoidable and necessary facts of the political life between states. Conrad's was not yet a racist outlook, though there were certainly many younger Habsburg officers who envisaged a coming clash between the Germanic and the Slavic peoples, but rather a bleak Hobbesian vision of eternal strife between states bound to pursue their own security at the cost of all else. Until the outbreak of the Balkan Wars, Conrad's interventions were higher in volume than in impact. The immutability of his views itself undermined their credibility among the civilian leadership. Emperor Franz Joseph flatly rejected his calls for preventive war against Serbia in 1908. Aehrenthal, too, remained impervious to his arguments and grew increasingly impatient at the staff chief's efforts to intervene in the policy-making process. By October 1911, when Conrad pushed hard for war with Italy, Aehrenthal had had enough and filed a formal complaint with the emperor. Conrad, Aehrenthal wrote, had created a war party within the general staff. If this development were left unchecked, it would paralyze the monarchy's capacity for political action. The conflict came to a head during a stormy audience with the emperor on 15th November. Fed up with the obstreperous staff chief, Emperor Franz Joseph summoned him to Schönbrunn for a dressing down. "These incessant attacks on Aehrenthal, these pinpricks, I forbid them," he told Conrad. "These ever-recurring reproaches regarding Italy and the Balkans are directed at me. Policy, it is I who make it. My policy is a policy of peace. Everyone must learn to live with that." It is worth emphasizing this clash between the Habsburg Emperor and his chief of staff. A collision of this kind would have been unthinkable under Conrad's predecessors. It was a sign that the constituent bits of the Habsburg command structure were drifting apart, acquiring a partial autonomy that gravely complicated the process of decision-making. Completely undaunted by the emperor's reproaches, Conrad busied himself preparing a trenchant reply, but Franz Joseph dismissed him from his post before he had the chance to present it. His removal was officially announced on 2nd December 1911. The most consistent and influential opponent of Conrad and his war policy was Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Habsburg throne, the man whose death at Sarajevo would precipitate the July crisis of 1914. Franz Ferdinand occupied a complex but crucial position within the Habsburg leadership structure. At court, he was an isolated figure. His relations with the emperor were not warm. His nomination as heir to the throne had come about only because the emperor's son, Crown Prince Rudolf, had committed suicide in January 1889. The memory of this gifted and brooding prince doubtless overshadowed the emperor's relationship with the abrasive and temperamental man who replaced him. Not until 5 years after his son's death was the emperor prepared to appoint Franz Ferdinand his presumptive successor, and only 2 years later, in 1896, did the Archduke become the definitive heir to the throne. But even then, the emperor's meetings with his nephew tended to be conducted in a tone of wounding condescension, and it was said that the Archduke went to imperial audiences trembling like a schoolboy on his way to the headmaster's office. The scandal of Franz Ferdinand's marriage to the Czech noblewoman Sophie Chotek in July 1900 was a further burden on his relationship with the emperor. This was a marriage of love contracted against the wishes of the emperor and the Habsburg royal family. Though descended from an elevated Bohemian lineage, Countess Sophie Chotek von Chotkova and Vognin did not meet the exacting genealogical criteria of the House of Habsburg. Franz Ferdinand had to wage a long campaign, enlisting the support of archbishops and ministers and ultimately of Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany and Pope Leo XIII in order to secure permission for the union. Franz Joseph eventually gave in, but he remained unreconciled to the marriage until the couple's violent death in 1914. His heir was obliged to swear an oath excluding the as yet unborn children of his marriage from the line of succession to the Habsburg throne. After the wedding, the couple continued to endure the slights of a Habsburg court protocol that regulated nearly every facet of dynastic public life. Sophie, forbidden ever to carry the title Archduchess, was styled first Princess and later Duchess of Hohenberg. She was not permitted to join her husband in the royal box at the opera, sit near him at gala dinners, or accompany him in the splendid royal carriage with its golden wheels. Her chief tormentor was the emperor's chamberlain, Prince Montenuovo, himself the illegitimate offspring of one of Napoleon's wives, who enforced the rules of etiquette at every opportunity with exquisite precision. After 1906, when the emperor appointed his nephew Inspector General of the Army, Franz Ferdinand compensated for the long years of isolation at court by building a power base of his own within the rickety executive structure of the double monarchy. In addition to securing a number of key appointments, Aehrenthal and Conrad among others, the Archduke expanded the activities of his military chancellery, which was housed near his residence in the Lower Belvedere. Under the energetic supervision of a gifted head of personal staff, Major Alexander Brosch von Aranau, the military chancellery was reorganized along ministerial lines. Its ostensibly military information channels served as a cover for political data gathering, and a network of friendly journalists managed from the Belvedere promulgated the Archduke's ideas, pummeled political opponents, and attempted to shape public debates. Processing over 10,000 pieces of correspondence per year, the chancellery matured into an imperial think tank, a power centre within the system that some saw as a shadow government. Like all think tanks, this one had its axes to grind. An internal study of its operations concluded that its chief political objective was to hinder any possible mishaps that could accelerate the national federal fragmentation of the Habsburg Empire. At the heart of this concern about political fragmentation was a deep-seated hostility to the Hungarian elites who controlled the eastern half of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Archduke and his advisers were outspoken critics of the dualist political system forged in the aftermath of Austria's defeat at the hands of Prussia in 1866. This arrangement had, in Franz Ferdinand's eyes, one fatal flaw. It concentrated power in the hands of an arrogant and politically disloyal Magyar elite, while at the same time marginalizing and alienating the other 9 official Habsburg nationalities. Once installed with his staff at the Lower Belvedere, Captain Brosch von Aranau built up a network of disaffected non-Magyar intellectuals and experts, and the military chancellery became a clearinghouse for Slav and Romanian opposition to the oppressive minority policies of the Kingdom of Hungary. The Archduke made no secret of the fact that he intended to restructure the imperial system after his accession to the throne. The key objective was to break or diminish the Hungarian hegemony in the eastern part of the monarchy. For a time, Franz Ferdinand favoured strengthening the Slavic element in the monarchy by creating a Croat, and thus Catholic-dominated, Yugoslavia within the empire. It was his association with this idea that so aroused the hatred of his Orthodox Serbian enemies. By 1914, however, it appears he had dropped this plan in favour of a far-reaching transformation by which the empire would become a United States of Great Austria, comprising 15 member states, many of which would have Slav majorities. By diminishing the status of the Hungarians, the Archduke and his advisers hoped to reinforce the authority of the Habsburg dynasty, while at the same time rekindling the loyalties of the lesser nationalities. Whatever one thought of this program, and obviously Hungarians didn't think much of it, it did identify the Archduke as a man of radical intentions, whose accession to the throne would bring an end to the habit of muddling through that seemed to paralyze Austrian policy in the last decades before 1914. It also placed the heir to the throne in direct political opposition to the reigning sovereign. The emperor refused to countenance any tampering with the dualist compromise of 1867, which he regarded as the most enduring achievement of his own early years in office. Franz Ferdinand's domestic reform program also had far-reaching implications for his views on foreign policy. He believed that the current structural weakness of the monarchy and the need for radical internal reform categorically ruled out an external policy focused on confrontation. Franz Ferdinand was thus adamantly opposed to the aggressive adventurism of Conrad. There was an irony in this, since it was Franz Ferdinand, in his role as chief inspector, who had hoisted Conrad into his general staff post, promoting him over the heads of many formerly better qualified officers. It was perhaps for this reason that the Archduke was widely, and wrongly, seen as the head of the Austrian war party. The two men did agree on some questions, the egalitarian handling of the nationalities, for example, and the pensioning off of elderly senior officers who seemed likely to disappoint in the event of war. Franz Ferdinand also liked Conrad personally, in part because the latter adopted a respectful and sympathetic attitude to his wife. The heir to the throne tended in general to judge people by how they treated the awkward fact of his marriage, and Conrad, for obvious reasons, was inclined to indulge the Archduke's unorthodox love match. But in the sphere of security and diplomacy, their views were worlds apart. Conrad saw the army exclusively as an instrument of modern warfare, and was fully committed to its modernization and preparation for the real conditions of the next major conflict. For Franz Ferdinand, by contrast, the army was above all a safeguard for domestic stability. Franz Ferdinand was a navalist, determined to consolidate Austrian dominance in the Adriatic through the construction of a fleet of dreadnoughts. Conrad saw the navy as a drain on resources that would be better invested in the military. The most beautiful naval victory, he told the Archduke, would not compensate for a defeat on land. By contrast with Conrad, Franz Ferdinand opposed the annexation of Bosnia. In view of our desolate domestic situation, he told Ehrenthal in August 1908, I am, as a matter of principle, against all such power plays. In mid-October, perturbed by the furious Serbian response to the annexation in Serbia, he warned Ehrenthal not to let the crisis come to a war. We would gain nothing from that, and it rather looks as if these Balkan toads, egged on by England and perhaps Italy, want to goad us to a precipitate military step. It was all very well to give the Serbs and Montenegrins a drubbing, he confided to Broch, but of what use were these cheap laurels if they landed the empire with a general European escalation and a fight on 2 or 3 fronts that it was incapable of sustaining? Conrad, he warned, must be restrained. An open break came in December 1911, when Conrad demanded that Austria-Hungary seize the opportunity created by the Libyan War to attack Italy. It was largely because Franz Ferdinand abandoned him that Conrad was dismissed by the Emperor in December 1911. Franz Ferdinand's most influential ally was the new Habsburg foreign minister Leopold Count Berthold von und zu Ungarschitz, Fratting und Pulitz. Berthold was a nobleman of immense wealth and fastidious taste, an urbane patrician representative of that landed class that still held sway in the upper reaches of the Austro-Hungarian administration. By temperament cautious, even fearful, he was not an instinctive politician. His true passions were for the arts, literature, and horse racing, all of which he pursued as vigorously as his wealth allowed. His willingness to follow a diplomatic career had more to do with personal loyalty to the emperor and to Foreign Minister Aehrenthal than with an appetite for personal power or renown. The reluctance he professed when invited to accept posts of increasing seniority and responsibility was unquestionably genuine. After transferring from the civil service to the Foreign Office, Berthold served at the embassies in Paris and London before taking up a post at St. Petersburg in 1903. There he became a close friend and ally of Aehrenthal, who had been ambassador to Russia since 1899. The St. Petersburg posting appealed to Berthold because he was an enthusiastic supporter of the Austro-Russian Entente. He believed that harmonious relations with Russia, founded on cooperation in areas of potential conflict such as the Balkans, were crucial both to the empire's security and to European peace. He derived great professional satisfaction from the fact that he was able, as Ahrenthal's colleague in St. Petersburg, to play a role in the consolidation of good relations between the two powers. When Aehrenthal departed for Vienna, Berthold gladly accepted the ambassadorial post, confident in the knowledge that his own views of the Austro-Russian relationship were entirely in step with those of the new minister in Vienna. It was a shock, therefore, to find himself on the front line when Austro-Russian relations took a drastic turn for the worse in 1908. The first 18 months of Berthold's new posting had been relatively harmonious, despite signs that Izvolsky was drifting away from the Entente with Austria towards a continental strategy founded on the new Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907. But the Bosnian annexation crisis destroyed any prospect of further collaboration with the Russian foreign minister and undermined the policy of détente in whose name Berthold had accepted office. Berthold deeply regretted Ahrenthal's willingness to risk Russian goodwill for the sake of Austro-Hungarian prestige. In a letter to the minister of 19th November 1908, Berthold offered an implicit critique of his former mentor's policy. In light of the pathological escalation of pan-Slav-influenced Russian national sentiment, he wrote, the further continuation of the active Balkan policy inaugurated by us would inevitably have a further negative impact on our relationship with Russia. Recent events had made his work in St. Petersburg extremely difficult. Another man would perhaps be able to find the charisma and warmth to restore good relations. But for someone of my modest capabilities, this seems the equivalent of squaring the circle. He closed with a request to be recalled from his post once the situation returned to normal. Berthold would remain in St. Petersburg until April 1911, but his posting had become a burden to him. The conspicuous display of wealth that was characteristic of social life among the oligarchs of early 20th century St. Petersburg had begun to pall. In January 1910, he attended an immense ball at the palace of Countess Tekla Orloff-Davidoff, a building designed by Boulanger on the model of Versailles, where the ballrooms and galleries were decked out with thousands of fresh flowers that had been shipped through the northern winter in a special train at huge expense from greenhouses on the French Riviera. Even for this wealthy art connoisseur and racing enthusiast, such profligacy was hard to stomach. It was with a sense of deep relief that Berthold left St. Petersburg and returned to his estate in Buchlau. The spell of recuperation was to last only 10 months. On 19th February 1912, the Emperor summoned him to Vienna and appointed him Ahrenthal's successor as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Berthold brought to his new office a sincere desire to repair relations with Russia. Indeed, it was the belief that he would be able to achieve this that prompted the Emperor to appoint him. The quest for détente was supported by the new Austrian ambassador to St. Petersburg, Count Douglas Thurn, and Berthold soon found that he had a powerful ally in the person of Franz Ferdinand, who immediately latched on to the new foreign minister, showering advice on him, assuring him that he would be much better than his frightful predecessors, Goluchowski and Ehrenthal, and supporting the policy of détente in the Balkans. For the moment, it was unclear what could be done to improve matters with Russia. Nikolai Hartwig was encouraging Serbian ultranationalism, including irredentist agitation within the Habsburg monarchy. Most importantly, and unbeknown to the Austrians, Russian agents were already working hard to build a Balkan League against Turkey and Austria. Nevertheless, the new administration in the Joint Foreign Office was willing to embark on an exchange of views. His policy, Berthold announced in an address to the Hungarian delegation on 30th April 1912, would be a policy of stability and peace, the conservation of what exists, and the avoidance of entanglements and shocks. The Balkan Wars would test this commitment to breaking point. The chief bone of contention was Albania. The Austrians remained committed to the creation of an independent Albania, which, it was hoped, might in time become an Austrian satellite. The Serbian government, on the other hand, was determined to secure a swathe of territory connecting the country's heartland with the Adriatic coast. During the Balkan conflicts of 1912 and 1913, successive Serbian assaults on northern Albania triggered a sequence of international crises. The result was a marked deterioration in Austro-Serbian relations. Austria's willingness to meet Serbian demands, or even to take them seriously, withered away, and Serbia, its confidence heightened by the acquisition of new lands in the south and southeast, became an increasingly threatening presence. Austrian hostility to Belgrade's triumphant progress was reinforced from the autumn of 1913 by dark tidings from the areas conquered by Serbian forces. From Austrian Consul General Jelička in Skopje came reports in October 1913 of atrocities against the local inhabitants. One such spoke of the destruction of 10 small villages, whose entire population had been exterminated. The men were first forced to come out of the village and shot in lines. The houses were then set on fire, and when the women and children fled from the flames, they were killed with bayonets. In general, the Consul General reported, it was the officers who shot the men. The killing of the women and children was left to the enlisted men. Another source described the behavior of Serbian troops after the taking of Gostivar, one of the towns in an area where there had been an Albanian uprising against the Serbian invaders. Some 300 Gostivar Muslims who had played no role in the uprising were arrested and taken out of the town during the night in groups of 20 to 30 to be beaten and stabbed to death with rifle butts and bayonets. Gunshots would have woken the sleeping inhabitants of the town, before being thrown into a large open grave that had been dug beforehand for that purpose. These were not spontaneous acts of brutality, Jelička concluded, but rather a cold-blooded and systematic elimination or annihilation operation that appeared to have been carried out on orders from above. Such reports, which accord, as we have seen, with those of the British officials in the area, inevitably affected the mood and attitude of the political leadership in Vienna. In May 1914, the Serbian envoy in Vienna, Jovanović, reported that even the French ambassador had complained to him about the behavior of the Serbs in the new provinces. Similar complaints were forthcoming from Greek, Turkish, Bulgarian and Albanian colleagues, and it was to be feared that the damage to Serbia's reputation could have very bad consequences. The glib denials of Pasic and his ministers reinforced the impression that the government was either itself behind the atrocities or unwilling to do anything to prevent or investigate them. The Austro-Hungarian minister in Belgrade was amused to see leader articles in the Viennese press advising the Serbian government to go easy on the minorities and win them over by a policy of conciliation. Such advice, he observed in a letter to Berthold, might well be heeded in civilized states, but Serbia was a state where murder and killing have been raised to a system. The impact of these reports on Austrian policy is difficult to measure. They were hardly surprising to those in Vienna who already subscribed to a grossly stereotypical view of Serbia and its citizens. At the very least, they underscored, in Vienna's eyes, the political illegitimacy of Serbian territorial expansion. Nevertheless, a war between Austria and Serbia did not appear likely in the spring and summer of 1914. The mood in Belgrade was relatively calm in the spring of that year, reflecting the exhaustion and sense of satiation that followed the Balkan Wars. The instability of the newly conquered areas and the civil-military crisis that racked Serbia during May gave grounds to suspect that the Belgrade government would be focusing mainly on tasks of domestic consolidation for the foreseeable future. In a report sent on 24 May 1914, the Austro-Hungarian minister in Belgrade, Baron Giesel, observed that although Serbian troop numbers along the Albanian border remained high, there seemed little reason to fear further incursions. And 3 weeks later, on 16th June, a dispatch from Gelinek, the military attaché in Belgrade, struck a similarly placid note. It was true that officers on holiday had been recalled, reservists asked not to leave their current addresses, and the army was being kept at a heightened state of readiness. But there were no signs of aggressive intentions towards either Austria-Hungary or Albania. All was quiet on the southern front. Nor was there any indication that the Austrians themselves had war in mind. Early in June, Berchtold instructed a senior Foreign Office section chief, Baron Franz Maciejko, to prepare a secret position statement outlining the Empire's key concerns in the Balkans and proposing remedies. The Maciejko Memorandum, which was drawn up in consultation with Forgash and Berchtold and passed to the Foreign Minister's desk on 24 June, is the clearest picture we have of Vienna's thinking in the summer of 1914. It is not a cheerful document. Maciejko notes only two positive Balkan developments: signs of a rapprochement between Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria, which had finally awakened from the Russian hypnosis, and the creation of an independent Albania. But Albania was not exactly a model of successful state-building. Levels of domestic turbulence and lawlessness were high, and there was general agreement among Albanians that order would not be achieved without external help. And almost everything else was negative. Serbia, enlarged and strengthened by the two Balkan Wars, represented a greater threat than ever before. Romanian public opinion had shifted in Russia's favor, raising the question of when Romania would break formally with the Triple Alliance to align itself with Russia. Austria was confronted at every turn by a Russian policy supported by Paris that was, in the last resort, aggressive and directed against the status quo. For now that Turkey in Europe had been destroyed, the only purpose behind a Russian-sponsored Balkan League could be the ultimate dismemberment of the Austro-Hungarian Empire itself, whose lands Russia would one day feed to its hungry satellites. What was the remedy? The memorandum focused on four key diplomatic objectives. First, the Germans must be brought into line with Austrian Balkan policy. Berlin had consistently failed to understand the gravity of the challenges Vienna faced on the Balkan Peninsula, and would have to be educated towards a more supportive attitude. Secondly, Romania should be pressed to declare where its allegiances lay. The Russians had been courting Bucharest in the hope of gaining a new salient against Austria-Hungary. If the Romanians intended to align themselves with the Entente, Vienna needed to know as soon as possible, so that arrangements could be made for the defence of Transylvania and the rest of eastern Hungary. Thirdly, an effort should be made to expedite the conclusion of an alliance with Bulgaria to counter the effects of the deepening relationship between Russia and Belgrade. Finally, efforts should be made to woo Serbia away from a policy of confrontation using economic concessions, though Maciejko was skeptical about whether it would be possible by this means to overcome Belgrade's hostility. There was an edgy note of paranoia in the Maciejko memorandum, a weird combination of shrillness and fatalism that many Austrian contemporaries would have recognized as characteristic of the mood and cultural style of early 20th century Vienna. But there was no hint in it whatsoever that Vienna regarded war, whether of the limited or the more general variety, as imminent, necessary, or desirable. On the contrary, the focus was firmly on diplomatic methods and objectives, in accordance with Vienna's self-image as the exponent of a conservative policy of peace. Conrad, on the other hand, who had been recalled to the post of Chief of Staff in December 1912, remained robotically committed to a war policy. But his authority was on the wane. In May 1913, it was discovered that Colonel Alfred Riedel, former Chief of Military Counterintelligence and Chief of Staff of 8th Army Corps in Prague, had been routinely passing top-level Austrian military secrets to St. Petersburg, including entire mobilization schedules, the outlines of which were forwarded in turn by the Russians to Belgrade. The scandal shed an unflattering light on Conrad's skills as a military administrator, to say the least, for all appointments at this level were his responsibility. Riedel was a flamboyant homosexual whose indiscreet and expensive liaisons made him an easy target for the blackmail specialists of Russian intelligence. How, one might ask, had this escaped the notice of Conrad, the man who had been responsible for monitoring Riedel's progress since 1906? It was widely noted that Conrad took little interest in this aspect of his work, and had only a sketchy acquaintance with many of the most senior military appointees. He compounded his error by having the disgraced colonel pressed to commit suicide with a pistol handed to him in a hotel room. Riedel turned the pistol on himself, an ugly denouement that offended the devoutly Catholic heir to the throne and, more to the point, deprived the General Staff of the opportunity to extract from Riedel a full account of what had been passed to St. Petersburg and how. This may have been Conrad's precise intention, for it emerged that the persons involved in trafficking Austrian military secrets included a staff officer of South Slav heritage by the name of Chedomil Jandrich, who happened to be a close friend of Conrad's son, Kurt. Chedomil and Kurt had been classmates at the military academy and often went out drinking and merrymaking together. Evidence emerged to suggest that Jandrich, together with the Italian mistress of Hertzendorf Jr., in this respect at least Kurt was a chip off the old block, and various other friends from their circle, had been involved in selling military secrets to the Italians, most of which were then passed by the Italians to St. Petersburg. Kurt von Hertzendorf may himself have been directly implicated in espionage activity for the Russians, if the claims of Colonel Mikhail Alexeyevich Svietchin, who was then military intelligence chief for the St. Petersburg military district, are to be believed. Svietchin later recalled that the Austrian agents supplying Russia with high-quality military intelligence included the Chief of Staff's son, who, it was claimed, had stolen into his father's study and removed General Staff war planning documents for copying. The impact of these bizarre entanglements on Conrad can easily be imagined. The full extent of Kurt von Hertzendorf's culpability, if indeed he was himself an agent, was not revealed at the time, but at a high-ranking meeting chaired by Conrad in Vienna during May 1913, it was announced that the young man had been found guilty of withholding important information about his compromised associates. Having urged the meeting to mete out the severest possible penalty, Conrad became dizzy, surrendered the chair, and was obliged briefly to leave the room. For all his arrogance, the staff chief was profoundly demoralized by the Riedel disaster, so much so that he was uncharacteristically quiet during the summer months of 1913. Franz Ferdinand was still the most formidable obstacle to a war policy. The heir to the throne worked harder than anyone else to neutralize the impact of Conrad's counsels on the leading decision-makers. In early February 1913, barely 6 weeks after Conrad's recall to office, Franz Ferdinand reminded him during a meeting at Schönbrunn Palace that it was the duty of the government to preserve peace. Conrad replied with his usual candor, but certainly not at any price. Franz Ferdinand repeatedly warned Berthold not to heed the arguments of the Chief of the General Staff, and sent his aide, Colonel Karl Bardolph, to Conrad with a stern instruction not to drive the foreign minister to an action. The Archduke, Conrad was informed, would countenance under no circumstances a war with Russia. He wanted not a single plum tree, not a single sheep from Serbia. Nothing was further from his mind. Relations between the two men grew increasingly fractious. In the autumn of 1913, the hostility between them broke into the open. Franz Ferdinand sharply reprimanded the chief of the General Staff before a gathering of senior officers for changing the dispositions of the manoeuvres without consulting him. Only the mediation of Franz Ferdinand's former staff chief, Brosch von Arenau, prevented Conrad from resigning. It was only a matter of time before Conrad would be forced from office. Since the Riedel case, one of the Archduke's aides recalled, the chief was a dead man. It was just a question of setting a date for the funeral. After further angry exchanges at the Bosnian summer manoeuvres of 1914, Franz Ferdinand resolved to be rid of his troublesome chief of staff. Had the Archduke survived his visit to Sarajevo, Conrad would have been dismissed from his post. The Hawks would have lost their most resolute and consistent spokesman. In the meanwhile, there were signs of improvement, on the surface at least, in diplomatic relations with Belgrade. The Austro-Hungarian government owned a 51% share of the Oriental Railway Company, an international concern operating on an initially Turkish concession in Macedonia. Now that most of its track had passed under Serbian control, Vienna and Belgrade needed to agree on who owned the track, who should be responsible for the cost of repairing war damage, and how and whether work on it should continue. Since Belgrade insisted on full Serbian ownership, negotiations began in spring 1914 to agree a price and conditions of transfer. The discussions were complex, difficult, and occasionally rancorous, especially when arbitrary interventions by Pasic on minor points disrupted the flow of negotiations, but they received some positive coverage in the Austrian and Serbian press, and they were still underway when the Archduke travelled to Sarajevo. A further encouraging development was an agreement at the end of May 1914, after months of official wrangling, to exchange a small number of prisoners held by both states on charges of espionage. These were modest but hopeful indications that Austria-Hungary and Serbia might, in time, learn to live as good neighbours. Part 2. One continent divided. 3. The polarization of Europe, 1887 to 1907. If you compare a diagram of the alliances among the European great powers in 1887 with a similar map for the year 1907, you see the outlines of a transformation. The first diagram reveals a multipolar system in which a plurality of forces and interests balance each other in precarious equilibrium. Britain and France were rivals in Africa and South Asia. Britain confronted Russia in Persia and Central Asia. France was determined to reverse the verdict of the German victory of 1870. Conflicting interests in the Balkans gave rise to tensions between Russia and Austria-Hungary. Italy and Austria were rivals in the Adriatic and quarrelled intermittently over the status of Italophone communities within the Austro-Hungarian Empire, while there were tensions between Italy and France over the latter's policy in northern Africa. All these pressures were held in check by the patchwork of the 1887 system. The Triple Alliance between Germany, Austria, and Italy, 20th May 1882, prevented the tensions between Rome and Vienna from breaking into open conflict. The Defensive Reinsurance Treaty between Germany and Russia, 18th June 1887, contained articles deterring either power from seeking its fortunes in war with another continental state, and insulated the Russo-German relationship against the fallout from Austro-Russian tensions. The Russo-German link also ensured that France would be unable to build an anti-German coalition with Russia, and Britain was loosely tied into the continental system through the Mediterranean Agreement of 1887 with Italy and Austria, an exchange of notes rather than a treaty, whose purpose was to thwart French challenges in the Mediterranean and Russian ones in the Balkans or the Turkish Straits. Move forward 20 years to a diagram of the European alliances in 1907, and the picture has changed utterly. You see a bipolar Europe organized around two alliance systems. The Triple Alliance is still in place, though Italy's loyalty to it is increasingly questionable. France and Russia are conjoined in the Franco-Russian alliance, drafted in 1892 and ratified in 1894, which stipulates that if any member of the Triple Alliance should mobilize, the two signatories will, at the first news of this event, and without any previous agreement being necessary, mobilize immediately the whole of their forces and deploy them with such speed that Germany shall be forced to fight simultaneously on the east and on the west. Britain is linked to the Franco-Russian alliance through the Entente Cordiale with France, 1904, and the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907. It will be some years before these loose alignments, tauten into the coalitions that will fight the First World War in Europe, but the profiles of two armed camps are already clearly visible. The polarization of Europe's geopolitical system was a crucial precondition for the war that broke out in 1914. It is almost impossible to see how a crisis in Austro-Serbian relations, however grave, could have dragged the Europe of 1887 into a continental war. The bifurcation into two alliance blocs did not cause the war. Indeed, it did as much to mute as to escalate conflict in the pre-war years. Yet without the two blocs, the war could not have broken out in the way that it did. The bipolar system structured the environment in which the crucial decisions were made. To understand how that polarization came about, it is necessary to answer four interlinked questions. Why did Russia and France form an alliance against Germany in the 1890s? Why did Britain opt to throw in its lot with that alliance? What role did Germany play in bringing about its own encirclement by a hostile coalition? And to what extent can the structural transformation of the alliance system account for the events that brought war to Europe and the world in 1914? Dangerous Liaison: The Franco-Russian Alliance. The roots of the Franco-Russian alliance lie in the situation created in Europe by the formation of the German Empire in 1870. For centuries, the German centre of Europe had been fragmented and weak. Now it was united and strong. The War of 1870 placed the relationship between Germany and France on a permanently difficult footing. The sheer scale of the German victory over France, a victory most contemporaries had not predicted, traumatized the French elites, triggering a crisis that reached deep into French culture, while the annexation of Alsace-Lorraine, strongly advocated by the military and reluctantly accepted by German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, imposed a lasting burden on Franco-German relations. Alsace-Lorraine became the holy grail of the French cult of revanche, providing the focus for successive waves of chauvinist agitation. The lost provinces were never the sole driving force behind French policy. Yet they periodically inflamed public opinion and exerted a stealthy pressure on the policymakers in Paris. Even without the annexation, however, the very existence of the new German Empire would have transformed the relationship with France, whose security had traditionally been underwritten by the political fragmentation of German Europe. After 1871, France was bound to seek every possible opportunity to contain the new and formidable power on its eastern border. A lasting enmity between France and Germany was thus to some extent programmed into the European international system. It is hard to overstate the world historical impact of this transformation. Relations among the European states would henceforth be driven by a new and unfamiliar dynamic. Given the size and potential military capacity of the new German Empire, the chief objective of French policy had to be to contain Germany by forming an anti-German alliance. The most attractive candidate for such a partnership, despite its very different political system, was Russia. As J.B. Eustace, the former American ambassador to Paris, observed in 1897, France had one of two courses open, either to be self-reliant and independent, falling back upon her own resources to brave every peril, or to seek to make an alliance with Russia, the only power accessible to her. If this should happen, Germany would face the threat of a potentially hostile alliance on two separate fronts. Berlin could prevent this only by attaching Russia to an alliance system of its own. This was the rationale underpinning the Three Emperors League signed by Germany with Austria and Russia in 1873. But any alliance system incorporating both Russia and Austria-Hungary was necessarily unstable, given the two powers' overlapping Balkan interests. Should it prove impossible to contain those tensions, Germany would be forced to choose between Austria-Hungary and Russia. If Germany chose Austria-Hungary, the barrier to a Franco-Russian partnership would fall away. The German Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck, chief architect of the empire and the principal author of its foreign policy until his departure from office in March 1890, was fully aware of the problem and fashioned his policy accordingly. His objective, as he declared in the summer of 1877, was to create an overall political situation in which all powers, except France, need us and are kept by virtue of their mutual relations as far as possible from forming coalitions against us. Bismarck adopted a double-edged policy that aimed, on the one hand, to avoid direct confrontations between Germany and other major powers, and, on the other, to exploit the discord among the other powers whenever possible, for Germany's advantage. Bismarck pursued these objectives with considerable success. He reduced the risk of British alienation by staying out of the rush for colonial possessions in Africa and the Pacific. He maintained a posture of scrupulous disinterest in Balkan affairs, declaring in a famous speech to the Reichstag in December 1876 that the Balkan question was not worth the healthy bones of one Pomeranian musketeer. When Russia's war on the Ottoman Empire in 1877-8 triggered a major international crisis, Bismarck used the Berlin Congress to persuade the powers that Germany was capable of acting as the disinterested guardian of continental peace. By mediating in the conflict over the post-war territorial settlement, without seeking any direct reward for Germany, the Chancellor aimed to demonstrate that European peace and German security were, in effect, one and the same thing. In 1887, the heyday of the Bismarckian alliance system, Germany was tied by agreements of one kind or another to virtually every continental power. The Triple Alliance with Austria and Italy, and the reinsurance treaty with Russia, ensured that France remained frozen out and unable to found an anti-German coalition. The Mediterranean Agreement between Britain, Italy, and Austria, settled through Bismarck's mediation, even linked Berlin indirectly, via the Triple Alliance, with London. There were, however, limits to what Bismarckian diplomacy could achieve, especially in regard to Russia, whose Balkan commitments were difficult to accommodate within the fragile fabric of the Three Emperors alliance. The Bulgarian crisis of the mid-1880s is a case in point. In 1885, a Bulgarian irredentist movement seized control of neighbouring Ottoman-ruled eastern Rumelia and announced the creation of a Greater Bulgaria. The Russian government opposed the annexation because it brought the Bulgarians worryingly close to the Bosphorus and Constantinople, the strategic apple of Russia's eye. By contrast, the British government, irritated by recent Russian provocations in Central Asia, ordered its consuls to recognize the new Bulgarian regime. Then King Milan of Serbia stirred things up by invading Bulgaria in November 1885. The Serbs were thrown back, and Austria had to intervene to prevent the Bulgarians from occupying Belgrade. In the compromise peace that followed, the Russians succeeded in blocking outright recognition of Greater Bulgaria, but were obliged to accept a form of personal union between the northern and southern Ottoman parts of the country. Further Russian interventions, including the kidnapping, intimidation, and forced abdication of the Bulgarian prince, failed to bring the Bulgarian government into obedience to St. Petersburg. In the spring of 1887, it seemed entirely possible that the Russians might invade Bulgaria and impose a puppet government, a move that Austria-Hungary and Britain were bound to oppose. The Russians ultimately decided against the incalculable risks of a war for Bulgaria, but a wave of intense anti-German feeling surged through the Russian press and public, because the pan-Slav press now viewed Germany as the guardian of Austria's Balkan interests and the chief impediment to the exercise of Russia's custodianship over the Balkan Slavs. There was a lesson in all of this for Berlin, The Balkan problem remained. The Bulgarian crisis highlighted for a moment the immense danger latent in the instabilities of that region, namely, that the activities of an unimportant lesser state might one day inveigle two great powers into a course of action tending towards war. How could this challenge be met? Bismarck's answer, once again, was to seek good relations with Russia, and thereby mute conflicts of interest, keep St. Petersburg away from Paris, and exercise a moderating influence in the Balkans. The Chancellor patched up relations with the Russian Empire by agreeing the Reinsurance Treaty of 1887 with the moderate and pro-German Russian Foreign Minister Nikolai Giers. Under the terms of this agreement, Berlin promised to support Russian objectives in the Turkish Straits, and to remain neutral in the event of a war between Russia and a third power, except, of course, in the case of an unprovoked Russian attack upon Austria-Hungary, whereupon Germany would observe its treaty obligations under the dual alliance to aid the dual monarchy. Not everyone in Berlin was persuaded of the wisdom of this course. Given the aggressive tone of the Russian press and the increasingly confrontational flavour of German-Russian relations, many were sceptical of the value of the Reinsurance Treaty. Even Bismarck's son, Herbert, Secretary of State for the Foreign Office, doubted the value of the latest treaty with Russia. If the worst came to the worst, Bismarck Jr. confided to his brother, the Reinsurance Treaty might keep the Russians off our necks for 6 to 8 weeks. Others, particularly within the military, succumbed to a mood of paranoia and began calling for a preventive war on the Russian Empire. An anti-Bismarck faction emerged within the senior echelons of the administration, driven by, among other things, a growing frustration with the Baroque complexity and inner contradictions of the Chancellor's diplomacy. Why, the critics asked, should the Germans undertake to protect Austria-Hungary against Russia and Russia against Austria-Hungary? No other power behaved like this. Why should Germany always be hedging and balancing? Why should it alone among the great powers be denied the right to an independent policy founded upon its own interest? In the eyes of the anti-Bismarck Fronde, the Chancellor's remarkable web of transcontinental commitments looked less like a system than a creaking Heath-Robinsonian contraption, a flimsy joistwork of plasters and patches, designed to avoid the pressing choices that confronted the German Empire in an increasingly dangerous world. It was in response to this current of feeling that Bismarck's successor, Chancellor Leo von Caprivi, allowed the Reinsurance Treaty with Russia to lapse in the spring of 1890. With the non-renewal of the Reinsurance Treaty between Germany and Russia, the door was open for a Franco-Russian rapprochement. But there were still many obstacles. The autocrat Alexander III was an unpalatable political partner for the Republican French political elite, and the converse was equally true. It was also doubtful whether Russia would gain much from an alliance with France. After all, in a serious conflict with Germany, the Russians would probably in any case be able to count on French support. Why should they sacrifice their freedom of action in order to secure it? Were war to break out between Russia and Germany, it was virtually inconceivable that the French government would simply stand aside. At the very least, the Germans would be obliged to maintain a substantial defensive force on the French frontier, a measure that would reduce the pressure on the Russian front, and these advantages could be had without the inconvenience of a formal treaty. Although France and Russia shared an interest in opposing the imperial designs of Britain, their spheres of influence on the imperial periphery were too far apart to permit close cooperation. The French were not in a good position to support Russian objectives in the Balkans, and it seemed doubtful that Russia would ever gain from supporting French objectives in, say, North Africa. On some questions, Russian and French interests were diametrically opposed. It was French policy, for example, to block Russian designs on the Turkish Straits that might ultimately compromise French influence in the eastern Mediterranean. This was an area where common interests grouped France with Britain rather than Russia. It was also difficult to see why the Russians should compromise their good relations with Germany. There were periodic tensions between the two empires, most importantly over the question of German tariffs on Russian grain imports, but little in the way of direct clashes of interests. Russia's arguments with Berlin arose for the most part from the Balkan rivalry with Vienna, and the very fact of German power seemed an argument for tethering the two neighbours together, especially in the sphere of Balkan policy, where it was hoped that a good understanding between St. Petersburg and Berlin might have a restraining effect on Vienna. This was the formula that had intermittently worked in the era of the Three Emperors' Leagues. German neutrality was thus potentially more useful to Russia than French support. The Russians had long recognized this. This is why they had chosen to base their continental security policy on pacts with Germany in the first place. And this was why Tsar Alexander III, though he felt no personal sympathy for Germany or the Germans, had turned a deaf ear to the raging of the press and pushed ahead with the reinsurance treaty in 1887. Why, then, did the Russians welcome French overtures in the early 1890s? The Germans certainly facilitated the reorientation of Russian policy by declining to renew the treaty, despite the offer of improved terms from the pro-German Russian Foreign Minister Nikolai Geers. The modest German Army Bill of June 1890, which increased the peacetime strength of the armed forces by 18,574 men, also played a part inasmuch as, coming on the heels of non-renewal, it generated a sense of threat in St. Petersburg. The departure of Bismarck and the increasing political prominence of the excitable Kaiser Wilhelm II, whom Tsar Alexander described as a rascally young fop, raised unsettling questions about the future orientation of German foreign policy. The prospect of large French loans on good terms was also attractive. But the crucial catalyst lay elsewhere, in Russian fears that Britain was about to join the Triple Alliance. The early 1890s were the high point of pre-war Anglo-German rapprochement. The Heligoland-Zanzibar Treaty of 1st July 1890, by which the British and the Germans exchanged or ceded various African territories, and Germany acquired the tiny North Sea island of Heligoland, triggered alarm in St. Petersburg. Russian anxiety surged in the summer of 1891, when the renewal of the Triple Alliance and a visit by the German Kaiser to London prompted Germanophile effusions in the British press. Britain, trumpeted the Morning Post, had in effect joined the Triple, or rather the Quadruple Alliance. England and Germany, the Standard observed on 11th July 1891, were friends and allies of ancient standing, and future threats to European peace would be met by the union of England's naval strength with the military strength of Germany. Press cuttings of this stripe fattened the dispatches of the French and Russian ambassadors in London. It seemed that England, Russia's rival in the Far East and Central Asia, was about to join forces with her powerful western neighbour, and, by extension, with Austria, her rival on the Balkan Peninsula. The result, as the French ambassador in St. Petersburg warned, would be a continental rapprochement between the cabinets of London and Berlin, with potentially disastrous consequences for Russia. The apparently deepening intimacy between Britain and Germany threatened to fuse Russia's Balkan predicament with the tensions generated by its bitter global rivalry with Britain, a rivalry that was played out in multiple theatres: Afghanistan, Persia, China, and the Turkish Straits. To balance against this perceived threat, the Russians put aside their reservations and openly pursued an arrangement with France. In a letter of 19th August 1891 to his ambassador in Paris, Geers, who had earlier pressed for renewal of the reinsurance treaty with Germany, set out the thinking behind the quest for an arrangement with France. It was the renewal of the Triple Alliance, in combination with the more or less probable adhesion of Great Britain to the political aims that this alliance pursues, that had motivated Russia and France to seek an exchange of ideas to define the attitude of our respective governments. The definition of understanding signed between the two states in the summer of 1891 duly incorporated Geers's reference to the threat posed by British accession to the Triple Alliance. A Franco-Russian military convention followed on 18th August 1892, and 2 years later the two countries signed the fully fledged alliance of 1894. 2 points about this sequence of events deserve emphasis. The first is that the motives for forming this alliance were complex. While the desire to contain Germany was the key factor for Paris, the Russians were more concerned with blocking Austria-Hungary in the Balkans. But both powers were also deeply concerned at what they saw as a growing intimacy between Britain and the Triple Alliance. For the Russians in particular, whose foreign policy was at this time moderately Germanophile, it was the global confrontation with the British Empire that topped the agenda, not hostility to Berlin. There was, to be sure, a vein of vivid Germanophobia in parts of the Russian leadership. Nikolai Giers was horrified to be told by Tsar Alexander III that if a war were to break out between Russia and Austria, the aim of the Franco-Russian alliance would be to destroy Germany in its current form and replace it with a number of small, weak states. But, on the whole, Russian hostility to Germany was still primarily a function of Germany's relationship with Austria, and of its supposedly deepening link with Britain. As late as 1900, supplementary military provisions were added to the Franco-Russian Treaty, stipulating that if an Anglo-Russian war broke out, France would move 100,000 men to the Channel coast, while if an Anglo-French war broke out, Russia would move troops to the Indian frontier along railways that Russia promised to improve with the aid of French finance. Secondly, it is worth noting the novel quality of the Franco-Russian alliance of 1894. By contrast with the earlier alliances of the European system, such as the Dual and Triple Alliances and the League of the Three Emperors, this one came into life as a military convention whose terms stipulated the combined deployment of land forces against a common enemy. A naval convention was added in 1912. The aim was no longer to manage adversarial relations between alliance partners, but to meet and balance the threat from a competing coalition. In this sense, the Franco-Russian alliance marked a turning point in the prelude to the Great War. The formation of the Franco-Russian alliance did not in itself make a clash with Germany inevitable or even likely. The alliance soon acquired an anchorage in the popular culture of both countries, through the festivities associated with royal and naval visits, through postcards, menus, cartoons, and merchandising. But the divergences in French and Russian interests remained an obstacle to close collaboration. Throughout the 1890s, French foreign ministers took the view that since the Russians were unwilling to fight for the return of Alsace-Lorraine, the alliance with St. Petersburg should impose only minimal obligations on France. The Russians, for their part, had no intention of allowing the alliance to alienate them from Germany. On the contrary, they saw it as placing them in a better position to maintain good relations with Berlin. As Vladimir Lambsdorff, chief assistant to the Russian foreign minister, put it in 1895, the purpose of the alliance was to consolidate Russia's independence of action and to guarantee France's survival, while at the same time restraining her anti-German ambitions. During the first decade of the alliance, Russian policymakers, chief among them the Tsar, were preoccupied not with Central or Southeastern Europe, but with the economic and political penetration of northern China. More importantly, the shared suspicion of Britain that had helped to bring about the Franco-Russian alliance also prevented it, for a time at least, from acquiring an exclusively anti-German orientation. Russia's interest in securing informal control over Manchuria brought St. Petersburg into conflict with British China policy and ensured that relations with London would remain far more tense for the foreseeable future than those with Berlin. The Judgment of Paris. For France, too, there were difficult decisions to be made about how to balance the imperatives generated by rivalry with Britain with those arising from relations with Germany. During the first 4 years of the Franco-Russian alliance, the French foreign minister, Gabriel Hanotaux, adopted a firmly anti-British policy. Egged on by the leader articles of the French colonialist press, Hanotaux mounted a direct challenge to the British presence in Egypt, a policy that culminated in the surreal Fashoda incident of 1898, when a French expeditionary force made an epic journey across Africa to stake a claim to the Upper Nile, while British troops marched south from occupied Egypt to meet the French at Fashoda, a ruined Egyptian outpost in the Sudanese marshes. The resulting political crisis took both powers to the threshold of war in the summer of 1898. Only when the French backed down did the danger of a conflict pass. French policy vis-à-vis Germany had to take account of the priorities imposed by this colonial struggle with Great Britain. In a confidential memorandum of June 1892, Hanotaux noted that current French policy permitted only very limited collaboration with Berlin. The problem with this approach was that it left open the possibility of an understanding between Germany and Britain, the very prospect that had helped to motivate the formation of the Franco-Russian alliance. One way of avoiding Anglo-German collusion, Hanotaux speculated, might be to seek a broader Franco-German-Russian understanding. This in turn would enable Paris to secure German support against Britain in Egypt, and thereby destroy the harmony that has existed for so long between Germany and England. The resulting link with the eastern neighbour would, of course, be temporary and instrumental. A lasting conciliation with Germany would be possible, Hanotaux wrote, only if Berlin were willing to cede permanently the provinces annexed in 1870. The same choices faced Hanotaux's successor, Théophile Delcassé, who came to office in the summer of 1898. Like most politically active Frenchmen, Delcassé was profoundly suspicious of Germany and constantly revisited this issue in his political writings and utterances. His ardour for the lost provinces was so intense that the members of his family dared not mention the names Alsace and Lorraine in his presence. "We had the confused feeling that it was too sensitive to be spoken of," his daughter later recalled. But as an imperial power bent on expanding its influence on multiple fronts, France faced other predicaments that could on occasion eclipse the confrontation with Germany. In 1893, as colonial undersecretary, it was Delcassé who had pressed for the deployment of French colonial forces to challenge Britain on the Upper Nile. When he came to office at the height of the Fashoda crisis, his first step was to back down in the hope of securing concessions from London in southern Sudan. But when London simply refused to budge, Delcassé swung back to an anti-British stance and attempted, just as Hanotaux had done, to challenge the British occupation of Egypt. His ultimate goal was the French acquisition of Morocco. In order to heighten the pressure on Britain, Delcassé tried, exactly as Hanotaux had foreseen, to bring the Germans into a consortium with France and Russia. During the autumn, winter and spring of 1899 to 1900, the political weather seemed auspicious for such an enterprise. In conversations with the French ambassador in Berlin, the new German Chancellor Bernhard von Bülow hinted at shared Franco-German interests outside Europe. It was well known in Paris that the German press, like the French, was hostile to Britain's war on the Boer Republic. Reports of wrathful anti-British outbursts on that subject by the German Kaiser gave further cause for optimism. In January 1900, leader articles inspired by Delcassé's press office urged Germany to join forces with France on the Egyptian question, pointing out that Germany too would benefit from the neutralization of the Suez Canal, and that the combined naval forces of the continental powers would be sufficient to ensure British respect for any international settlement. In the diplomatic community, it was common knowledge that these articles hailed from the office of Delcassé and expressed the official policy of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. While he waited for a German response, Delcassé prepared his colleagues in Paris, with characteristic impetuosity, for a war with Britain that might well be global in scope. Some suggest a landing in England, he told the French cabinet on 28 February 1900. Others an expedition to Egypt. Yet others advocate an attack on Burma by troops from Indochina, which would coincide with a Russian march on India. It was agreed that an enlarged meeting of the Conseil supérieur de la guerre should be convened to consider the question of where exactly France should mount an assault on the British Empire. Britain represented a threat to world peace, Delcassé declared, and it was time, as he remarked to a journalist in March 1900, to take a stand for the good of civilization. The British, he claimed, were working on all fronts to alienate Italy and Spain from France. They had their own beady eyes on Morocco. In later years, Delcassé became preoccupied with American plans to seize Morocco. For a time, the visceral distrust usually directed at Berlin was refocused on London. These extraordinary deliberations came to nothing because the Germans refused to play along with Delcasse's plan for a continental league against Britain. From Berlin came the vexing proposal that the British government should be consulted before any demands were addressed to London. There was, it seemed, a gaping discrepancy between the Kaiser's anti-English verbal outbursts and the hesitant course of his foreign policy. "He says I detest the English," Delcasse complained, "but he paralyzes everything." The real deal-breaker was Berlin's demand for something in return. On 15th March 1900, the French ambassador in Berlin reported that the Germans would continue negotiations on the formation of an anti-British coalition only on the preliminary condition that France, Russia, and Germany should undertake to guarantee the status quo as it affected their European possessions. This was a coded request for the affirmation by France of German sovereignty in Alsace and Lorraine. The response from Berlin prompted a deep and lasting reorientation in Delcasse's thinking. From this moment, the French foreign minister abandoned any thought of Franco-German collaboration. The project of a joint démarche on Egypt was unceremoniously dropped. Instead, Delcasse gravitated, via a series of intermediate positions, towards the notion that French objectives could be achieved in collaboration with Britain by means of an imperial barter. The consolidation of British control over Egypt would be exchanged for British acquiescence in French control over Morocco. This arrangement had the advantage that it would prevent the dreaded, though in reality very unlikely, prospect of an Anglo-German joint initiative in Morocco. By 1903, the French foreign minister had come to believe that a Morocco-Egypt exchange should serve as the foundation for an encompassing entente with Britain. This reorientation had profound implications for Franco-German relations, for the decision to appease rather than to oppose Britain facilitated a more forceful articulation of the anti-German potential in French foreign policy. We can see this clearly in the changes in Delcasse's approach to the acquisition of Morocco. In an earlier incarnation of his program, Delcasse had envisaged using an Egyptian challenge to pressure Britain into acquiescence on Morocco and buying off the other interested powers with concessions. Spain would receive lands in northern Morocco, Italy would be offered French support for Italian ambitions in Libya, and the Germans would be compensated with territories from French Central Africa. The new post-1900 Morocco policy was different in two important respects. It was to be accomplished, firstly, in concert with Britain. More importantly, Delcasse now planned to seize Morocco, a country whose independence had been guaranteed under an international treaty, without compensating or even consulting the German government. By adopting this provocative program and holding to it over the protests of his French colleagues, Delcasse laid a diplomatic tripwire in North Africa that would be activated in the Moroccan crisis of 1905. The end of British neutrality. In a speech to the House of Commons on 9 February 1871, only 3 weeks after the proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles, the conservative statesman Benjamin Disraeli reflected on the world historical meaning of the Franco-Prussian War. It was, he told the members of the House, no common war, like the war between Prussia and Austria in 1866, or the French wars over Italy, or even the Crimean War. The war represents the German Revolution, a greater political event than the French Revolution of last century. There was not a single diplomatic tradition, he added, which had not been swept away. The balance of power has been entirely destroyed, and the country which suffers more and feels the effects of this change most is England. Disraeli's words have often been cited as a prescient vision of the coming conflict with Germany. But to read the speech this way, through the lens of 1914 and 1939, is to misapprehend his intentions. What mattered most to the British statesman in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War was not the rise of Germany, but the untethering of Britain's old enemy Russia from the settlement imposed on her after the Crimean War, 1853-6. under the terms laid down by the governments of Britain and France in the Treaty of Paris of 1856. The waters of the Black Sea were formally and in perpetuity interdicted to ships of war either of the powers possessing its coasts or of any other power. The purpose of the treaty was to prevent Russia from threatening the eastern Mediterranean or disrupting the British land and sea routes to India. But the political foundations of the 1856 treaty were destroyed by the defeat of France. The new French Republic broke with the Crimean settlement, renouncing its opposition to a Russian militarization of the Black Sea. Knowing that Great Britain alone could not enforce the Black Sea clauses, Russia now pressed ahead with the building of a Black Sea battle fleet. On 12 December 1870, news reached London that Russia had repudiated the Peace of 1856 and was constructing a new Sebastopol, an arsenal and a port for ships of war, in the town of Poti, on the eastern coast of the Black Sea, only a few miles away from the Turkish frontier. It seemed that a new era of Russian expansionism was dawning, and it was this prospect that captured Disraeli's attention in the speech of 9 February 1871. For 200 years, Disraeli observed, Russia had pursued a policy of legitimate expansion as it found its way to the coast. But the militarization of the Black Sea appeared to herald a new and unsettling phase of Russian aggression, focused on the desire to acquire Constantinople and control of the Turkish Straits. Since Russia had no moral claim to Constantinople and no political necessity to go there, Disraeli declared, this was not a legitimate but a disturbing policy. Russia was not the only threat on Disraeli's horizon. He was also concerned at the growing power and belligerence of the United States. But the important point is that when he spoke of the German Revolution, he was not referring to the threat posed by the new Germany, but rather to the global and imperial consequences of the recent war between Germany and France, a war which had dislocated the whole machinery of states. Disraeli's speech announced a theme that would remain central to British foreign policy until 1914. During the years 1894 to 1905, it was Russia, not Germany, that posed the most significant long-term threat to British interests. The China question that exercised British policymakers in those years is a case in point. In China, as in the Balkans, the underlying motor of change was the retreating power of an ancient empire. During the early 1890s, Russian penetration into northern China triggered a cascade of local and regional conflicts that culminated in the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-5. Victorious Japan emerged as a rival with Russia for influence in northern China. China's defeat, in the meanwhile, inaugurated a race for concessions by the great powers, hoping to exploit the further decay of the Chinese state. The negative energies generated by the race for China in turn heightened tensions in Europe. The core of the problem, from Britain's perspective, was the growth of Russian power and influence. In China, which in terms of its trade potential was infinitely more important to Britain than Africa, Russia posed a direct threat to British interests. The problem became even more acute after the international intervention to suppress the Boxer Rebellion, 1898 to 1901, when the Russians capitalized on their role in the intervention to reinforce their position in northern China. Yet, in view of the Russian Empire's geographical location and the preponderance of its land forces, it was hard to see how its penetration of East Asia could be resisted. A new great game was opening up that Russia seemed likely to win. India was another vulnerable frontier. British policymakers observed with alarm that the steady penetration of the Russian railway system into Central Asia meant that Russia enjoyed better military access to the subcontinent than Britain itself. Since Russia appeared to be pursuing an anti-British policy in Central Asia and the Far East, and France was a rival and challenger of Britain in Africa, the Franco-Russian alliance appeared from London's perspective to be a chiefly anti-British device. The problem was particularly pressing during the Boer War, when the deployment of substantial troop contingents in South Africa left northern India exposed. In August 1901, a report by the Intelligence Department of the War Office on the military needs of the Empire in a war with France and Russia concluded that the Indian army was in no position to defend its key strongpoints against a Russian attack. To make matters worse, Russian diplomats were not merely, in British eyes, hostile, expansionist and ruthless, but also prone to underhandedness and false dealing. The lying is unprecedented even in the annals of Russian diplomacy. Lord George Hamilton, Secretary of State for India, reported in March 1901, during negotiations towards a settlement in China. Russia's diplomacy, as you know, is one long and manifold lie. George Curzon, Viceroy of India, told the Earl of Selborne, First Lord of the Admiralty, in 1903. British policymakers responded to the Russian threat by pursuing a two-track policy. The first involved rapprochement with Japan and France. The second, the quest for a power-sharing agreement with Russia itself that would take the pressure off Britain's imperial periphery. In the aftermath of the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-5, Britain and Japan shared a common interest in opposing further Russian expansion. Japan was Britain's natural ally in the Far East, as Foreign Secretary Kimberley put it in a letter of May 1895 to the British minister in Tokyo. The threat posed to Russia's Chinese frontier by Japan's formidable land forces, 200,000 Japanese troops had entered Manchuria by the end of 1895, would offset the vulnerability of the British imperial periphery in northern India. The swiftly growing Japanese fleet would provide a further counterpoise to the Russians, and thereby relieve the strain on Britain's overstretched fleets. In 1901, after a long period of cautious rapprochement, discussions began with a view to a formal alliance. First a naval defence pact, later the more encompassing agreement signed in London on 30th January 1902. Renewed, with expanded terms, in 1905 and in 1911, the Anglo-Japanese alliance became a fixture in the international system of the pre-war world. The same logic underlay the British decision to seek an understanding with France. Already in 1896, Lord Salisbury had found that concessions to France along the Mekong Valley and the borderlands between British Burma and French Indochina produced the welcome side effect of drawing the French in and temporarily loosening the cohesion of the Franco-Russian alliance. The Entente Cordiale of 1904 was, by the same token, not primarily an anti-German agreement, at least not from Whitehall's perspective, but one that was intended to mute colonial tensions with France, while at the same time generating some measure of indirect leverage on Russia. Delcasse had encouraged this speculation by suggesting that if an entente were to come into being, France would exercise a restraining influence on Russia, and even make it clear to St. Petersburg that French support would not be forthcoming if Russia were to pick a fight with Britain. There was thus good reason to hope, as Lord Lansdowne put it, that a good understanding with France would not improbably be the precursor of a better understanding with Russia. The last point is important. At the same time as they balanced against Russia with Japan, British policymakers strove to meet the Russian challenge by tethering St. Petersburg to an imperial power-sharing agreement. There was no contradiction in this. As Sir Thomas Sanderson, Permanent Undersecretary at the Foreign Office, observed in a letter to the British ambassador at St. Petersburg in May 1902, the Japanese alliance was useful precisely because, until the Russians see that we can take our pigs to other markets, we are not likely to bring them to book. It would thus tend to promote rather than discourage Britain's chance of some definite understanding. British security reviews continue to envisage catastrophic scenarios in Central Asia. The Russians, the British cabinet was told in December 1901, were capable of pouring 200,000 troops into Transcaspia and the Herat. In order to prevail against such a force, the British garrison in India would have to be increased permanently by between 50,000 and 100,000 men, at a huge cost to the government, this at a time when the best financial advice called for drastic cuts in expenditure, and the frenzied pace of Russian railway building to the Afghan frontier suggested that the situation was swiftly developing to Britain's disadvantage. These concerns were further amplified by the outbreak of war between Russia and Japan in February 1904. The fact that Russian forces at sea and on land performed rather poorly against their Japanese adversaries at first did nothing whatsoever to mute British anxieties. What if, as Viscount Kitchener warned, the Russians were tempted to offset their losses against Japan by threatening India? In this event, India would require massive reinforcements. By February 1905, the projected figure was 211,824 troops, according to Government of India estimates. The attendant rise in expenditure would be enormous. Kitchener estimated that countering the menacing advance of Russia would cost £20 million, plus an annual charge of another £1.5 million. This was a matter of some consequence for the Liberal government that came to power in 1905, promising to cut military costs and expand domestic programs. And if Britain could no longer afford to defend the northwestern frontier of India by force, then it followed that a non-military means must be found of securing India against a Russian assault. Japan's victory over Russia in 1905 clinched the argument in favour of an agreement. Given the magnitude of the Russian defeat and the wave of domestic turbulence that paralysed the country, the claim that the threat from Russia justified immense investment in Indian defence no longer seemed so compelling. The new Foreign Secretary, Edward Grey, came to office in December 1905, determined to see Russia re-established in the councils of Europe, and, I hope, on better terms with us than she has been yet. In May 1906, Grey succeeded in having the option of Indian reinforcements placed on the back burner. One aspect of this entangled tale of imperial readjustments deserves particular emphasis. Neither the Entente Cordiale with France nor the convention with Russia was conceived by British policymakers primarily as an anti-German device. Inasmuch as Germany figured in British designs, it was mostly as a subordinate function of tensions with France and Russia. The German government excited resentment and anger above all whenever it appeared to make common cause with Russia and France against Britain, as in the spring of 1895, for example, when Germany joined its two great power neighbours in pressuring Tokyo to return to China territory conquered during the Sino-Japanese War, or in 1897, when the Germans unexpectedly seized a Chinese bridgehead at Jiaozhou, on the Shantung Peninsula, a move that London, rightly, believed had been secretly approved and encouraged by the Russians. In both cases, German actions were read against the background of perceived French and Russian designs against Britain. In the Chinese theatre, as elsewhere, Germany was a diplomatic irritant rather than an existential threat. Anglo-German antagonism was not, in other words, the primary determinant of British policy. Indeed, until around 1904-5, it was more often than not the function of other, more pressing concerns. Belated Empire, Germany. The primary aim of German foreign policy in the Bismarck era was to prevent the emergence of a hostile coalition of great powers. For, as long as it continued, the tension between the world empires made this objective relatively easy to accomplish. French rivalry with Britain intermittently distracted Paris from its hostility towards Germany. Russia's hostility to Britain deflected Russian attention from the Balkans and thus helped to stave off an Austro-Russian clash. As a mainly continental power, Germany, so long as it did not itself aspire to found a global empire, could stay out of the great struggles over Africa, Central Asia, and China. And as long as Britain, France, and Russia remained imperial rivals, Berlin would always be able to play the margins between them. This state of affairs enhanced the empire's security and created a certain wriggle room for the policymakers in Berlin. But the Bismarck strategy also exacted a cost. It required that Germany always punch under its weight, abstain from the imperial feeding frenzies in Africa, Asia, and elsewhere, and remain on the sidelines when other powers quarrelled over global power shares. It also required that Berlin enter into contradictory commitments to neighbouring powers. The consequence was a sense of national paralysis that played badly with the electors whose votes determined the composition of the German national parliament. The idea of colonial possessions, imagined as Eldorados with cheap labour and raw materials, and burgeoning native or settler populations to buy national exports, was as bewitching to the German middle classes as to those of the established European empires. It should be noted that even modest German efforts to overleap the power-political constraints on imperial expansion met with sturdy resistance from the established world powers. In this connection, it is worth recalling an obvious but important difference between the belated German Empire and its world imperial rivals. As the possessors of vast portions of the Earth's inhabited surface with a military presence along extended imperial peripheries, Britain, France, and Russia controlled tokens that could be exchanged and bargained over at relatively little cost to the metropolis. Britain could offer France concessions in the Mekong Delta. Russia could offer Britain a demarcation of zones of influence in Persia. France could offer Italy access to coveted territories in northern Africa. Germany could not credibly make such offers, because it was always in the position of a parvenu with nothing to trade, pushing to gain a place at an already crowded table. Its attempts to secure a share of the meagre portions that remained usually met with firm resistance from the established club. In 1884-5, for example, when the German government attempted to placate imperialist appetites by approving the acquisition of a modest suite of colonial possessions, it met with a dismissive response from Britain. In 1883, the Bremen merchant Heinrich Vogelsang had purchased land along the Angra Pequena coast in today's southern Namibia. In the following year, Bismarck officially asked the British government whether it intended to lay claim to the area. From London came a terse reply stating that Britain was unwilling to allow any other country to establish itself anywhere in the region between Portuguese Angola and the British Cape Colony. Berlin responded with two probing questions. On what was the British claim based? And would the British authorities undertake to protect German settlers in the area? Months passed before Whitehall deigned to send a reply. Bismarck was irritated by this condescending style, but he needn't have taken it personally. London adopted exactly the same brusque and haughty manner when dealing with the Americans over the Venezuelan boundary dispute in 1895-6. Then, when the Germans went ahead regardless and announced their formal acquisition of the area, the British government promptly countered with a claim of its own. Temperatures in Berlin rose. It was intolerable, Bismarck fumed, that Britain should demand the privilege of an African Monroe Doctrine. The Chancellor stepped up the political pressure. His son Herbert was sent to London to head negotiations. The British, distracted by more serious challenges, Russian designs on Afghanistan, African tensions with France, eventually gave in and the crisis passed. But this was a salutary reminder of how little room remained at the table for the latest of Europe's great powers. It was partly in order to escape from the self-imposed constraints of Bismarckian policy that Germany abandoned the reinsurance treaty with Russia in 1890. The changing of the guard in that year, the departure of Bismarck, the appointment of Leo von Caprivi to the chancellorship, and the emergence of Kaiser Wilhelm II as a key player in imperial politics, inaugurated a new phase in German external relations. The new course of the early 1890s was initially less a matter of concerted intention than of irresolution and drift. The vacuum created by Bismarck's sudden departure remained unfilled. The initiative passed to Friedrich von Holstein, chief of the Foreign Ministry's political department. Holstein's policy was to reinforce ties with Austria-Hungary while balancing possible Balkan risks through an agreement with London, though he did not favour a fully fledged alliance with Britain. The idea at the core of his thinking was independence. A Germany allied to Britain risked becoming London's fall guy on the continent. The memory of the 7 Years' War, when Frederick of Prussia, as Britain's ally, had found himself encircled by a mighty continental coalition, was important here. It was crucial, as Holstein's close associate Bernhard von Bülow put it in March 1890, that Germany should not become dependent on any foreign power. The price for an agreement with Britain would be the renunciation by Germany of colonial acquisitions, but this was a price Caprivi was happy to pay. The policy of the free hand looked innocuous enough, but it carried very considerable risks. In the summer of 1891, the Germans learned that their Italian ally was engaged in secret talks with France, in the hope of securing French support for future Italian acquisitions in northern Africa. At the same time, news reached Berlin of an official visit by a French flotilla to the Russian port of Kronstadt, where French officers were greeted with jubilation by the Russian press and public. The Franco-Russian military convention that followed in 1892 revealed that even the appearance of close collaboration with Britain carried the risk of heightening Germany's exposure on the continent without providing compensatory security benefits. And, most alarming of all, the deepening intimacy between France and Russia did not seem to pressure Britain into seeking closer relations with Germany. On the contrary, it prompted British policymakers to begin considering the merits of appeasement, first of France and later of Russia. The fact that the French flotilla paid a symbolic visit to Portsmouth on its way home from Russia in 1891 also had a sobering effect on the mood in Berlin. Was Germany strong enough to make her way without the support of powerful allies? Caprivi's answer to this question was to expand the empire's defensive capacity. The passage of the Army Bill of 1893 brought the strength of the army to 552,000, 150,000 more than a decade before, and military expenditure in that year reached double the 1886 figure. Yet these increases were not integrated with a larger political strategy. Their purpose was to achieve deterrence. The diplomatic implications of this quest for military self-reliance were a matter of contention among the key policymakers in Berlin. Given the virtual impossibility of better relations with France, should Germany persist in seeking a deal with Britain, or did salvation lie in improved relations with Russia? The pursuit of both options produced frustrating results. The German policymakers had high hopes of the Russo-German trade treaty concluded in the spring of 1894. Ratified by the Reichstag over the vehement protests of the German farming lobby, the treaty was a landmark in commercial relations that brought immense economic benefit to both countries. But it did nothing to loosen Russian attachment to the French alliance. On the contrary, the Russians viewed the treaty as a vindication of their policy and an indication of what could be achieved when the Germans were held in a diplomatically inferior position. The British option was no less difficult. The main reason for this is simply that Caprivi's policy of the free hand freed London's hand much more than it did Berlin's. The conclusion of the Franco-Russian alliance allowed Britain to oscillate between the continental camps and reduced the incentive to look for a firm understanding with Berlin. Only at times of crisis on the imperial periphery did London actively seek closer ties, but these did not and could not ever amount to the offer of a fully fledged alliance on terms that Berlin could reasonably be expected to accept. In 1901, for example, with British forces tied down in South Africa and the Russians piling on the pressure in China, Foreign Secretary Lansdowne was so keen to secure German support against Russia that he circulated to Cabinet a draft proposal for a secret treaty of alliance with Germany that would, under certain conditions, have committed Britain and Germany to wage war on Russia in support of Japan. Tentative feelers were put out to Berlin, but the Germans were reluctant to be drawn into any kind of anti-Russian combination, for fear that this would leave them perilously exposed in a continental conflict in which the support of the British Navy would carry little weight. The question that worried Bülow was, what could the British offer the Germans that would offset the heightened French and Russian enmity that a German alliance with Britain would inevitably bring in its wake? This was the structural problem that always haunted efforts to formalize an Anglo-German rapprochement. A further and more obvious problem was that Berlin's efforts to pursue German interests outside Europe inevitably met with protest from Britain. When the Turkish Sultan Abdul Hamid entrusted the Deutsche Bahn Gesellschaft with the construction of a branch line of the Anatolian Railway to Konya in the direction of Baghdad, there were loud complaints from the British government, which saw in the German-financed project an unauthorized penetration into the English sphere, because it would diminish the profitability of the British-financed Smyrna Railway. In this, as in many other disputes, British policymakers proceeded from the assumption that whereas British imperial interests were vital and essential, German ones were a mere luxury, the energetic pursuit of which must be construed as a provocation by other powers. The dispute over the Anglo-Congolese Treaty of 12th May 1894 by which Britain acquired a 25-kilometre-wide corridor of land linking Uganda with Rhodesia, was a further case in point. This treaty, essentially designed to obstruct French designs on the Upper Nile, also had the effect of abutting German Southeast Africa with a cordon of British territory. Only under concerted German pressure did London eventually back down. This outcome produced jubilation in a German press desperate for signs of national self-assertion. It also reinforced the belief among German policymakers that standing up to Britain was the only way to secure German interests. Anglo-German tension peaked during the Transvaal crisis of 1894-5. There had long been local problems between the British-controlled Cape Colony and the neighbouring Boer South African Republic, also known as the Transvaal. Although the independence of the Transvaal was internationally recognised, including by Britain, Cecil Rhodes, the dominant figure in the Cape Colony, pressed for annexation of the northern neighbour, lured by the vast gold deposits discovered there in the 1880s. Since German settlers played a prominent role in the Transvaal economy, and Germans owned 1/5 of all foreign capital invested there, the Berlin government took an interest in maintaining the Republic's independence. In 1894, Berlin's involvement in plans to build a German-financed railway linking the landlocked Transvaal with Delagoa Bay in Portuguese Mozambique triggered protests from London, while the British government considered acquiring control of the offending railway through the annexation of Delagoa Bay, and rejected any arrangement that would dilute their political and economic dominance in the region. The Germans insisted on the continuing political and economic independence of the Transvaal. There was further friction in the autumn of 1895, when the British ambassador in Berlin, Sir Edward Mallet, spoke of the Transvaal as a trouble spot in Anglo-German relations, and hinted darkly at the possibility of war between the two countries if Germany refused to back down. The German government were thus in an ill humour when an abortive British attack on the Transvaal in December 1895 triggered an international crisis. The British government had not formally sanctioned Dr. Leander Starr Jameson's raid on the Republic, though at least one British government minister, Joseph Chamberlain, had prior knowledge of it. And the raid itself was a fiasco. Jameson's men were quickly defeated and captured by troops of the Transvaal Republic. In Berlin, as in Paris and St. Petersburg, it was universally believed, despite official denials from Whitehall, that London was behind the attempted invasion. Determined to signal its indignation, the German government dispatched a personal telegram from the Kaiser to Paul Kruger, president of the Transvaal Republic. The Kruger telegram, as it came to be known, wished the president a happy new year and congratulated him on having defended the independence of his country against external attack, without appealing for the help of friendly powers. This mildly worded message produced a torrent of outrage in the British press, and a corresponding wave of jubilation in Germany, where it was welcomed as a sign that something was finally being done to stand up for German interests overseas. But the Kruger telegram was little more than gesture politics. Germany quickly withdrew from the confrontation with Great Britain over southern Africa. It lacked the means to project its will, or even to secure the respect due to an equal partner in such conflicts of interest. Berlin ultimately accepted a compromise agreement, which in return for nugatory British concessions excluded Germany from further involvement in the political future of southern Africa. To the disgust of the German nationalist press, the German government refused to intervene on behalf of the Transvaal before or during the Boer War of 1899 to 1902, that resulted in the Transvaal's defeat and its conversion into a British colony. The 1890s were thus a period of deepening German isolation. A commitment from Britain remained elusive, and the Franco-Russian alliance seemed to narrow considerably the room for movement on the continent. Yet Germany's statesmen were extraordinarily slow to see the scale of the problem, mainly because they believed that the continuing tension between the world empires was in itself a guarantee that these would never combine against Germany. Far from countering their isolation through a policy of rapprochement, German policymakers raised the quest for self-reliance to the status of a guiding principle. The most consequential manifestation of this development was the decision to build a large navy. In the mid-1890s, after a long period of stagnation and relative decline, Naval construction and strategy came to occupy a central place in German security and foreign policy. Public opinion played a role here. In Germany, as in Britain, big ships were the fetish of the quality press and its educated middle-class readers. The immensely fashionable navalism of the American writer Alfred Thayer Mahan also played a part. Mahan foretold in The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, 1890, a struggle for global power that would be decided by vast fleets of heavy battleships and cruisers. Kaiser Wilhelm II, who supported the naval program, was a keen nautical hobbyist and an avid reader of Mahan. In the sketchbooks of the young Wilhelm we find many battleships, lovingly penciled floating fortresses bristling with enormous guns. But the international dimension was also crucial. It was, above all, the sequence of peripheral clashes with Britain that triggered the decision to acquire a more formidable naval weapon. After the Transvaal episode, the Kaiser became obsessed with the need for ships, to the point where he began to see virtually every international crisis as a lesson in the primacy of naval power. The Kaiser's deepening personal preoccupation with naval matters coincided with a bitter factional struggle within the uppermost ranks of the German naval administration. The chief of the naval cabinet, Admiral Baron Gustav von Senden-Bibran, and his ambitious protégé, Alfred von Tirpitz, pressed for the construction on a grand scale of large battleships. On the other side of the fight was the cautious Admiral Friedrich Hollmann, Secretary of State for the Navy, and the man with responsibility for drafting naval bills for the Reichstag. Hollmann remained committed to the construction of a force of fast cruisers, of the type favoured by the still fashionable French jeune école. Whereas Tirpitz saw German naval strategy in terms of a future struggle for parity with Great Britain in waters close to home, Hollmann envisaged a more flexible, long-distance weapon that would be used to press German claims and protect German interests on the periphery. Between 1893 and 1896, Tirpitz and his allies waged a guerrilla campaign against Hollmann, openly questioning his competence and bombarding the Kaiser with memoranda outlining their own strategy proposals. After oscillating for a while between the two camps, Wilhelm II withdrew his support from Hollmann in 1897 and appointed Tirpitz in his place. On 26 March 1898, following an intense propaganda campaign, the Reichstag passed a new navy bill. In place of the eclectic and unfocused proposals of the early and mid-1890s, Admiral von Tirpitz's Imperial Naval Office installed a massive long-term construction program that would dominate German defense expenditure until 1912. Its ultimate objective was to enable Germany to confront the British Navy on equal terms. Germany's decision to embark on an ambitious naval program has occupied a commanding position in the literature on the origins of the First World War. Viewed with hindsight, it might appear to foreshadow, or even perhaps to explain, the conflict that broke out in 1914. Wasn't the decision to challenge British naval hegemony a needless provocation that permanently soured relations between the two states and deepened the polarization of the European system? There are many criticisms one can make of German naval strategy, the most serious being that it was not embedded in a broader policy concept, beyond the quest for a free hand in world affairs. But the new naval program was neither an outrageous nor an unwarranted move. The Germans had ample reason to believe that they would not be taken seriously unless they acquired a credible naval weapon. It should not be forgotten that the British were accustomed to using a rather masterful tone in their communications with the Germans. In March 1897, for example, a meeting took place between the Assistant Under-Secretary at the British Foreign Office, Sir Francis Bertie, known as the Bull for his aggressive manner, and the Chargé d'Affaires and acting German ambassador in London, Baron Hermann von Eckartstein. In the course of their discussion, Eckartstein, a notorious Anglophile who dressed in the manner of Edward VII and loved to be seen about the London clubs, touched on the question of German interests in southern Africa. Bertie's response came as a shock. Should the Germans lay so much as a finger on the Transvaal, Bertie declared, the British government would not stop at any step, even the ultimate, an unmistakable reference to war, to repel any German intervention. Should it come to a war with Germany, he went on, The entire English nation would be behind it, and a blockade of Hamburg and Bremen and the annihilation of German commerce on the high seas would be child's play for the English fleet. German naval policy has to be seen against this background of friction and threat. Of course, there can be no doubt about the anti-English orientation of the new weapon. Tirpitz himself made this abundantly clear. The memorandum setting out his fleet plan to the Kaiser in June 1897 began with the lapidary observation that, "For Germany, the most dangerous naval enemy at the present time is England," and the same assertion cropped up in various forms throughout the draft proposals and memoranda of later years. But there was nothing surprising about this. Armaments programs usually measure themselves against the most formidable potential opponent. Until the signing of the Entente Cordiale in 1904, the programmatic documents of the French naval strategists of the Jeune École had envisioned the systematic use, in the event of war, of fast, well-armed cruisers to attack commercial shipping and force the British Isles into starvation and submission. As late as 1898, this prospect had seemed real enough in British naval circles to generate panic over the need for extra cruisers and the consolidation of domestic food supplies. In any case, it was not the building of German ships after 1898 that propelled Britain into closer relations with France and Russia. The decisions to enter into an entente with France and to seek an arrangement with Russia came about primarily as a consequence of pressures on the imperial periphery. British policy makers were less obsessed with and less alarmed by German naval building than is often supposed. British naval strategy was never focused solely on Germany, but on the need to remain dominant in a world of great naval powers, including France, Russia, and the United States. Nor did German naval construction have the mesmerizing effect on British strategists that has sometimes been claimed for it. In 1905, the Director of British Naval Intelligence could confidently describe Britain's naval preponderance over Germany as overwhelming. In October 1906, Charles Harding, Permanent Undersecretary at the Foreign Office, acknowledged that Germany posed no immediate naval threat to Britain. In the following year, Admiral Sir A.K. Wilson remarked in a report on current Admiralty war plans that an Anglo-German conflict was unlikely, that neither power was in a position to do the other any vital injury, and that it was difficult to see how such a conflict could arise. Foreign Secretary Edward Grey was also sanguine. "We shall have 7 dreadnoughts afloat before they have 1, he observed in November 1907. "In 1910 they will have 4 to our 7, but between now and then there is plenty of time to lay down new ones if they do so." Even the First Sea Lord, Sir John Jackey Fisher, wrote to King Edward VII in 1907, boasting of Britain's superiority over the Germans. "England has 7 dreadnoughts and 3 invincibles, while Germany has not yet begun 1. There was good reason for such confidence, because the Germans lost the naval race hands down. Whereas the number of German battleships rose from 13 to 16 in the years 1898 to 1905, the British battle fleet rose from 29 to 44 ships. Tirpitz had aimed at achieving a ratio of 1 German battleship to every 1.5 British, but he never got close. In 1913, the German Naval Command formally and unilaterally renounced the Anglo-German arms race, Tirpitz declaring that he was satisfied with the ratios demanded by Britain. By 1914, Britain's lead was once again increasing. The naval scares that periodically swept through the British press and political circles were real enough, but they were driven in large part by campaigns launched by the navalists to fend off demands for funding from the cash-starved British Army. There was thus a gross discrepancy between the rhetorical storm kicked up by Tirpitz and his colleagues to justify naval expenditure and the relatively meagre results achieved. German naval construction was intended to provide support for what had come to be known by 1900 as Weltpolitik, meaning literally global policy. The term denoted a foreign policy focused on extending Germany's influence as a global power, and thereby aligning it with the other big players on the world scene. Phenomenal masses of land will be partitioned in all corners of the world in the course of the next decades, the historian and publicist Hans Delbrück warned in an important essay of 1897. and the nationality that remains empty-handed will be excluded for a generation to come from the ranks of those great peoples that define the contours of the human spirit. In a popular and influential speech of 6th December 1897, the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Bernhard von Bülow, articulated the ebullient new mood. The times when the German left the earth to one of his neighbours, the sea to the other, and reserved for himself the heavens where pure philosophy reigns, these times are over, he announced. We don't want to put anyone in the shadow, but we too demand our place in the sun. For a time, the word Weltpolitik seemed to capture the mood of the German middle classes and the national-minded quality press. The word resonated because it bundled together so many contemporary aspirations. Weltpolitik meant the quest to expand foreign export markets, at a time of declining export growth. It meant escaping from the constraints of the Continental Alliance system to operate on a broader world arena. It expressed the appetite for genuinely national projects that would help knit together the disparate regions of the German Empire, and reflected the almost universal conviction that Germany, a late arrival at the imperial feast, would have to play catch-up if it wished to earn the respect of the other great powers. Yet, while it connoted all these things, Weltpolitik never acquired a stable or precise meaning. Even Bernhard von Bülow, widely credited with establishing Weltpolitik as the guiding principle of German foreign policy, never produced a definitive account of what it was. His contradictory utterances on the subject suggest that it was little more than the old policy of the free hand, with a larger navy and more menacing mood music. We are supposed to be pursuing Weltpolitik, the former Chief of the General Staff, General Alfred von Waldersee, noted grumpily in his diary in January 1900. If only I knew what that was supposed to be. The concrete achievements of Weltpolitik after 1897 were correspondingly modest, especially if we measure them against the imperial predations of the United States in the same years. While Germany secured the Mariana and Caroline Islands, a segment of Samoa, and the small bridgehead at Kiacho on the Chinese coast, the United States waged war against Spain over Cuba, and in the process acquired the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam in 1898. Formalized its possession of Hawaii in the same year, fought a horrific colonial war in the Philippines, 1899 to 1902, that cost between 500,000 and 750,000 Filipino lives, acquired some of the Samoan Islands in 1899, and subsequently built a canal across the Central American Isthmus under the protection of a canal zone under its own control, in accordance with its Secretary of State's express view that it was practically sovereign on the continent of South America. When Bülow wrote to Kaiser Wilhelm II in exultant tones that "This game will stimulate people and navy to follow your majesty further along the path which leads to world power, greatness, and eternal glory," he was referring to Germany's acquisition of the economically and strategically worthless Caroline Islands. Small wonder that some historians have concluded that Germany's Weltpolitik was designed above all with domestic consumers in mind, as a means of strengthening national solidarity, saddling the national parliament with long-term budgetary commitments, muting the appeal of dissident political creeds such as social democracy, and thereby consolidating the dominance of the existing industrial and political elites. Perhaps the most remarkable shortcoming of German policy in the years around 1900 was the failure to see how swiftly the international environment was changing to Germany's disadvantage. The policymakers in Berlin remained confident in the first years of the 20th century that the global tension between the British Empire and Russia would continue to guarantee a certain freedom of maneuver for Germany. In the short term, they focused on maintaining good relations with St. Petersburg. In the longer run, they believed, the burden of opposing Russia and the growth of the German fleet would force Britain to seek better relations with Berlin. The Great Turning Point. On the night of 8th to 9th February 1904, Admiral Togo Heihachiro's fleet attacked and sank Russian battleships at anchor off Port Arthur on the Chinese coast, thereby starting the Russo-Japanese War. The Japanese began the conflict, but it was the Russians who had provoked it. For the past decade, the Tsar and his most powerful advisers had been mesmerized by the prospect of acquiring a vast East Asian empire. The Russians had steadily pushed forward into northern China, the Liaodong Peninsula, and northern Korea, encroaching on the Japanese sphere of interest. They used the Boxer Rebellion of 1898 to 1901, itself in part the consequence of Russian incursions into China, as a pretext for sending 177,000 troops to Manchuria, supposedly to protect its railways. After the rebellion subsided, Russia ignored demands from the other powers for the withdrawal of its troops. By early 1903, it was clear that they intended to occupy Manchuria indefinitely. Repeated requests from the Japanese for a formal demarcation of Russian and Japanese spheres of influence in Manchuria and Korea respectively received short shrift in St. Petersburg. Strengthened by their alliance of 1902 with Britain, the Japanese felt confident enough to take matters into their own hands. The war that followed brought defeat for Russia on a scale that no one had foreseen. 2 of the 3 Russian fleets were destroyed. The third, the Black Sea Fleet, was saved, ironically enough, by the restrictions still preventing Russian warships from passing the Turkish Straits. Russian forces were overrun and defeated in Manchuria in 1904. The Japanese besieged Port Arthur, and the army sent to relieve it was forced to retreat from the area. In January 1905, after a long and bitter fight, Port Arthur surrendered. 2 months later, a Japanese army numbering 270,000 men routed a slightly larger Russian force near Mukden in Manchuria. While these disasters were unfolding, a wave of interethnic violence, massive strikes, political protests and uprisings swept across the Russian Empire, exposing the inner fragility of the Tsarist autocracy. At one point, an army of nearly 300,000, larger than the force facing the Japanese in Manchuria, had to be stationed in Poland to restore order. The impact of the Russo-Japanese conflict was both profound and ambivalent. In the short term, the war seemed to offer Germany unexpected opportunities to break through the constraints imposed by the Franco-Russian alliance and the Anglo-French Entente. In the longer term, however, it had precisely the opposite effect. It produced a tightening of the alliance system that refocused formerly peripheral tensions onto the continent of Europe, and drastically reduced Germany's freedom of movement. Since both these aspects bear on the events of 1914, it is worth looking briefly at each in turn. By the summer of 1904, Germany's diplomatic position was substantially worse than it had been when Bismarck left office in 1890. German political leaders made light of these developments, mainly because they believed that tensions between Britain and the continental powers would keep the door to a German-British rapprochement permanently open. Against this background, the news of the Anglo-French Entente came as a serious blow. In a letter to Bülow of April 1904, Kaiser Wilhelm informed the Chancellor that the Entente gave him much food for thought, because the fact that England and France no longer had to fear anything from each other meant that their need to take account of our position becomes ever less pressing. How could Germany extricate itself from this unhappy state of affairs? 2 options presented themselves. The first was to commit the Reich to an arrangement with Russia, and thereby weaken or neutralize the Franco-Russian alliance. The second was to find some means of weakening the new entente between Britain and France. The Russo-Japanese War provided the opportunity to test both options. The German Kaiser had been calling for some time, without success, for a diplomatic approach to the Russians, and he quickly spotted the advantages to be reaped from Russia's predicament. In a letter of February 1904 to the Tsar, he pointed out that the French were supplying the Japanese with raw materials, and thus hardly behaving as reliable allies. In June, he told Nicholas that he believed France's entente with Britain, an ally of Japan, was preventing the French from coming to your aid. Other letters made sympathetic noises about the ill fortune of the Russian army, and expressed confidence in future successes. The Germans also provided more practical help, such as the coaling of Russian battleships from German stations en route to the east. These overtures culminated in 2 formal offers of alliance. The first, presented on 30th October 1904, proposed an alliance stipulating that each of the 2 signatories would come to the other's aid in the event of either being attacked in Europe or anywhere else in the world. But Tsar Nicholas was unwilling to enter into a formal agreement before consulting his French ally. Since it was inconceivable that the French would agree, this was tantamount to rejecting the proposal. By the summer of 1905, however, Russia's domestic and military position had worsened drastically. When the Kaiser renewed his approaches to Nicholas, he found the Tsar more inclined to consider a German offer. In the summer of 1905, the royal yacht Hohenzollern made its way towards the small fishing village of Björka in the Gulf of Finland for a rendezvous with the Tsar's Polar Star. The two boats moored alongside each other on 23rd July, and the Tsar came aboard for dinner. Confidential discussions followed, during which Wilhelm played, with considerable success, on the Tsar's anxieties about British designs against Russia and the unreliability of the French, who had now thrown in their lot with Britain. The overwrought Nicholas burst into tears, embraced his German cousin, and signed on the dotted line. But the draft treaty that resulted did not survive the scrutiny of the Tsar's officials in St. Petersburg. It was impossible, they pointed out, to reconcile a commitment to Berlin with the French alliance that still constituted the bedrock of Russian security. Reports from Paris confirmed that the French would never tolerate any alteration of the terms of the alliance for the sake of Russo-German rapprochement. The Tsar remained favourably disposed to an agreement of some kind with Germany, but under pressure from his political and economic advisers, he gradually dropped the idea. The eastern road out of German isolation was thus closed off, at least for the foreseeable future. At the same time, the German leadership looked for ways of pushing open the door that had recently been shut by the Anglo-French Entente. As part of the comprehensive settlement of outstanding colonial disputes negotiated through the Entente Cordiale, the British had agreed to recognize Morocco as standing within the French sphere of influence, in return for French recognition of British primacy in Egypt. Determined to capitalize on this arrangement while the British commitment was still fresh, the French government sent a diplomatic mission to Fez with a view to arranging the consolidation of French control in Morocco in January 1905. Given the terms of the Anglo-French agreement, there was nothing especially surprising in the bid to consolidate French power in Morocco. But the French foreign minister chose to endow the policy with a pointedly anti-German spin. Potential disagreements with Spain had been resolved through the exchange of territory, and the North African Agreement of 1902 with Italy ensured that Rome would be acquiescent. British agreement was built into the terms of the Entente. But the Germans were offered nothing. Berlin was not even informed in advance of French intentions. This was a departure from Delcasse's own earlier policy, which had foreseen that German assent would be negotiated in return for territorial compensation in other parts of Africa where she may have ambitions. In opting to freeze the Germans out, Delcasse built an entirely unnecessary element of provocation into his North African policy, and exposed himself to the criticism of his French colleagues. Even Paul Revoil, Delcasse's closest collaborator in the Moroccan question, lamented the minister's intransigence. The great misfortune, Revoil protested, was that Delcasse found it repugnant to have talks with Germany. The Germans are swindlers, he says. But in heaven's name, I'm not asking for an exchange of romantic words or lovers' rings, but for a business discussion. Even Eugène Etienne, leader of the French colonial party, viewed Delcasse's refusal to negotiate with the Germans over Morocco as the height of imprudence. The German Foreign Office, for its part, had long been watching French moves in Morocco with suspicion, and was determined not to allow the French government to act unilaterally in a manner that would damage German interest in the area. The German viewpoint was legitimate in legal terms. An international agreement of 1881 had formally recognized Morocco as an area whose status could only be altered multilaterally by international treaty. The ultimate objective of German policy, however, was not to uphold international law, but rather to test the strength of the Entente. Reports from London had given the Germans reason to suppose that the British government would not feel bound to intervene in a dispute over Morocco between France and a third power. It was hoped that this in turn would remind the French, in the Kaiser's quaint formulation that a navy has no wheels, and thereby soften their opposition to an understanding of some kind with Germany. In this sense, the Moroccan initiative can be seen as a Western version of the approaches made to Russia during 1904–5. Early in January 1905, a French delegation travelled to Fez in the Moroccan interior to demand control over the Moroccan army and police. The Sultan refused. On 31st March 1905, Kaiser Wilhelm II made a surprise visit to the city of Tangier. Amid delirious cheers from the population of the city, who saw in the German sovereign a welcome counterweight to the French, Wilhelm rode to the German legation, gave the cold shoulder to the third secretary of the French legation, who had welcomed him to Morocco in the name of Monsieur Delcasse, and made a speech in which he asserted that German commercial and economic interests, together with the independence and integrity of Morocco, should be maintained. After scarcely 2 hours in the city, he returned to his ship and sailed off. In the short term, this spectacular exercise in gesture politics was a great success. The landing prompted outrage in France, but the British showed no interest in intervening, and after a phase of mutual threats and brinkmanship, the French government opted to pursue a peaceful resolution. Théophile Delcasse was dismissed, and his policy of provocation temporarily discredited. His responsibilities were assumed by the new and inexperienced French Premier, Maurice Rouvier, who proposed bilateral negotiations over the future of Morocco. But the Germans, unwisely in retrospect, tried to press their advantage, turning down Rouvier's proposal and insisting instead that the dispute be resolved at an international conference, as required under the terms of the Treaty of 1881. The request was eventually granted, but the German triumph was short-lived. At the conference that convened in the Spanish port town of Algeciras in January 1906, the quasi-independence of Morocco was confirmed in general terms, but the German negotiators failed to gain any support from the other great powers, except for the Austrians, for their further proposals regarding the internationalization of the Moroccan police and financial institutions. Britain, Italy, and Spain, who had all been bought off through compensation deals, and Russia, which had been promised a further French loan in return for its support, sided firmly with France. The Russian delegates travelled to Algeciras with instructions to support energetically every French proposal. The uselessness of the Triple Alliance was revealed for all to see. It was, it turned out, a gross error to seek the multilateral resolution of an issue that had already been resolved by France bilaterally with most of the interested powers. The German policymakers had bungled. On 5th April 1906, Chancellor Bernhard von Bülow, chief architect of the German policy on Morocco, turned white and collapsed in the Reichstag shortly after making a speech on the outcome of Algeciras. He was to remain in convalescence until October. The efforts of the German government to probe Eastern and Western options as a means of overcoming German isolation were thus a resounding failure. The Anglo-French Entente was strengthened rather than weakened by the German challenge to France in Morocco. In the East, too, the opportunities created for Germany by the Russo-Japanese War turned out to be illusory. The Eastern option was shut off for the foreseeable future in the summer of 1907, when Britain and Russia signed a treaty resolving all their disputes over Persia, Afghanistan, and Tibet. The Convention of 1907 was not driven by hostility towards or fear of Germany. It was rather the other way around. Since Russia posed the greater threat to Britain across a greater range of vulnerable points, it was Russia that must be appeased and Germany that must be opposed. This had been the dominant British thinking on a rapprochement with Russia since before the turn of the century, and it remained valid after the convention was signed. In March 1909, Sir Charles Harding put the matter succinctly. "We have no pending questions with Germany except that of naval construction," he told Sir Arthur Nicholson, who would soon succeed him, "while our whole future in Asia is bound up with maintaining the best and most friendly relations with Russia. We cannot afford to sacrifice in any way our entente with Russia, even for the sake of a reduced naval program." The same point can be made for the Russian decision-makers who agreed the convention. This was not, for them, a policy directed against Germany, but rather a retrenching move designed to secure breathing space for domestic consolidation, or, depending on whom you asked, greater freedom of external action. Of particular interest was the link between a deal over Persia and the prospect of British support for improved Russian access to the Turkish Straits. For Izvolsky and his ambassador in London, Count Benkendorf, the Straits question was the core of the convention and the key to securing favourable revision of Russian access rights at a suitable time in the near future. In other words, while the new international system that emerged from 1907 chiefly disadvantaged Germany, we should not assume that this outcome faithfully reflected the designs that brought it about. Only in the case of France can one speak of a policy that consistently assigned a high priority to containing Germany. It makes more sense to think of this array of agreements as the European consequence of world historical transitions, the Sino-Japanese War and the emergence of Japan as a regional power, the fiscal burdens imposed by African conflicts and the Great Game in Central Asia, the retreat of Ottoman power in Africa and southwestern Europe, and the rise of the China question, meaning not just the great power competition there, but also the high levels of Chinese domestic turbulence that resulted. Germany's restlessness and its parvenu importuning were part of the picture, but they were perceived within a field of vision that encompassed broader concerns. The once widely held view that Germany caused its own isolation through its egregious international behaviour is not borne out by a broader analysis of the processes by which the realignments of this era were brought about. In fact, the causal relationship between antagonism to Germany and the new alliance system ran to some extent in the other direction. It was not that antagonism to Germany caused its isolation, but rather that the new system itself channeled and intensified hostility towards the German Empire. In Russia's case, for example, the victory of Japan in the East and the provisional settlement of the imperial quarrel with Britain in Central Asia inevitably refocused foreign policy on the sole remaining theatre in which it could still pursue an imperial vision, the Balkans, an area where conflict with Austria-Hungary and, by extension, Germany, was going to be difficult to avoid. The old factional divide within the Russian foreign policy community between Asianists and Europeanists was resolved in the latter's favour. Under Izvolsky and Sazonov, Europeanists, who tended to distrust Germany and to favour good relations with Britain and France, always occupied a majority of the key positions. The Anglo-French Entente likewise neutralised the anti-British sentiment that before 1904 had intermittently diluted the Germanophobia of French statesmen. Painting the devil on the wall. Particularly striking is the case of Britain. It is astonishing how aggressively a number of key British policymakers responded to the German challenge to French penetration of Morocco. On 22 April 1905, Foreign Secretary Lord Lansdowne informed the English ambassador in Paris that he believed the Germans might seek a port on the West African coast in compensation for the French seizure of Morocco, and that England was prepared to join with France in offering strong opposition to this proposal. The British ambassador in Paris was none other than Sir Francis the Bull Bertie, Viscount of Thame, the former parliamentary under-secretary who had browbeaten the German chargé d'affaires Eckartstein with threats of war over the Transvaal. In passing Lansdowne's message of support to Delcasse, who had heard nothing of German designs on a Moorish port, Bertie used much firmer language, conveying the sense of a categorical and unconditional support for French measures. The government of His Britannic Majesty, the French Foreign Office was told, considers that the conduct of Germany in the Moroccan question is most unreasonable in view of the attitude of Monsieur Delcasse, and it desires to accord to His Excellency all the support in its power. In a private conversation with Delcasse, Bertie stiffened the foreign minister's back with belligerent talk. A day or so later, the foreign minister informed a close associate that France's position was now impregnable, using language that recalled Bertie's earlier threats to Eckartstein. Germany knows that she would have England against her. I repeat that England would back us to the hilt and not sign peace without us. Do you think that the Emperor Wilhelm can calmly envisage the prospect of seeing his battle fleet destroyed, his naval commerce ruined, and his ports bombarded by the English fleet? There were militant signals from other parts of the British decision-making establishment as well. General Grierson, Director of Military Operations, accompanied by his deputy, made a personal inspection tour of the Franco-Belgian borderlands in March 1905 in order to appraise conditions for the landing of a British expeditionary force. In April, the first Sea Lord, Sir John Jackey Fisher, who had been longing to have a go at the Germans since the beginning of the crisis, went so far as to propose that the British Navy deploy to the Kiel Canal and land an expeditionary force on the coast of Schleswig-Holstein. These strikingly belligerent responses had nothing to do with the rights or wrongs of the position adopted by Germany vis-à-vis the French penetration of Morocco. They resulted from the apprehension that Germany was testing the strength of the new Entente, which was founded, after all, on an agreement to exchange British dominance in Egypt for French dominance in Morocco. The accession of Sir Edward Grey to the office of Foreign Secretary in December 1905 consolidated the influence of an emergent anti-German faction within the British Foreign Office. Grey's associates and subordinates supplied him with a steady stream of memos and minutes warning of the threat posed by Berlin. Dissenting voices within the Foreign Office were marginalized. Dispatches from British envoys in Germany that went against the grain of the dominant view, like those filed by Lassalle, de Salis and Goshen in Berlin, were plastered with sceptical marginalia when they reached London. By contrast, the reports of Sir Fairfax Cartwright in Munich and later Vienna, which never failed to put the maximum negative spin on contemporary developments in Germany and Austria, were welcomed with accolades. An excellent and valuable report in all respects, most interesting and well worth reading, an interesting and suggestive dispatch, a most able dispatch. Mr. Cartwright is a shrewd observer, a thoughtful review of the situation, and so on. In the official mind of British foreign policy, the history of Anglo-German relations was reconceived as a black record of German provocations. The Foreign Office junior clerk G.S. Spicer came to believe that Germany had been pursuing a line consistently unfriendly to the interests of Great Britain since the days of Bismarck. Looking back in later years, Grey was inclined to view the 2 decades between 1884 and his installment in office as an era of fundamentally misguided concessions to an implacable foe. Vague and undefined schemes of Teutonic expansion were imputed to the German leadership. The Germans were accused of seeking to establish a dictatorship over the continent, of deliberately aiming at world predominance, of wanting, as Bertie put it in the practical language of an Eton boy, to push us into the water and steal our clothes. In November 1909, Sir Charles Harding described Germany as the only aggressive power in Europe. Repeated mantra-like at every possible opportunity in dispatches, letters, and departmental minutes, such assertions merged to form a new virtual reality, a way of making sense of the world. Why did these people become so hostile to Germany? Did the Germans behave worse than the other powers, bullying and pushing in situations where other powers found a more emollient and biddable modus operandi? It is difficult, of course, in an environment where subjective impressions counted for so much and the norms of acceptable behavior were so variable, to determine exactly how provocative specific styles and initiatives were. Was the Kruger telegram more provocative than the boldly worded Grover-Cleveland message sent by Washington at around the same time to discourage British incursions into Venezuela? Was the seizure of Cao Chou more provocative than the American acquisition of the Canal Zone, or the creation of a Russian protectorate over Mongolia? Was Germany's blundering pursuit of a diplomatic triumph at Agadir more provocative than the unilateral measures by which France broke with the Franco-German Morocco Agreement in 1911? Listen to Chapter 4. Perhaps these are the wrong questions to ask. The Germanophobes were rarely very specific about their case against the Germans. They spoke in general terms of the vaunting ambition and bullying demeanour of Germany, the unpredictability of the Kaiser, and the threat German military prowess posed to the European balance of power. But they were coy about identifying actual German offences against good international practice. The fullest account of British grievances can be found in a famous Memorandum on the Present State of British Relations with France and Germany, composed by Eyre Crowe, then senior clerk in the Western Department at the Foreign Office, in January 1907. Crowe was one of the most extraordinary figures in the British foreign policy world. His father had worked for the British Consular Service, but his mother and his wife were both German, and Crowe himself, born in Leipzig, was 17 and not yet fluent in English when he first visited England to cram for the Foreign Office entrance exam. Throughout his life, he spoke English with what contemporaries described as a guttural accent. One subordinate recalled being dressed down with the words, "What you have written on this report is utter rot." The perception that Crowe, though admirably efficient and industrious in his handling of departmental business, remained irredeemably Germanic in style and attitude, ensured that he never ascended as far through the ranks of the service as his talent warranted. Despite, or perhaps in part because of these personal attributes, Crowe became one of Whitehall's most implacable opponents of a rapprochement with Germany. The memorandum of 1st January 1907 opened with a brief overview of the recent Moroccan crisis. Crowe endowed the narrative with the contours of a boy's own morality tale. The German bully had threatened France in the hope of nipping in the bud her young friendship with Britain. But the bully had underestimated the pluck and loyalty of France's British pal. He miscalculated the strength of British feeling and the character of His Majesty's ministers. Like most bullies, this one was a coward, and the prospect of an Anglo-French coalition in arms was enough to see him off. But before he retreated, the bully further disgraced himself by crudely currying favour with the British friend, painting in attractive colours a policy of cooperation with Germany. How ought Britain to respond to this unlovely posturing? As the preeminent world power, Crowe argued, Britain was bound by what amounted to a law of nature to resist any state that aspired to establish a coalition opposed to British hegemony. Yet this was exactly what German policy intended to do. Germany's ultimate objective was German hegemony, at first in Europe and eventually in the world. But whereas British hegemony was welcomed and enjoyed by all and envied and feared by none on account of its political liberality and the freedom of its commerce, the vociferations of the Kaiser and the pan-German press showed that German hegemony would amount to a political dictatorship that would be the wreckage of the liberties of Europe. Of course, Crowe could not and did not object in principle to the growth in German power and influence. The problem lay in the abrasive and provocative way in which Germany pursued its objectives. But of what exactly did Germany's provocations consist? They included such enormities as dubious proceedings in Zanzibar, and the seizure of the Cameroons at a time when London had already announced its intention to grant the inhabitants of that country a British protectorate. Everywhere they looked, or so it seemed to Crowe, the British found themselves stumbling over the Germans. The list of outrages continued, from German financial support for the Transvaal Republic, to complaints at London's conduct of the South African War, to vexatious meddling in the Yangtze Valley region, then considered to be practically a British preserve. And, to make matters worse, there was the somewhat unsavoury business of German efforts to influence the international press, from New York to St. Petersburg, Vienna, Madrid, Lisbon, Rome, Cairo, and even London, where the German embassy entertains confidential and largely unsuspected relations with a number of respectable and widely read papers. There is much one could say about this fascinating document, which Grey circulated as recommended reading to Prime Minister Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman and other senior ministers. First, there is Crowe's almost comical tendency to view the wars, protectorates, occupations and annexations of Imperial Britain as a natural and desirable state of affairs, and the comparatively ineffectual manoeuvres of the Germans as gratuitous and outrageous breaches of the peace. How impossible of the Germans to pester Britain on the Samoa question when London was on the point of submitting its quarrel with the Transvaal to the arbitrament of war. Then there was the tendency to see the long arm of German policy behind every inter-imperial conflict. Thus it was the Germans who fomented Britain's troubles with Russia in Central Asia and carefully encouraged the European opposition to Britain's occupation of Egypt. Wherever there was friction between Britain and its imperial rivals, the Germans were supposedly pulling strings in the background. As for German press manipulations from Cairo to London, there was more than a pinch of paranoia in Crow's handling of this issue. German press work paled into insignificance beside the much larger and better financed subsidy operations run by St. Petersburg and Paris. Perhaps the offensive incidents were ultimately of secondary importance. The core of the argument was Crow's nightmarish psychogram of the German nation-state, imagined as a composite person conniving to gain concessions by offensive bluster and persistent nagging, a professional blackmailer bullying and offending at every turn, manifesting a heedless disregard of the susceptibilities of other people. Whether there was any underlying plan behind all the bluster, or whether it was no more than the expression of a vague, confused and unpractical statesmanship not fully realizing its own drift, made little difference. The upshot was the same. Only the firmest discipline would teach the Germans good behavior. The French, too, Crow recalled, had once been very annoying, gratuitously challenging Britain at every turn. But Britain's adamant refusal to yield an inch of ground on Egypt and the Sudan, followed by the threat of war over Fashoda, had put an end to all that. Now Britain and France were the best of friends. It followed that only the most unbending determination to uphold British rights and interests in every part of the globe would win the respect of the German government and the German nation. This was not a scenario that left much room to accommodate the rising power of Europe's youngest empire. Lurking beneath these apprehensions, though only indirectly alluded to in Crow's text, was the spectacle of Germany's titanic economic growth. In 1862, when Bismarck had become Minister-President of Prussia, the manufacturing regions of the German states accounted, with 4.9%, for the fifth largest share of world industrial production. Britain, with 19.9%, was well ahead in first place. In 1880 to 1900, Germany rose to third place behind the United States and Britain. By 1913, it was behind the United States, but ahead of Britain. In other words, during the years 1860 to 1913, the German share of world industrial production increased fourfold, while the British sank by a third. Even more impressive was Germany's expanding share of world trade. In 1880, Britain controlled 22.4% of world trade. The Germans, though in second place, were well behind with 10.3%. By 1913, however, Germany, with 12.3%, was hard on the heels of Britain, whose share had shrunk to 14.2%. Everywhere one looked, one saw the contours of an economic miracle. Between 1895 and 1913, German industrial output shot up by 150%, metal production by 300%, coal production by 200%. By 1913, the German economy generated and consumed 20% more electricity than Britain, France, and Italy combined. In Britain, the words "made in Germany" came to carry strong connotations of threat, not because German commercial or industrial practice was more aggressive or expansionist than anyone else's, but because they hinted at the limits of British global dominance. German economic power underscored the political anxieties of the great power executives, just as Chinese economic power does today. Yet there was nothing inevitable about the ascendancy of Germanophobe attitudes in British foreign policy. They were not universal, even within the upper reaches of the Foreign Office itself, and they were even less prevalent across the rest of the political elite. Hard work behind the scenes was needed to lever Bertie, Nicholson, and Harding into the senior posts, from which they were able to shape the tone and course of British policy. Bertie owed his rapid ascent, after years of frustration in low-level positions, to his energetic politicking with the private secretary to King Edward VII. Harding, too, was a seasoned courtier and intriguer, who pushed Bertie's candidacy for the Paris ambassadorship in 1905. Harding employed his connections at court to override a certain amount of obstruction at the top of the FO. Bertie and Harding in turn cooperated in levering Arthur Nicholson into senior ambassadorial posts, despite the fact that his wife was said to shun society and to dress like a housemaid. British policy could have taken a different course. Had Grey and his associates failed to secure so many influential posts, less intransigent voices, such as those of Goshen and Lascelles, or of the parliamentary Under-Secretary Edmund Fitzmaurice, who deplored the anti-German virus afflicting his colleagues, might have found a wider hearing. Instead, the Grey Group gradually tightened their grip on British policy, setting the terms under which relations with Germany were viewed and understood. The invention, as Keith Wilson has put it, of Germany as the key threat to Britain reflected and consolidated a broader structural shift. The polycentric world of the Great Games in Africa, China, Persia, Tibet and Afghanistan, a world in which policymakers often felt they were lurching from crisis to crisis and reacting to remote challenges rather than setting the agenda, was making way for a simpler cosmos in which one enemy dominated the scene. This was not the cause of Britain's alignment with Russia and France, but rather its consequence. For the restructuring of the alliance system facilitated, indeed it necessitated, the refocusing of British anxieties and paranoia, which were riding high in the years around the Boer War. British foreign policy, like American foreign policy in the 20th century, had always depended on scenarios of threat and invasion as focusing devices. In the mid-19th century, French invasion scares had periodically galvanized the political elites. By the 1890s, France had been displaced in the British political and public imagination by Russia, whose Cossack hordes would soon be invading India and Essex. Now it was Germany's turn. The target was new, but the mechanisms were familiar. In retrospect, it is tempting to discern in the upheavals of 1904–7 the birth of the Triple Entente that would wage war in 1914. That was certainly how it looked to the French diplomat Maurice Paléologue, who published his diaries of these years 3 decades later under the title A Great Turning Point. Recomposed to incorporate the wisdom of hindsight, Paléologue's diaries endowed French policymakers, and especially Paléologue himself, with an almost supernatural foreknowledge of the war to come. In this respect, they exemplify a distortion of perception that is common to the post-war memoirs of many pre-war statesmen. The immense dénouement of 1914 seems to us to command the horizons of the preceding decade. Yet the reality is that it does so only in our eyes, which is to say, in retrospect. It was still far from clear in 1907 that the new alliances would take Europe to war. The weakness of Russia after the disaster of 1905 obliged the policymakers in St. Petersburg in the first instance to seek good relations with Germany, and it was widely accepted in St. Petersburg, for the time being at least, that Russia's domestic fragility ruled out any form of international adventurism. It was hard to imagine the circumstances in which France might be willing to chance its arm for the Russians in the Balkans, and even harder to imagine Russians marching to Berlin for the sake of Alsace and Lorraine. In 1909, Paris underscored its independence by signing an accord on Morocco with Germany, a striking instance of the crossing of lines between the alliance blocs. Then, in November 1910, Russian and German leaders met in Potsdam and Berlin to reconcile German and Russian interests in Turkey and Persia. There was no question of loosening the Franco-Russian bond, to be sure, but this was a significant gesture in the direction of détente. As for the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907, it may have muted the tensions between Russia and Britain, but it did not remove their cause, and right through until 1914 there were voices in the Foreign Office warning of the Russian threat to Britain's far-flung empire. In short, the future was not foreordained. The Triple Entente that went to war in 1914 still lay beyond the mental horizons of most statesmen. The great turning point of 1904–7 helps to explain the emergence of the structures within which a continental war became possible, but it cannot explain the specific reasons why that conflict arose. In order to do that, we need to examine how decision-making processes shaped policy outcomes and how the loose network of the continental alliances became interlocked with conflicts unfolding on the Balkan Peninsula. 4. The many voices of European foreign policy. In a cartoon published in the late 1890s, a French artist depicted the crisis brewing over China on the eve of the Boxer Uprising. Watched warily by Britain and Russia, Germany makes to carve out a slice identified as Kiao Chao from a pie called China, while France offers her Russian ally moral support and Japan looks on. Behind them all, a Qing official throws up his hands in despair, but is powerless to intervene. As so often in such images, the powers are represented as individual persons, Britain, Germany and Russia by caricatures of their respective sovereigns, France by Marianne, the personification of the Republic, and Japan and China by stereotypical exotic figures. Personifying states as individuals was part of the shorthand of European political caricature, but it also reflects a deep habit of thought, the tendency to conceptualize states as composite individuals governed by compact executive agencies animated by an indivisible will. Yet even a very cursory look at the governments of early 20th century Europe reveals that the executive structures from which policies emerged were far from unified. Policymaking was not the prerogative of single sovereign individuals. Initiatives with a bearing on the course of a country's policy could and did emanate from quite peripheral locations in the political structure. Factional alignments, functional frictions within government, economic or financial constraints, and the volatile chemistry of public opinion all exerted a constantly varying pressure on decision-making processes. As the power to shape decisions shifted from one node in the executive structure to another, there were corresponding oscillations in the tone and orientation of policy. This chaos of competing voices is crucial to understanding the periodic agitations of the European system during the last pre-war years. It also helps to explain why the July crisis of 1914 became the most complex and opaque political crisis of modern times. Sovereign decision-makers. Early 20th century Europe was a continent of monarchies. Of the 6 most important powers, 5 were monarchies of one kind or another. Only one, France, was a republic. The relatively new nation-states of the Balkan Peninsula, Greece, Serbia, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Romania, and Albania, were all monarchies. The Europe of fast cruisers, radio telegraph, and electric cigar lighters still carried at its heart this ancient, glittering institution yoking large and complex states to the vagaries of human biology. The European executives were still centred on the thrones, and the men or women who sat on them. Ministers in Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia were imperial appointees. The 3 emperors had unlimited access to state papers. They also exercised formal authority over their respective armed forces. Dynastic institutions and networks structured the communications between states. Ambassadors presented their credentials to the sovereign in person, and direct communications and meetings between monarchs continued to take place throughout the pre-war years. Indeed, they acquired a heightened importance, creating a parallel plane of interaction whose relationship to official diplomacy was sometimes difficult to ascertain. Monarchs were symbolic as well as political actors, and in this role they could capture and focus collective emotions and associations. When Parisian onlookers gawped at Edward VII, sprawled in a chair outside his hotel smoking a cigar, they felt they were looking at England in the form of a very fat, fashionable and confident man. His triumphant ascent in Parisian public opinion in 1903 helped smooth the path to the Entente signed with France in the following year. Even the mild-mannered despot Nicholas II was greeted like a conquering hero by the French when he visited Paris in 1896, despite his autocratic political philosophy and negligible charisma, because he was seen as the personification of the Franco-Russian alliance. And who embodied the most unsettling aspects of German foreign policy, its vacillations, lack of focus, and frustrated ambition, better than the febrile, tactless, panic-prone, overbearing Kaiser Wilhelm, the man who dared to advise Edvard Grieg on how to conduct Peer Gynt? Whether or not the Kaiser actually made German policy, he certainly symbolized it for Germany's opponents. At the core of the monarchical club that reigned over pre-war Europe was the trio of imperial cousins, Tsar Nicholas II, Kaiser Wilhelm II, and George V. By the turn of the 20th century, the genealogical web of Europe's reigning families had thickened almost to the point of fusion. Kaiser Wilhelm II and King George V were both grandsons of Queen Victoria. Tsar Nicholas II's wife, Alexandra of Hesse-Darmstadt, was Victoria's granddaughter. The mothers of George V and Nicholas II were sisters from the House of Denmark. Kaiser Wilhelm and Tsar Nicholas II were both great-great-grandsons of Tsar Paul I. The Kaiser's great-aunt, Charlotte of Prussia, was the Tsar's grandmother. Viewed from this perspective, the outbreak of war in 1914 looks rather like the culmination of a family feud. Assessing how much influence these monarchs wielded over or within their respective executives is difficult. Britain, Germany, and Russia represented three very different kinds of monarchy. Russia's was, in theory at least, an autocracy in which the parliamentary and constitutional restraints on the monarch's authority were weak. Edward VII and George V were constitutional and parliamentary monarchs with no direct access to the levers of power. Kaiser Wilhelm II was something in between. In Germany, a constitutional and parliamentary system was grafted onto elements of the old Prussian military monarchy that had survived the process of national unification. But the formal structures of governance were not necessarily the most significant determinants of monarchical influence. Other important variables included the determination, competence, and intellectual grasp of the monarch himself, the ability of ministers to block unwelcome initiatives, and the extent of agreement between monarchs and their governments. One of the most striking features of the influence wielded by the sovereigns on the formulation of foreign policy is its variation over time. Edward VII, who presided over the diplomatic realignments of 1904–7, had strong views on foreign policy and prided himself on being well informed. His attitudes were those of an imperialist jingo. He was infuriated by liberal opposition to the Afghan War of 1878–9, for example, and told the colonial administrator, Sir Henry Bartle Frere, "If I had my way, I should not be content until we had taken the whole of Afghanistan and kept it." He was overjoyed at the news of the raid against the Transvaal Republic in 1895, supportive of Cecil Rhodes's involvement in it, and infuriated by the Kaiser's Kruger telegram. Throughout his adult life, he maintained a determined hostility to Germany. The roots of this antipathy appear to have lain partly in his opposition to his mother, Queen Victoria, whom he regarded as excessively friendly to Prussia, and partly in his fear and loathing of Baron Stockmar, the unsmiling Germanic pedagogue appointed by Victoria and Albert to hold the young Edward to a regime of unstinting study. The Prussian-Danish War of 1864 was a formative episode in his early political life. Edward's sympathies in that conflict rested firmly with the Danish relatives of his new bride. After his accession to the throne, Edward was an important sponsor of the anti-German group of policymakers around Sir Francis Bertie. The king's influence reached its height in 1903, when an official visit to Paris, the most important royal visit in modern history, as it has been called, paved the road towards the entente between the two imperial rivals. Relations between the two Western empires were still soured at this time by French outrage over the Boer War. The visit, which had been organized on Edward's own initiative, was a public relations triumph and did much to clear the air. After the entente had been signed, Edward continued to work towards an agreement with Russia, even though, like many of his countrymen, he detested the Tsarist political system and remained suspicious of the designs that Russia had on Persia, Afghanistan, and northern India. In 1906, when he heard that the Russian Foreign Minister Izvolsky was in Paris, he rushed south from Scotland in the hope that a meeting could be set up. Izvolsky responded in kind and made the journey to London, where the two men met for talks that, according to Charles Harding, helped materially to smooth the path of the negotiations then in progress for an agreement with Russia. In both these instances, the king was not deploying executive powers as such, but acting as a kind of supernumerary ambassador. He could do this because his priorities accorded closely with those of the liberal imperialist faction at Whitehall, whose dominance in foreign policy he had himself helped to reinforce. George V was a very different case. Until his accession in 1910, he took little interest in foreign affairs and had acquired only the sketchiest sense of Britain's relations with other powers. The Austrian ambassador, Count Mensdorff, was delighted with the new king, who seemed, by contrast with his father, to be innocent of strong biases for or against any foreign state. If Mensdorff hoped the changing of the guard would produce an attenuation of the anti-German theme in British policy, he was soon to be disappointed. In foreign policy, the new monarch's seeming neutrality merely meant that policy remained firmly in the hands of the liberal imperialists around Grey. George never acquired a political network to rival his father's, refrained from backstairs intrigue, and avoided expounding policy without the explicit permission of his ministers. He was in more or less constant communication with Edward Grey, and granted the Foreign Secretary frequent audiences whenever he was in London. He was scrupulous about seeking Grey's approval for the content of political conversations with foreign representatives, especially his German relatives. George's accession to the throne thus resulted in a sharp decline in the Crown's influence on the general orientation of foreign policy, even though the two monarchs wielded identical constitutional powers. Even within the highly authoritarian setting of the Russian autocracy, the influence of the Tsar over foreign policy was subject to narrow constraints and waxed and waned over time. Like George V, the new Tsar was a blank sheet of paper when he came to the throne in 1894. He had not created a political network of his own before the accession, and his deference to his father ensured that he refrained from expressing a view on government policy. As an adolescent, he had shown little aptitude for the study of affairs of state. Konstantin Pobyedonostiv, the conservative jurist drafted in to give the teenage Nicky a masterclass on the inner workings of the Tsarist state, later recalled, "I could only observe that he was completely absorbed in picking his nose." Even after he mounted the throne, extreme shyness and terror at the prospect of having to wield real authority prevented him in the early years from imposing his political preferences, insofar as he had them, on the government. He lacked, moreover, the kind of executive support he would have needed to shape the course of policy in a consistent way. He possessed, for example, no personal secretariat and no personal secretary. He could, and did, insist on being informed of even quite minor ministerial decisions, but in a state as vast as Russia's, this merely meant that the monarch was engulfed in trivia, while matters of real import fell by the wayside. The Tsar was nonetheless able, especially from around 1900, to impart a certain direction to Russian foreign policy. By the late 1890s, Russia was deeply involved in the economic penetration of China. Not everyone in the administration was happy with the Far Eastern policy. Some resented the immense cost of the infrastructural and military commitments involved. Others, such as the Minister of War, General Alexei A. Kuropatkin, viewed the Far East as a distraction from more pressing concerns on the Western periphery, especially the Balkans and the Turkish Straits. But at this time, Nicholas II still firmly believed that the future of Russia lay in Siberia and the Far East, and ensured that the exponents of the Eastern policy prevailed over their opponents. Despite some initial misgivings, he supported the policy of seizing the Chinese bridgehead at Port Arthur, today Luoshun, on the Liaodong Peninsula in 1898. In Korea, Nicholas came to support a policy of Russian penetration that placed St. Petersburg on a collision course with Tokyo. Nicholas's interventions took the form of informal alignments rather than of executive decisions. He was closely associated, for example, with the aristocratic entrepreneurs who ran the vast Yalu River timber concession in Korea. The Yalu timber magnate A.M. Bezobrazov, a former officer of the elite Chevalier Guards, used his personal connection with the Tsar to establish the Yalu as a platform for extending Russian informal empire on the Korean peninsula. In 1901, the finance minister, Sergei Witte, reported that Bezobrazov was with the Tsar no less than 2 times a week, for hours at a time, advising him on Far Eastern policy. Ministers were exasperated by the presence at court of these influential outsiders, but there was little they could do to curb their influence. These informal links in turn drew the Tsar into an ever more aggressive vision of Russian policy in the region. "I do not want to seize Korea," Nicholas told Prince Henry of Prussia in 1901, "but under no circumstances can I allow Japan to become firmly established there. That would be a casus belli." Nicholas further tightened his control over policy by appointing a viceroy of the Far East, with full responsibility not only for civil and military matters, but also for relations with Tokyo. The holder of this office, Admiral E.I. Alexeyev, was subject directly to the Tsar, and thus immune from ministerial supervision. The appointment had been engineered by the clique around Bezobrazov, who saw it as a means of bypassing the relatively cautious Far Eastern policy of the Foreign Ministry. As a consequence, Russia operated what were in effect 2 parallel official and non-official imperial policies, enabling Nicholas II to pick between options and play the factions off against each other. Admiral Alexeyev had no experience or understanding of diplomatic forms, and exhibited an abrasive and intransigent style that was bound to alienate and anger his Japanese interlocutors. Whether Nicholas II ever consciously adopted a policy of war with Japan is doubtful, but he certainly carried the lion's share of responsibility for the war that broke out in 1904, and thus also for the disasters that followed. On the eve of the Russo-Japanese War, then, one could say that the Tsar's influence was up, while that of his ministers was down. But this state of affairs was short-lived, because the catastrophic outcome of the Tsar's policy sharply diminished his ability to set the agenda. As the news of successive defeats sank in, and social unrest engulfed Russia, a group of ministers led by Sergei Witte pushed through reforms designed to unify government. Power was concentrated in a council of ministers, headed for the first time by a chairman or prime minister. Under Witte and his successor, P.A. Stolypin, 1906–11, the executive was shielded to some extent against arbitrary interventions by the monarch. Stolypin in particular, a man of immense determination, intelligence, charisma, and tireless industry, managed to assert his personal authority over most of the ministers, achieving a level of coherence in government that had been unknown before 1905. During the Stolypin years, Nicholas seemed curiously absent from political activity. The Tsar did not acquiesce for long in this arrangement. Even while Stolypin was in power, Nicholas found ways of circumventing his control by making deals with individual ministers behind the Premier's back. Among them was Foreign Minister Izvolsky, whose mishandling of negotiations with his Austria-Hungarian counterpart triggered the Bosnian annexation crisis of 1908–9. In return for Vienna's diplomatic support over Russian access to the Turkish Straits, Izvolsky approved the Austrian annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Neither Prime Minister Stolypin nor his ministerial colleagues had been informed in advance of this daring enterprise, which was cleared directly with Tsar Nicholas himself. By the time of Stolypin's assassination by terrorists in the autumn of 1911, Nicholas was systematically undercutting his authority by supporting his political opponents. Confronted with a ministerial bloc that threatened to confine his freedom of action, Nicholas withdrew his support and intrigued against the men he had himself placed in power. Witte fell victim to this autocratic behavior in 1906. Stolypin would have done so if he had not been killed, and his successor, the mild-mannered Vladimir Kakovtsov, was removed from office in February 1914 because he too had revealed himself a devotee of the idea of united government. I return below to the implications of these machinations for the course of Russian foreign policy. For the moment, the key point is that the years 1911–14 saw a decline in united government and the reassertion of autocratic power. Yet this autocratic power was not deployed in support of a consistent policy vision. It was used in a negative way, to safeguard the autonomy and power of the monarch by breaking any political formations that looked as if they might secure the initiative. The consequence of autocratic intervention was thus not the imposition of the Tsar's will as such, but rather a lasting uncertainty about who had the power to do what, a state of affairs that nourished factional strife and critically undermined the consistency of Russian decision-making. Of the three imperial cousins, Wilhelm II was, and remains, the most controversial. The extent of his power within the German executive is still hotly disputed. The Kaiser certainly came to the throne intending to be the author of his country's foreign policy. The Foreign Office? Why, I am the Foreign Office, he once exclaimed. I am the sole master of German policy, he remarked in a letter to the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, and my country must follow me wherever I go. Wilhelm took a personal interest in the appointment of ambassadors and occasionally backed personal favourites against the advice of the Chancellor and the Foreign Office. To a greater extent than either of his two imperial cousins, he regarded the meetings and correspondence with fellow dynasts that were part of the regular traffic between monarchies as a unique diplomatic resource to be exploited in his country's interest. Like Nicholas II, Wilhelm frequently, especially in the early years of his reign, bypassed his responsible ministers by consulting with favourites, encouraged factional strife in order to undermine the unity of government, and expounded views that had not been cleared with the relevant ministers or were at odds with the prevailing policy. It was in this last area, the unauthorized exposition of unsanctioned political views, that the Kaiser achieved the most hostile notice, both from contemporaries and from historians. There can be no doubt about the bizarre tone and content of many of the Kaiser's personal communications in telegrams, letters, marginal comments, conversations, interviews and speeches on foreign and domestic political themes. Their exceptional volume alone is remarkable. The Kaiser spoke, wrote, telegraphed, scribbled and ranted more or less continuously during the 30 years of his reign, and a huge portion of these articulations was recorded and preserved for posterity. Some of them were tasteless or inappropriate. Two examples, both of them linked with the United States, will serve to illustrate the point. On 4th April 1906, Kaiser Wilhelm II was a dinner guest at the U.S. Embassy in Berlin. During a lively conversation with his American hosts, the Kaiser spoke of the necessity of securing more space for the rapidly growing German population, which had counted around 40 million at the time of his accession, he told the ambassador, but was now around 60 million. This was a good thing in itself, but the question of nutrition was going to become acute in the next 20 years. On the other hand, large portions of France appeared to be underpopulated and in need of development. Perhaps one should ask the French government whether they would mind pulling their border back westwards to accommodate the surfeit of Germans. These inane burblings, which we can presume were offered in jest, were earnestly recorded by one of his interlocutors and forwarded to Washington with the next diplomatic bag. The other example stems from November 1908, when there was widespread press speculation over a possible war between the United States and Japan. Agitated by this prospect, and keen to ingratiate himself with the Atlantic power, the Kaiser fired off a letter to President Roosevelt offering him, this time in all seriousness, a Prussian army corps to be stationed on the Californian coast. How exactly did such utterances connect with the world of actual policy outcomes? Any foreign minister or ambassador in a modern democracy who indulged in such grossly inappropriate communications would be sacked on the spot. But how much did such sovereign gaffes matter in the larger scheme of things? The extreme inconsistency of the Kaiser's utterances makes an assessment of their impact difficult. Had Wilhelm pursued a clear and consistent policy vision, we could simply measure intentions against outcomes, but his intentions were always equivocal, and the focus of his attention was always shifting. In the late 1890s, the Kaiser became enthusiastic about a project to create a new Germany, Neu-Deutschland, in Brazil, and demanded impatiently that migration to that region be encouraged and increased as quickly as possible. Needless to say, Absolutely nothing came of this. In 1899, he informed Cecil Rhodes that it was his intention to secure Mesopotamia as a German colony. In 1900, at the time of the Boxer Rebellion, we find him proposing that the Germans should send an entire army corps to China with a view to partitioning the country. In 1903, he was once again declaring, "Latin America is our target," and urging the Admiralty staff, who apparently had nothing better to do, to prepare invasion plans for Cuba, Puerto Rico, and New York. Invasion plans that were a complete waste of time since, among other things, the General Staff never agreed to provide the necessary troops. The Kaiser picked up ideas, enthused over them, grew bored or discouraged, and dropped them again. He was angry with the Russian Tsar one week, but infatuated with him the next. There were endless alliance projects, for an alliance with Russia and France against Japan and Britain, with Russia, Britain and France against the USA, with China and America against Japan and the Triple Entente, or with Japan and the USA against the Entente, and so on. In the autumn of 1896, at a time when relations between Britain and Germany had cooled following tensions over the status of the Transvaal, the Kaiser proposed a continental league with France and Russia for the joint defence of colonial possessions against Britain. At virtually the same time, however, he played with the notion of eliminating any cause of conflict with Britain by simply doing away with all the German colonies except East Africa. But by the spring of 1897, Wilhelm had dropped this idea and was proposing that Germany should enter into a closer relationship with France. Wilhelm wasn't content to fire off notes and marginalia to his ministers. He also broached his ideas directly to the representatives of foreign powers. Sometimes his interventions opposed the direction of official policy, sometimes they endorsed it, sometimes they overshot the mark to arrive at a grossly overdrawn parody of the official view. In 1890, when the Foreign Office was cooling relations with the French, Wilhelm was warming them up again. He did the same thing during the Moroccan crisis of 1905. While the Foreign Office stepped up the pressure on Paris, Wilhelm assured various foreign generals and journalists and a former French minister that he sought reconciliation with France and had no intention of risking war over Morocco. In March, on the eve of his departure for Tangier, the Kaiser delivered a speech in Bremen in which he announced that the lessons of history had taught him never to strive after an empty power over the world. The German Empire, he added, would have to earn the most absolute trust as a calm, honest, and peaceful neighbour. A number of senior political figures, especially among the hawks within the military command, believed that this speech spiked the guns of official policy on Morocco. In January 1904, the Kaiser found himself seated next to King Leopold of the Belgians, who had come to Berlin to celebrate Wilhelm's birthday, at a gala dinner, and used the occasion to inform Leopold that he expected Belgium to side with Germany in the event of a war with France. Should the Belgian king opt to stand with Germany, Wilhelm promised, the Belgians would gain new territories in northern France, and Wilhelm would reward the Belgian king with the crown of Old Burgundy. When Leopold, taken aback, replied that his ministers and the Belgian parliament would hardly accept such a fanciful and audacious plan, Wilhelm retorted that he could not respect a monarch who felt himself to be responsible to ministers and deputies rather than to the Lord God. If the Belgian king were not more forthcoming, the Kaiser would be obliged to proceed on purely strategic principles, in other words, to invade and occupy Belgium. Leopold is said to have been so upset by these remarks that, when rising from his seat at the end of the meal, he put his helmet on the wrong way round. It was precisely because of episodes like this that Wilhelm's ministers sought to keep him at one remove from the actual decision-making process. It is an extraordinary fact that the most important foreign policy decision of Wilhelm's reign, not to renew the reinsurance treaty with Russia in 1890, was made without the Kaiser's involvement or prior knowledge. In the summer of 1905, Chancellor Bernhard von Bülow entrusted Wilhelm with the task of putting an alliance proposal to Nicholas II off the Finnish coast at Björkö, only to find on the Kaiser's return that Wilhelm had dared to make an alteration in the draft of the treaty. The Chancellor's response was to tender his resignation. Terrified at the prospect of being abandoned by his most powerful official, Wilhelm immediately backed down. Bülow agreed to remain in office, and the treaty amendment was withdrawn. The Kaiser constantly complained of being kept out of the loop, of being denied access to important diplomatic documents. He was particularly upset when foreign policy officials insisted on vetting his personal correspondence with foreign heads of state. There was quite a fuss, for example, when the German ambassador in Washington, Speck von Sternburg, refused to pass on a letter from Wilhelm to President Roosevelt in 1908, in which the Kaiser expressed his profound admiration for the American president. It was not the political content of the letter that worried the diplomats, but rather the effusiveness and immaturity of its tone. It was surely unacceptable, one official remarked, that the sovereign of the German Empire should write to the President of the United States as an infatuated schoolboy might write to a pretty seamstress. These were disturbing utterances, to be sure. In an environment where governments were constantly puzzling over each other's intentions, they were even potentially dangerous. Nevertheless, we should bear 3 points in mind. The first is that in such encounters, the Kaiser was performing a role of leadership and control that he was incapable of exercising in practice. Secondly, these rhetorical menaces were always associated with imagined scenarios in which Germany was the attacked party. Wilhelm's indecent proposal to Leopold of the Belgians was not conceived as an offensive venture, but as part of a German response to a French attack. What was bizarre about his reflections on the possible need in a future conflict to breach Belgian neutrality is not the idea of the breach as such. The option of a Belgian invasion was discussed and weighed up by the French and British general staffs as well, but the context in which it was broached and the identity of the two interlocutors. It was one of this Kaiser's many peculiarities that he was completely unable to calibrate his behavior to the contexts in which his high office obliged him to operate. Too often he spoke not like a monarch, but like an overexcited teenager, giving free rein to his current preoccupations. He was an extreme exemplar of that Edwardian social category, the club bore, who is forever explaining some pet project to the man in the next chair. Small wonder that the prospect of being buttonholed by the Kaiser of a lunch